not used to using those primitive things. No need to tell me, she smirked as she wrote something. Victor's soul. Once she got his soul, she would take half of it to replenish her own, then use the other half to control him into being a decent man. Oh, okay, Victor nodded as he finished writing and then folded the paper. Just hold it with your hand, she said dismissively. Ah, okay, he said as he began to lick his lips, acting as a pervert to keep his act. Where is the curse I need to dispel? He said with a confident smirk as he began to look around. 1 minute, she said, then looked outside the gazebo. Clear the serene garden, no one shall enter before I allow it. She ordered the maids, those who were on standby, and those who were clearing the leaves. The one who finished the burial process too. Yes, milady, they all said as they retreated quickly. 5 minutes later, the garden was empty. Now, raise the paper in your hand as I do and repeat after me, she said, raising the paper she wrote her wish on. I accept the game, she yelled. I accept the game, Victor said casually. Bam. Shh. Hey. The papers burst into blue flames and disintegrated in a split second. Warning. An X-ranked artifact, the Blind Devil's Arbiter, is trying to make you enter into a bet. Do you agree? Victor pressed yes, then watched the new entry in the artifact get added. First underscore side. Secret wish. Second underscore side. Secret wish. Game. Victor. Aerith join my harem and becomes my wife. Aerith. Victor's soul. Victor to dispel a curse specified by Aerith within 60 minutes. Let's go. Dispel my curse, she told him directly. You have 60 minutes. Your curse, he asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, she said, wanting to finish this farce quickly. What kind of curse is it? You don't need to know. Ah. Well. Fine, he said as he began to take off his armor. 1 moment. Squeak. 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 What are you doing? She asked with a frown. You will see, he said as he struggled with the armor. Squeak. 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 Watching him, Aerith began to sweat as her expression turned from a frown to panic. Just now she thought of a loophole that she didn't consider earlier. Could it be? No. She was fooled. This bastard had played her, making her think he was an idiot. He played them all. If this pervert's method to dispel the curse was to sleep with her, she wouldn't be able to stop him. If she tried to do so, that would be considered interfering with the bet and she would lose. No. How can that be? She even gave him an entire hour. Damn it. Shit. He was going to. Her racing thoughts suddenly paused as she watched Victor take a talisman from his purple underpants, then quickly put the squeaky armor back on. That is, she asked in a low voice. A curse-dispelling talisman that my master gave me. He said it was a super talisman that would dispel any curse and that I should only use it in emergencies. Victor said proudly. Aerith just stood there, looking at him like she was looking at an insect. She felt sorry that for the tiniest moment there, she feared him and thought he had a brain. This guy was an idiot. This talisman was clearly a normal one. No, it was beyond that, it was the cheapest kind. The only difference between it and the one she could buy from any store was the crappy smiley face drawn on it. She sighed. Let's finish with this farce, she finally said. She was really getting tired. Okay. Victor said, pasting the talisman directly on her forehead. Bam. Aerith opened her eyes wide as she watched the talisman that Victor stuck on her head burn in a blue flame, and then she felt some kind of darkness leave her body. What? What just happened? She asked as she looked around. Oh. It was really a curse. Victor, who watched with interest, said. What? She was in shock looking at her familiar yet new refreshed status screen. A certain curse that had always been there was no longer visible. How could that be? Was it some kind of a trick? Don't worry, now it should be all gone, he said. And I win the bet, right? He added with a large victorious grin. Wait. I need to make sure what happened. She began making random excuses as she really needed some time to figure out what just happened. I am telling you I won. Now you are mine, horny girl, he insisted with a smile. Ah. Did this bastard just call her a horny girl? Yeah, she had a damn horn, but this was the first time someone dared to say that to her. You bastard. When are we going to hold our wedding? He interrupted. Ah, what? Wait, wedding? Are you going to renege on the bet? He frowned. Ah, right. The bet. She almost forgot. Before she could say anything, she saw a flash of light, then in her vision, she had a new notification. Bet lost. Victor's secret wish. Aerith join my harem and becomes my wife. Please fulfill the wish or perish trying. Thanks for playing. Ah. What? The screen that she was used to see declaring her victory was now declaring her defeat. Impossible, how could she lose? How can the curse that even Her Highness, the Storm Lord, couldn't remove dispel this easily? Aerith was shocked. She still couldn't believe it. But the notification didn't leave anything for doubt. The curse was really removed, and now she had to marry this guy? No, wait. Not just marry, but enter this damn pervert's harem. Impossible. She was not going to. Before she could fully come to terms with what happened, she felt his lips cover hers. He kissed her. She wanted to struggle, but she stopped as she felt as if her entire bloodline began to boil, stopping her from even trying to push him away. On the contrary, something within her was calling for him, wanting her to grab him harder. She couldn't understand. What the hell was that longing feeling that was slowly growing stronger inside of her, especially as he let go and stepped back from her? The atmosphere around him was no longer that of a dandy young master, but that of a higher race, especially the deep darkness inside his eyes, something that she had to worship. Slowly, she felt something primal within her unwrap. Totally unaware that Victor was secretly activating his demonic bloodline and testing his effect on her. Sorry about that, but I couldn't hold myself when I saw your pretty pouting face. He sighed as he extended his hand and brushed away a strand of hair that fell to her cheek. We can take it slow if you want. I don't really like to force anyone, he began to speak, but he didn't continue as the girl who. Damn it. Her Highness had warned her to be very careful as the bets made with the artifact can't be regarded. Shit. She should have been more careful. So, when are we going to hold our wedding? He asked. Who said we need to do that? She spat angrily, still refusing to admit it. They can just be married on paper and divorced the next day. No. Not the next day. The next moment. No one said she had to keep being his wife. Right. So. You plan to escape without paying after eating your fill, he sighed for the third time. Am I that cheap to you? He asked. The girl didn't know that system marriages were almost impossible to break, and he was not going to tell her that yet. Shut up. You are cheaper than cheap, she scolded him again, kicking him with her leg. Her mind was in shambles, and she had no idea why she acted like a sex-starved beast earlier. Damn it. Ouch. You don't have to be so violent, he said. What was wrong with all his wives going that path? Was there something wrong with him? Then stop being an ass and let me think. She spat. She needed to clear her mind. Fine, he chuckled as he relaxed on the grass. If you really want to marry me, I don't mind. She finally said after an awkward 5 minutes. She was not a cheap woman, since she already slept with him, he should be considered her husband. And he really felt good earlier. She blushed a little. Really? He asked with a smile. But, she paused as she looked at him, he was really handsome, but she couldn't just fall for him. But what? Making conditions already? Shut up and listen. I want to ask you about something first. She took a deep breath. What? Answer truthfully. Why did you want to meet my mother? She asked directly. If this guy had some ulterior motive, she would really make him live a life worse than death. Ariana is your mother? He asked. Just to make sure, though he could already tell the truth from the bloodline appraisal. Lady Rosette is my mother, she said. Ah. Rosette. I see, he sighed. So it was all true. Poor Theodore. Is there a problem? She asked, raising one eyebrow, as she tried to inspect Victor's facial expression. She failed, he was just too handsome to analyze. Well, no. Just a random thought, he dismissed her. I am just a little relieved that I was able to locate them at last, he said as he clearly relaxed his body. Locate them? She asked as she got defensive. Could it be that he worked for that Sun Lord? Ariana should be my great-aunt or something like that, and Rosette is my stepmother, he said, telling the truth directly. Or should have. I am not sure if she married my father yet or not, he shrugged. Did his father explain that? He didn't remember. Oh. I see. Wait. What? Hearing him, Aerith spat in shock. That was not the answer she expected. She thought he was another guy after an oath. Are you kidding? She asked. Ah. No, I am not kidding, he said. My real name is Victor von Weiss, an heir of the von Weiss family. Ah. Wait. That means. You are from, she gasped. Yeah. You see. I am not from this world, he nodded. I came to this strange world by accident about a month or so ago after falling into a strange gate in the mines. I was searching for clues about my whereabouts when I accidentally found info about my family members who disappeared 20 years ago through the same gate I fell through. With the help of my master who saved my life from the demons in the east, I followed the leads that led me to the Elven lands then here. That's when I met Lyra. When I asked her about my great-aunt Ariana, she told me that she would help me meet her, then brought me here and threw me in this stupid competition, he shrugged. I was really planning to start causing trouble, but the moment I laid my eyes on you, I really lost it, he sighed again as he turned his scamming dial to the extreme. Oh. Ah, hearing him, Earth opened her mouth wide as her expression went from Dezeblev to genuine surprise. She knew that he couldn't be lying. The secret of her mother being from another world was something only few knew. Even the elves didn't know of the name von Weiss. Destiny is really a strange thing, Victor contemplated. We were really destined to meet. Oh. Stop with the acting, I am not a naive little girl, she spat. Why the fuck didn't you use your real name from the start, she asked. You could have avoided all this mess. My master advised me to not use it in public, just in case my family has used it before. The elves are still searching for them. She frowned, he had a point there. They did catch a few of the elf spies throughout the years. Wait, she suddenly said as she thought of something. What? Doesn't that make us siblings? She gasped. Did she just fuck her brother? Step-siblings. Not blood-related ones, he nodded. And I am not really sure what happened between my father and your mother, they might not have married yet. So we are in the clear, he said. And technically speaking, every man has a fantasy to marry his pretty stepsister. She glared at him. Did she really have to marry this guy? She was already regretting it. He was handsome and everything but his character. What? Can't you stop acting like a pervert for a moment? She asked in a disbelieving tone as she took out a leather coat from her ring and threw it at him. She just remembered that he couldn't use his ring due to a certain curse, and she has been having difficulty stopping herself from looking at his perfectly sculpted body. I don't know, never tried, he said, as he caught the coat but just threw it to the side, and leaned forward toward her. But right now, I really want to be a pervert for a while longer. Ah, she wanted to push him away. There was no time for this. She really needed to inform her mother, and there were a ton of things to check to verify what he said. But again, her body began to feel strange, refusing to obey her. What was going on? Why couldn't she resist him? Moments later their lips touched each other, her hand was all over him again, and her leg wrapped around his waist to stop him from escaping. He was all hers. Bam! The door of the Guardian burst open moments later as three women entered in a hurry. Stop, they shouted, then paused as they saw a very inappropriate scene. A.H. Earth quickly stepped back with her face turned beet red. Victor on the other hand just turned and looked at the newcomers. Hi. I am Victor, he said shamelessly as he grabbed the coat on the ground to cover his body. Do you mind giving us some time, he said. This guy is definitely Theodore's son. It was Ariana who said it as she inspected the young man from head to toe. Let's give them some time, she said as she turned and left, then paused and grabbed Rosette, whose mouth was still gaping in shock. He can't be Theodore's son. No. He can't be. He promised. As soon as the three women got out of the garden and into a side office, Rosette began to mumble like an obsessed mad woman. Seriously? You just caught your daughter fucking a guy who is supposed to be her half-brother and all that you care about. Mirai, Ariana's second disciple, exclaimed, raising one eyebrow. But Rosette seemed a little too dismayed. Honey, Theodore is a man. He will not wait for you. It was Ariana who finally began to speak. She pushed Rosette to sit on a couch and sat beside her. And all men in our family marry another woman sooner or later. Ariana sighed, knowing better than anyone what her disciple was thinking about. The patriarch didn't. Rosette said angrily. That pussy sucker can't be considered a man. Ariana spat. She clearly didn't like Marcos at all. I don't understand why and chose him out of all the good men in the family, she sighed. That's not important. We are not sure that the guy is Theodore's son, he can be any heir from the family. Rosette refused to give up hope. No, that kid is definitely Theodore's son. Ariana spat. You know that better than me. But Rosette spat. Others can also have that, she said. Hearing her, Mirai blushed. Can others have something like that? How many men did Rosette see? None of her own partners had even come close. Not even that slave she secretly kept at her mansion, and that guy had a giant bloodline in his veins. Well, Ariana sighed. Let me explain something. Back then, right before the old patriarch died, the Elders' Council made and go on a critical mission into a ruin to retrieve a lost family artifact. They wanted her dead. We all thought she was dead when she didn't return for more than a year, but then when the patriarch died and the fight in the family was at its strongest, she appeared again. Her level was high enough that no one dared to oppose her when she presented the long-lost artifact and demanded that Marcus, her nominal husband, would be the patriarch. Ariana said. We all heard that story. Mirai complained that despite her being from a branch family, she heard a lot of juicy things from the elders in her hall. Those guys were tasked to keep traditions, so practically they had nothing to do but gossip and such. Back then no one knew it, but she was pregnant. She gave birth 8 months later and the baby was Theodore.
What?
Really?
Mirai exclaimed.
Why are you telling us this?
Wait. Who was the father?
Ariana glared at her. If this was not a different world and they had no chance of ever going back, she would have never told this to her gossip-loving disciple. The father was an otherworldly being who saved Anne's life. He had a strange bloodline that I noticed on the newborn baby, though that bloodline effect seemed to have faded as Theodore grew up. Ariana sighed. Her class allowed her to feel bloodlines. That's why, back then, she was appointed as the head of the Secrets Hall despite her young age. In addition to the von Weiss bloodline, I felt that same bloodline from that guy Victor.
She said.
This bloodline is unique and couldn't be from our world. He can only be Theodore's son.
Ah.
So that's how you knew. Mirai, so it was not. She didn't continue as she blushed. She completely misunderstood. Ariana glared at her. Her disciple was hopeless. She should really stop being a whore who only had dirty things in her mind. Rosette, you couldn't have missed that. She told her disciple who could also feel bloodlines in others thanks to her unique one.
But Theodore. Rosette frowned. She was in denial.
The family might have forced him to take a wife. Mirai suggested changing the subject.
Ah. Right.
He would never. Rosette wanted to say something, but the door opened abruptly and Aerith, who seemed to have made herself presentable in a hurry, walked in running with a heavy blush on her face.
Mom. Don't misunderstand.
It is okay honey, it happens. Ariana interrupted. She was always worried about Aerith, who because of her bloodline didn't normally feel any affection for human men. Now, look at her acting like a little girl who was caught red-handed.
It's not that.
I just lost the bet with him. It must have been the artifact's effect.
Aerith complained. What?
Rosette, who could finally think straight, asked.
You lost? She asked in shock. Yeah, she lost.
The one who answered was Victor, who hurried after her, dressed in a coat that didn't fit. Now she is my wife. He said proudly.
Ah. What?
Everyone asked, including the nervous guard at the door that was left open.
Your wife?
Mirai asked as she looked between the two.
Close the fucking door.
Ariana ordered, making the curious and jealous guard quickly retract his neck and close the door.
Damn.
Prince Lizar was definitely going to make a ton of trouble if he were to hear that the girl he declared to the world was he had been snatched. Now you two sit and explain what happened. Ariana looked at Victor and Aerith, then commanded.
Ah.
I lost the bet. Aerith began to speak as she naturally sat down next to Victor. She didn't notice that, but the other older and wiser women in the room did and gave each other a knowing look.
Wait.
We have to make some things clear first.
You. What's your name?
Ariana asked Victor in a calm voice.
Victor. Victor von Weiss. He said with a smile.
An elite heir from the von Weiss family. He added proudly. What's your father's name? Mirai was the one who asked.
Theodore von Weiss.
Victor replied directly.
And your mother?
Ariana asked, giving Rosette, who was biting her lip, a glare. Her name is Elena Carlson. She is my father's second official wife.
He said.
Second, Rosette froze. How many wives did Theodore marry? Mirai was the one who asked, feeling strange. She had a crush on Theodore in the past, but knowing how attached he was to Rosette, she gave up. Officially or off the book? Victor asked innocently. Both, Ariana sighed, noticing how Rosette began glaring at Victor. 3 official, and more than 100 unofficial ones. Maybe much more if you count all his mistresses and his one-night-s. He paused as he felt an intense murderous intent targeting him. More than 5 death fate threads began to entangle him. The source was Rosette, who was glaring at him with red furious eyes as if he were her mortal enemy.
Ah.
According to the rumors, he lowered his voice, father was very hurt when he lost a lover years ago. Ever since then, he had been on a quest to find someone to replace her in his heart, but no matter how many women he courted, he could find none. He keeps searching to this day, he sighed, casually throwing in a random lie that might ruin all of his father's future extramarital affairs. He only married his wives following the family rules, he added with a sigh. Ah, Rosette exclaimed as she blushed a bit, the death fate threads all disappeared. Hearing him, Aerith, who was sitting at his side began to glare at him. This guy definitely knew that her mother was his father's supposed lover. He was clearly scamming her. Damn it. But looking at her mother calming down a bit, she decided not to say a thing, as she knew quite well how unstable her mother could be at times.
I see, Ariana sighed.
Unlike her gullible disciple, she couldn't believe that the Theodore she knew was that kind of a devoted man, but regardless. Let's return to the subject at hand. Starting from the beginning. How the hell did you get to this world? She asked.
Ah.
It's a long story, Victor sighed. Let me start with my grandmother's birthday. With that, He began to tell them an extremely censored version of what happened. Bam! Margaret, who was sitting in the mansion's theater room and enjoying an ice cream fudge as she watched an old R-rated romantic spy movie, was startled when the entire mansion shook, forcing her to stand up in shock. Was it an earthquake, or was one of the girls trying some new skill?
Whatever. She sat back down.
If it was anything important, they would definitely call for her. She was not going to bother checking things and missing her favorite scene. With that thought, she continued to watch as the evil enchantress entrapped the protagonist with her legs, refusing to let him escape as she seduced him while at the same time searching him for weapons. Too bad no one else in the mansion liked such a movie, except for Victor. Too bad he was not here, she sighed. According to him, after the reckoning, most of the movies would be lost due to all digital mediums failing and all physical film rails having materials that turned very reactive and exploding. That's why Horizon Media had been in the process of secretly archiving many films by etching them on glass using very high-tech new technology. It was a costly operation and playing them back was hard as fuck, but it would definitely make a ton of profit in the future after the reckoning when recording crystals would become more abundant. Margaret sighed as the scene ended with the enchantress losing to the protagonist's wits and ending up taking the aphrodisiac then getting assaulted by him. They don't make such movies anymore with all the moral shit going on.
Knock knock.
Enter, Margaret said as she hit the pause button. The door opened and a little maid entered and then bowed.
Mistress.
Mistress Lin demands your presence at the gym's baseball court, she said politely, giving the scene on the big screen a look before looking away with a blush. It was too lewd for her.
Ah. Right. The ritual.
Margaret, who completely forgot that it was happening today, quickly jumped from her seat and ran out of the room, not forgetting to turn off the projector before she left. Hilda would kill her if she were to teach the maids any strange things. She had already been warned twice after some of the girls began to show interest in her movies. What the hell happened here? Margaret exclaimed as soon as she reached the baseball court that was in a complete mess and had a large hole in the wooden floor in its center. It was as if an explosion happened there as black soot filled the place. Ah, sorry, Lynn, who was standing there with Elise, said. The ceremony got a little out of hand. But I got it, she said, holding a strange crystal in her hand.
Oh boy.
Margaret exclaimed. Did it succeed?
Yes, Lynn said.
But sadly, I only had the memories of Abe's last few minutes.
It should be fine.
Are you okay? Margaret asked again, noticing a long scratch on Lynn's arm. Yeah, I am fine. The parasite spirit was really agitated.
I had to force it, she sighed. Oh.
Then how do we use this? Margaret asked again, looking at the strange pulsating blue crystal.
Easy.
Just make sure to close the door then activate it. It would create an illusion projecting what happened in Abe's last moments before he lost his soul.
Lynn replied. All right.
Margaret said, closing the court door behind her. Now come stand together with us. This scene can only be played once. Wait, can't we record it? Margaret exclaimed. I already prepared everything. Elise replied, holding a rare recording crystal artifact in her hand as she pointed around the court. Oh okay, Margaret said as she finally noticed the many cameras placed around over the rubble. It was a good call making Elise responsible for this. The girl thought of everything. First let's isolate this place, Elise said, taking a group of talismans and then throwing them in the air. As if attracted by something, they were quickly distributed around the court walls, forming an intricate mesh that shone once before vanishing. Let's see. Bam! Margaret and the girls watched as the scene around them morphed into that of a dim room that was illuminated by strange flickering crystals. The atmosphere of the place was very similar to that of a dungeon. Abe, who was naked and bloodied from head to toe, was strapped to a torture table as two women stood above him. One of them was someone they knew. She was the girl called Bianca, while the other was a gorgeous woman in her 30s wearing a strange military uniform that Margaret could not recognize. Bianca was wearing a slimier uniform too. Finished here? The woman asked coldly. Yes, Commander, Bianca replied respectfully as she used a handkerchief to wipe the blood off her hands. We got all the info we could from him. So, is he a returner? Yes, Bianca replied. In his past life, he was no one important, just a dandy who was kidnapped from the streets and then was tortured to death by a woman who called herself Lady M. The incident should have happened 5 years from now. Oh. Those demons do like to give themselves single-letter names, the woman said as she seemed lost in memories. What about his current life? The same as what the investigation team figured out. He seemed to have returned 3 years ago. First, he began plagiarizing famous novels and publishing them online to make some money. Too bad that the public was not ready for such depraved materials yet, so he only had limited success. We confirmed those facts after we inspected the computer's history at his home. The novels were originally published from there. Bianca said. He seemed to have a crypto wallet, a lot of green sun coins.
Oh, typical.
Then he doesn't know the reason for his return.
Not at all.
He just believes that he is some kind of a protagonist of some novel.
Bianca chuckled.
Don't laugh. The woman spat angrily. I thought the same until our Lord spared my life and showed me the way.
Ah, sorry, Commander.
I didn't mean to, Bianca apologized as bowed down.
It's okay.
Is there anything of interest around him?
A few things.
He seemed to have been connected to Victor von Weiss. They met when he sold his cousin Margaret to him, Bianca said, looking at the half-dead Abe with disgust. According to the conversations on his phone, they seemed to have become secretly friends after that, and this led to him selling the rights for the novels to Horizon Media, which is owned by Victor.
Oh, all of them?
Yes. If he knew how precious those were, he would never do that, the woman analyzed with a frown.
Ah, right.
About that, Abe had an accident a few months ago. Right after he met Victor, he got castrated in a bizarre brothel incident. He needed the money really badly to fix his stuff, and Victor, who loved the novels, gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. So it was a coincidence, or maybe that Victor was behind it. Yeah, we are not sure as the official investigation reached nothing, and we don't have agents in Vane City, Bianca said. But the brothel was owned by Victor's cousin, and the two are not on good terms. The usual aristocratic family shit. Anyways, what really matters is that we need those rights, the woman said as if pondering.
Ah, why?
Bianca frowned as she couldn't get why her mattress would want anything to do with that filth. The movie's early release would create too much disruption in the timeline, I know, and stop us from locating the other returners.
The woman frowned.
This is one of the main missions our Lord entrusted us with.
Yes,
Commander. The profits we can get from them in the future would be huge too, the woman said. This was clearly her original goal.
All right.
Commander. How many others do you think there are?
Bianca asked.
I don't know, but other than me and this guy, there is definitely one other guy. The originator, the commander sighed. The Lord believes that he must have used our souls as a guiding beacon before returning to the past, so he would definitely be the source of some big changes. We just need to keep an eye on things that differ from the future I knew.
Ah, I understand. Bianca replied.
Then what shall I do about this guy now? First use the soul-replacing doll to control this idiot and take the rights back from Victor. Then make the ones who are set to inherit him sign a few documents to give away all the rights to his estate in case they inherited it.
Then we kill him, the woman said. Ah.
And make that guy Victor do it. This would be enough to make him unable to use any of the materials without incurring a public backlash, she smirked. Take Little Mouse with you, that guy had been nagging me for some action.
Yes, Commander.
Bianca said as she turned to face Abe, then from her storage ring she took out a strange-looking caterpillar that she inserted into his mouth.
Boom. The scene ended. Let's call Lily,
Margaret said directly as the scene around her returned to that of the gym. I think she would want to watch that. So that's how you got to this world. Ariana nodded after hearing Victor's narrative of how he sacrificed himself and used a gate-closing talisman to save his family. She didn't fully believe him, but the other things he spoke about really did make sense. That bastard Marcos was a traitor after all.
Then,
what happened next?
Ah.
I am not sure. I entered the gate and found myself in the demon's lands with one of my cousins. Then all I can remember is watching Bruno being torn into shreds by that monster before running away. I told him to run. He shivered a bit as if this memory was really troubling him.
Wait.
Who is Bruno?
Mirai asked. Ah.
He is one of the family elites who got dragged in with me. Not sure whose son he is though. Poor guy, he had his entire life in front of him, Victor sighed. You don't have to be sorry, people die here all the time.
Ariana said.
Especially in the corrupted lands. I am not sorry, that guy was a jerk. It is just that I would have probably died too if I didn't meet my master.
Victor sighed. Your master?
Mirai asked, ignoring his last inappropriate remark.
Yes.
He is the expert demon hunter who saved my life and then got me out of there.
Victor said. A strong demon hunter? What's his name? Ariana asked.
Demon hunters were very rare.
Ah.
I really don't know. He only let me call him Old Master.
Victor said.
He took me as his disciple after hearing my story, mumbling something about my unique bloodline being perfect to learn his way. I couldn't really refuse him. He is really strong, he said.
Oh, interesting.
How strong is he? Ariana asked as she raised one eyebrow. Very strong. I saw him crush the giant worm demon with only one hand. Victor said with a worshipping voice. A basilisk worm? Mirai gasped. That demon was really scary.
Yeah. He made me kill one afterward.
It was a close call. Victor made a horrified expression again. We traveled for a while, you see, keeping to the death-gorged surroundings where he touched me about demons, teaching me about their weaknesses and such. He also told me a little about this world situation, Victor added. Then it happened that we met a few slavers. One of them was an elf who wanted to capture me, saying something about my bloodline being of dragon origin or something. Oh, Mirai frowned, remembering something very disturbing. Thankfully my master quickly handled them with ease. Then after asking a few questions we learned about you guys, and how you were taken to the elven lands. I wanted to hurry there but my master told me not to ask the Lord something that was really scary. Victor said, shrugging. Your master is wise. What happened next?
Ariana asked.
We spent a few days in the desert, then we headed to some town. There was an auction you see and my master learned that there was some dragon bone that he really wanted there. He also wanted to sell the slavers we caught to earn some cash.
What?
Aerith was the one who asked with disgust. She hated all of this slaving business, like what she had been doing to those poor nobles was perfectly fine. Yeah, sadly we arrived a little late, and the entire town was ablaze. The demons seemed to have attacked. I heard about that, you were there? Ariana asked in surprise. Yes, my master made me wait in the desert as he went into town, then returned 3 hours later with a bag of loot and a fat elf.
Victor said.
Oh, Rosette frowned as she remembered something.
A fat elf.
My master told me that the elf was the key to finding you guys. He also hatched a plan to use him to get to the elven lands and investigate.
Victor said.
He did that for you?
Ariana asked.
Didn't he warn you not to go there in the first place? I said the same thing. But apparently, the elves had something that the master really wanted. And I really wanted to find you guys, so, Victor sighed. At first we had this intricate plan to scam the elf, but in the end, it seemed we didn't have to. The elf turned up to know about you guys. He turned out to be the prince who got my baby sister back then.
What? Rosette flared up, interrupting him.
Is she still alive? She asked as she grabbed him. Rosette, Ariana wanted to stop her. She is alive, Victor said.
Can you let go of me?
It is not appropriate for a mother-in-law to be with her son-in-law like this, he said, making Rosette notice that she was in a very ambiguous position with Victor, grabbing into his coat that barely covered his body, and her knee was on the couch between his legs. Even Aerith, her own daughter, was looking at her with a frown.
Ah. Rosette stepped back. Explain what happened to her, she said, calming down a bit.
That prince turned out to be a good guy, Victor sighed. His sisters were going to do bad things to the baby back then, so he took her in and raised her as his own personal maid.
Victor said.
That kind of maid? Mirai asked CA. Causing Ariana to sigh and Rosette looked at Victor for an answer. Everyone knew what a personal maid meant in the noble circle. I did ask him that very question. But the mere mention of that made him flip up in disgust. He said that he was not into bestiality.
Victor shrugged. Ah.
Everyone paused. This answer made sense. During their time there no elves touched them. Hearing it also made them feel relieved, yet at the same time a little disturbed. Those elves were some real pieces of shit. Unfortunately the situation was bad.
Victor said. My sister.
Her name is Meryl, by the way, and she was in deep shit after saving the prince from some conspiracy by taking the blame for something. I have no idea what exactly, but they plan to excuse her.
What?
Ariana frowned as Aerith listened closely. Her sister's name was Meryl? I didn't really get all the details as elves are lousy at explaining things, but it seemed like the prince managed to save her life by beating his royal position on whether he can upgrade her bloodline.
Victor said.
Elves seem to have been researching that, and they really wanted her superior bloodline. He would do that for her? Mirai asked, raising one eyebrow. I think he is in love with her, Victor shrugged. But he could not admit that to himself.
Poor idiot.
Even if he were to upgrade her bloodline, she would probably end up in the pits afterward. Ariana, who couldn't think straight, said. That fat prince didn't seem to have thought that far. He was at the auction to get the dragon bone to try and upgrade the bloodline, but ended up getting captured by a temple priest who was conspiring with his sister to kill him. That's when my master saved him.
Then,
although I had to improvise a little, the prince who learned that I was Meryl's brother ended up more cooperative than expected, especially when I told him that I had a blood upgrade pill, he said.
A what? Ariana frowned. A blood upgrade pill.
I found its recipe a while ago after discovering our ancestor's diary in the family's vault. Then with the help of an alchemist, I created a few samples.
They really do work. Victor explained.
I gave them to Grandma as a birthday present, and I had a few left so I used them to convince that elf Massel.
Victor explained. I must say,
this was a really lucky coincidence. Do you still have any? Ariana asked quickly.
Yeah, in my ring.
Too bad I can't use it now, he sighed.
Ah, right, Ariana frowned.
Damn, that stupid Lyra. Continue with your story for now,
Rosette said.
She knew better than anyone how important her master cared about the bloodlines, but she really wanted to know about her daughter.
Ah, right.
I told the prince that I would only give him the pill if he helped me into the elven capital, and he reluctantly agreed. He really cared about Meryl. Anyway, I ended up scamming him using parts of my master's original plan.
Victor sighed.
The security in the elven lands was some real shit after all. What did you do?
Ariana asked.
My master has this strange storage device that can contain living things, you see. He usually uses it to imprison demons for research.
Oh, Ariana frowned.
Such artifacts were very rare. She only read about them in legendary books. He hid in it before the prince woke up, then made me convince the prince that I have the power to shapeshift into a donkey, Victor shrugged. After making the prince turn away so that I could shapeshift naked, I took the donkey out of storage, then hid the artifact under its belly before entering it myself and letting the prince guide the donkey to the elven lands, he explained. He had to make this plausible because he was sure those guys would definitely question Massel later when they met him.
Ah.
And this worked?
Mirai asked. Yep.
We ended up entering straight in.
Victor laughed.
Then as my master went to sort his own business, I followed the elf into the prison using a disguised talisman, then watched him give Meryl the pill. Victor sighed, then paused as if hesitating.
Then, I don't really know, Victor frowned.
Everything was going fine with the prince giving Meryl the pill, but then some strange bloodline began to awaken in Meryl, causing her to do all kinds of stupid poltergeist shit like flying in midair and having red glowing eyes, he said. She even screamed, causing me to hit the wall. Oh, Ariana frowned, as if realizing something.
And
then all kinds of sirens began to sound. Demons were attacking.
Victor spat. What? You mean? Ariana gasped.
At first I thought they were going because of Meryl. I suspect we might have inherited some demonic bloodline from my father. Not sure about it yet though. Anyway, I was ready to escape at that moment, but as soon as I reached out I discovered that it was some other high-ranking demon who found his way into the city. Victor said. I could only watch from afar, but some crazy dude who shot fire was fighting that scary demon, turning everything into chaos. I couldn't get near them at all. Victor said as he shivered a bit. Thankfully, due to all the chaos Massel, the elven prince was able to get Meryl away from prison, and into his mansion. There I was able to meet her and get to hear her story.
Wait.
Just wait. What happened to that demon and the guy who shot fire?
Ariana asked.
Oh, according to my master, the guy who shot fire was the Lord of the Elves, and he seemed to have killed the demon in one strike, burning him into nothingness. He also got some kind of a skill book from him, but my master who was watching from afar didn't know what it was, Victor said, looking to the side and then whispering. I think my master may have had something to do with that demon's appearance in the elf city, as he was injured too. But I am not sure. Oh, Ariana nodded as she inspected Victor's face. This guy was not an idiot after all. Never mind that. What happened to Meryl? Rosette was the one who asked.
Ah, right.
Using the chance when that elf went to meet the king and explain the situation, I told her that we needed to escape as I feared that they might want to use her for breeding now that she had an awakened bloodline. Victor said, making Ariana nod again. Too bad the girl was too much in love with that prince that she only agreed to leave after discussing it with him, so I ended up having to wait till the next day.
Victor said.
I should have listened to my master and forced her to leave back then.
What happened? Rosette asked Slash. Shit happens.
That elven lord appeared with the prince who seemed to be totally brainwashed.
Victor said. Ah. And?
Ariana was the one who asked now. Thankfully my master was well prepared as he expected such an outcome. When the lord appeared he seemed to think that I was the donkey. Victor couldn't help smiling. Using that fact, my master used an artifact to pull the donkey toward the death gorge all of a sudden, forcing the lord to go after it. Using this chance, he used some hallucination drug to fool the people in the room and pull everyone into his storage artifact, then escaped using a talisman. My master has a lot of those.
Oh.
He escaped the lord. Barely.
He almost died.
It was the first time I saw him hurt this badly. All because of me, Victor sighed, clearly blaming himself. That's why he told me to come here first to meet you, as he went away to seek some healer.
Victor said. Wait.
Meryl is still with him?
Rosette asked. Yeah.
I was supposed to meet up with him before entering the capital, but that girl on the dragon brought me straight here.
Victor sighed. Lyra, Mirai sighed. Wait.
How did he know that we were here?
Mirai asked.
Oh, my master found out after taking out some elf alchemist. Apparently they had been keeping track of you.
Victor shrugged. Oh. Ariana frowned. Then now what?
Rosette asked as she planned to finally give her adopted daughter a good spanking, not really realizing that she would have to wait in line for that. I think he might be in town now, Victor said. If not, he will appear in a few days, so all we have to do is wait.
Oh boy.
Rosette clenched her fist and said.
Are you sure?
Not really. But he wouldn't have sent me here if he was not coming.
Ah, Rosette frowned. Makes sense. Now.
Let's discuss the bet with Aerith then, Ariana said, changing the subject.
What happened? Ah, Aerith blushed.
She bet that I couldn't remove her curse. And I used a talisman that my master gave me to poof.
Make it all gone.
Victor said directly as he put his arm around Aerith, who sat beside him.
Now we are married, he said. I always wanted a horny wife, he whispered.
Wait. You said that you used a talisman to remove her curse. Rosette was the one who asked, looking at Aerith, who was busy pinching Victor's arm.
Yeah, Aerith answered. It is gone, she bit her lip.
What kind of talisman was it?
Rosette asked. Ah, no idea.
I am no expert in those, Victor shrugged. Master gave it to me to use in case a demon cursed me.
It was a common talisman.
Aerith was the one who answered. But it has some additional symbols on it. Probably a modified one, she added, glaring at Victor.
Oh.
Do you have any of those left? Rosette asked Victor.
Nope.
My master has though. Rosette and Ariana naturally looked at each other. We need to meet your master, Ariana finally said. When he contacts you, make sure to inform us.
Ah. Okay.
Sure, Victor nodded with a smile. Now, it is my turn to hear your story. Why is your hair all gray? Are you the only ones who survived the elves?
He asked.
No, there are others, Rosette sighed. Let's go to my castle and talk there. I am sure you need a shower, she said with another sigh.
Right. I am starving too, Victor said.
Sorry, I will have to make you wait. We will continue afterward, he whispered in Aerith's ear. She just glared at him, not sure what the fuck was this guy thinking. Did he really believe that she couldn't wait to push him down again?
How can he? Shit.
Just thinking about it made her feel all strange again. What was wrong with her? Victor smirked as he watched her. Sadly, he had no time to care for her now, as he had many things to think about. Especially his family member's status.
Name, Ariana von Weiss.
Level, 351. Class, Vampire S. Abnormal status. Storm Lord's Blessing, SSS. Authority, 30+6. Health, 8,190. Stamina, 9,200. Mana, 27,000. Strength, 819. Agility, 920. Intelligence, 900.
Luck, 30. Charm, 42.
Order, 1044.
Skills. Blood Suck, SS. Regeneration, SS. Pain Tolerance, S. Sword Arts, S. Shapeshift, A. Mana Heart, A. Fist Arts, A. Blood Arrow, A. Blood Identify, A. Whip Arts, A. Cold Resistance, A. Magic Resistance, A. Martial Arts, A. Dancing, A. Shadow Shift, B. Dancing, B. Charm, B. Stun Resistance, B. Archery, B. Hide Presence, B. Cooking, B.
Survival, C.
Shield Arts, D. Disguise, E. Bloodline.
Elder Dragon, AAA.
Fate. Fate's Power, A.
Define fate. Die in pain at the hands of Zifr the Great. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Wow. His Aunt Ariana was really some big shot. Too bad she was destined to get screwed by that guy Zifr. Name, Rosette Redrose. Level, 419.
Class, Blood Healer, S. Subclass, Storm Master, SS.
Abnormal status. Storm Lord's Disciple, 3rd. Authority, 51+50. Health, 11,210. Stamina, 9,700. Mana, 9,920. Strength, 1,121. Agility, 970. Intelligence, 992.
Luck, 25. Charm, 50.
Order, 2,144.
Skills. Blood Heal, SSS. Regeneration, SS. Blood Suck, S. Storm Command, S. Storm Rider, S. Poison Resistance, S. Cold Resistance, S. Fist Arts, S. Music Arts, S. Sword Arts, A. Blood arrow A. Blood identify A. Halberd arts A. Whip arts A. Pain tolerance A. Dancing B. Charm B. Stun resistance B. Archery C. Hide presence C. Cooking C. Flute C. Martial arts C. Magic resistance D. Shield arts D. Survival E. Disguise F. Bloodline. Blood spirit SS. Fate. Fate's power S. Scion.
Defined fate. Error Science has no defined fate's world rule. Destiny list. Less than 10 order points to unveil. Now here was the real trouble. Other than her class, it was very rare and powerful. One of the best doctor classes, along with the one Ruby got. And her subclass was probably granted by that lord. What really caught his attention was her fate.
She was a scion.
The strange thing though was the screen was different from the one he got in Trilaria. Here scions had no fates, which felt very strange to him. Did different worlds have different rules? Could this have something to do with the artifact he was after? He pressed on the destiny list.
Destiny list.
Self-set, find my lost daughter Meryl, A just modified.
Self-set, kill the elves.
Self-set, find a way home A. Self-set, heal the Storm Lord and find a way to dip sell her curse. Self-set, raise Aerith to be a good girl A just modified.
Self-set, marry Theodore.
Self-set, investigate Victor's master whether he is a demon or not, A new. Self-set, investigate Victor, he better not be a scumbag, A new. Self-set, spank Lyra's sorry ass into oblivion,
A new.
Self-set, find out if Theodore really betrayed me,
A new. Warning.
Due to world rules all destinies are capped to A. Oops, it seemed like he was under investigation. This woman was dangerous, better not anger her.
So this is your place?
Victor said as he looked around the lavish palace.
Not bad.
Yes, Rosette said as she carefully kept her eyes on Victor, analyzing every gesture he was making, especially when he noticed all the pretty maids who bowed to welcome them as soon as they entered. He didn't keep his gaze on them for too long, which made her feel a little strange. Aren't the maids pretty? Aerith, who walked beside him, asked, clearly having the same thoughts as her mother.
The maids?
Victor asked as if he wasn't really paying attention to them.
Ah, probably.
But not as pretty as you, he said after giving them a second glance. To tell the truth, he truly wasn't paying attention to their beauty. They didn't even reach 7 on the Lily scale after all, and were way below his current standards. He was just casually appraising them, making note that all of them had a level above 100 despite their ages being clearly below 20. Really? Aerith asked, raising one eyebrow. This didn't fit the report she got about him. How about I send a few to accompany you tonight? She asked, making Ariana, who walked ahead, turn her eyes as if any guy would fall for that. With you or without you? Victor asked, making both, his aunt and mother-in-law, almost stumble and fall. Without me, Aerith spat angrily. Why was she angry?
Damn it.
Then I don't need them.
Victor sighed.
After sleeping with you, I don't think I can manage to be turned on by the likes of them, he whispered embarrassingly in a pretty much audible voice that made all the maids glare at him.
Aerith froze.
This was clearly a compliment, but she didn't like it at all. And when did he have time to test that out? Damn liar. You would have to make do with what you have then, she spat angrily. I will take a shower and go to sleep. Don't wake me up, she told her mother, then hurried toward a side stairway. Despite being horny all the time, she is really shy. Victor sighed, making the poor girl almost slip off the stairs. Still, she resisted the desire to bash his handsome face into the marble floor and just ignored him and left. You are really overusing that horny joke, Mirai, who was clearly amused, said. The last one who told Aerith anything close, got one of his 3 legs chopped off. I am not worried. A girl who was born horny can never harm her husband, he affirmed. Rosette glared at him. She didn't seem angry, on the contrary, she seemed a little amused, clearly glad that her daughter was finally acting like a normal girl. And Victor really reminded her of the young Theodore who followed her around all the time. I say, Ariana sighed, why don't you go take a shower and find something to wear, then we can speak over dinner.
Ah, okay. Victor nodded.
Lily sighed as she looked out of the gloomy castle's window down on the girls who were practicing downstairs. They were no longer fat after losing half of their weight. But they still had a long time to go to reach her standards. What? Yulien asked. Your birthday is next week, she said, pouting a little. Right? And? Are you going to throw me a party or something? He asked with a smirk. No. I will be chasing you with a knife like a mad woman, trying to kill you, she sighed again. I see. What? He asked, looking fearfully at his sister. This girl was very pretty, yet borderline insane. That's what he discovered after living with her for nearly a month. Once it is your birthday, your family test will come to an end, and the family will be able to use your bloodline mark to track you.
Lily explained.
We need to leave this place before that and then pull a little act like I want to kill you so that our dear uncle would not suspect a thing.
Ah, right.
But would they really believe that I managed to escape you?
A player for a full month, he frowned.
I will guide you to an F-rank dungeon, where we will act like we accidentally stumbled upon it. We just need to emerge from it and claim that it was the reason you became a player, she said. It will also help us cover everything and give us some time in case our stupid uncle sends someone to kill us.
Oh, oi.
Yulian nodded nervously. They have already discussed this numerous times. If you have everything planned out, why do you seem a little distracted?
Family trouble.
Mine, not yours. It is not something you should concern yourself with. Lily sighed for the 9th time. Did Alicia return?
Oh, yeah.
I have to say, that girl is a real jinx. The players she met at that gate you sent her to enter are all dead, he said, shivering a little. No wonder you told her to act alone. She is just a poor lass, Lily said like an old woman. Yulian could also sense some annoyance and jealousy in her tone. Call her here, it is time for me to explain her real mission to her. It will be crucial for our. She paused as she looked at something, probably her status screen. When the fuck did we become 11? She yelled in shock as she punished the table in front of her, turning it into dust.
Bastard! She screamed. Scumbag! Pervert!
Yulian slowly stepped back, leaving the room as he watched his sister take a meditative pose. He had no idea what just happened, but his instinct was telling him he shouldn't ask. Hopefully, his last sister Tulip, who was his last hope to be a real Siscon, didn't inherit this same craziness gene from their mother. The crow perched as usual on the highest branch of the large tree, enjoying the endless view of countless crows flying around below him, and the pretty female crows preening their feathers to his side. Then he saw it, a golden pin shining on the next branch. He couldn't help but want it, so flew up and down, reaching it in a second and grabbing it, but in the next moment the pin turned into a smoke that rose up into the sky, forming a great shadow covering the entire world. It was like a great black bird formed in the sky. All the female crows looked up and then flew all at once. By the time the crow noticed what happened, his tree was bare. He wanted to fly off and see what happened, but suddenly he felt a cold hand grasp his neck. He wanted to move or struggle, yet he couldn't. The coldness of the hand froze him, reaching his spine and his wings that felt powerless. He was dying. Eric von Krohn sat up. He was not in a mythical forest, but in his lavish goldwood bed at Nest Castle.
What a strange dream. Master.
Is there a problem? One of the slave girls, who was always on duty beside his bed, immediately ran to his side and knelt down.
He began to look around.
Who the fuck left the window open? He asked. No wonder he felt cold.
The window was wide open. I did.
You told us to, master, the girl said fearfully. Guards. Take this bitch and whip her for failing to care for her master, he ordered, making 2 fully armored female guards quickly enter the room and then drag the poor girl who didn't dare to struggle away.
My lord.
Aren't you overreacting a little? A bald man in blue robes who entered the room behind the guard asked. It was Eric's main assistant, a eunuch. No men except for Eric were allowed at this tower.
No.
I just had a nightmare.
Damn it.
Hopefully, it is just a dream, not some bad omen. Eric said their family had this strange gift where sometimes their dreams showed the future or the past. His Aunt Venus apparently saw something very disturbing, which is why she ordered the family to go into hiding before he left to explore that gate. Did you find Yulian and Lily? Not yet, my lord. Hopefully that crazy chick would kill him and save us the trouble, Eric spat. Make sure to keep an eye on the news from the ritual hall. The moment they activate the blood talisman, delay the envoys, and send the assassin. If those 2 are not dead, make sure they are by the time the supreme elders get to them. Yes, my lord, the eunuch said.
So,
the gray hair was the effect of demonic energy in that pit. Victor, who sat at the dinner table with Ariana, Rosette, and Mirai, said with a frown. Yes, and purple hair is not a good sign here, so we didn't try to fix it.
Mirai explained.
Her name turned out to be Mirai von Weiss. She was a distant cousin who was taken in by Ariana. Her class was Huntress. Then what happened after that? He asked, picking another steak from the large dish in the center. There were no maids here as the information being discussed was a little sensitive. We took a chance when the guards were not looking and freed the demons. Then we used the chaos to escape. Ariana said, keeping it brief. Apparently the Lord was away that day to do some kind of ceremony. We are not sure as we only heard it from one of the drunk guards.
Oh.
Victor nodded. His aunt was clearly not telling him everything, but from her expression, it was clear it involved some very dirty details, so he knew better than to ask. Try the wyvern eggs, they are good. Rosette told him as she watched him eat. She clearly didn't want him to ask.
Okay, he nodded as he took one.
They were really good, he should breed some of those.
Then,
how did you guys get here?
By a chance.
We were really lucky,
Mirai said.
We stole some donkeys from an elven temple, then used them to cross the desert.
They didn't follow you? They did.
And they almost caught up if it were not for someone suddenly falling from the sky, she said like a girl telling her friends what happens in an action movie. It was the Storm Lord, Ariana said, spoiling her disciples' fun. We didn't know it back then though. She was hurt, suffering from a strange kind of poisoning, and Rosette, who has medical knowledge, managed to help her. It was right by the time the elves caught up with us. Those lads didn't die with full corpses.
Ah.
So this thankful lord took her in as her disciple.
Victor asked.
So the lord is a female.
Wow.
Scions were really scary.
Kinda, Rosette sighed.
Although I can't tell you all the details, the lord also wanted someone to balance the power struggle in the kingdom. You see, I am her third disciple and the other two each had their own factions and were fighting for more control.
Ah. So that's why.
Victor nodded as he slowly connected the dots. He also believed that the lord was clearly cursed or hurt, and she maybe wanted Rosette's skills as a doctor. That's the gist of it.
Ariana sighed.
My other disciples who survived with us are working in different positions around the kingdom at the moment.
Oh, Victor nodded. He was not in a hurry to meet those guys. Well, Bam.
The door of the dining hall opened and a cheerful girl walked in with her armor.
Mom.
Aunt Ariana, Aunt Mirai. You started dinner early, Lyra said, failing to notice Victor who had his back to the door.
You were the one who was late, Ariana said.
Rosette just squinted her eyes and looked at her daughter.
Sorry.
I had to go for another trip around the border, not even getting to watch that bastard get eaten, she sighed. The elves are making trouble again. They have been screening the border a lot these last couple of days. It was as if they were searching for something, she said as she took a seat. Someone stole something from them or something. Probably my master, Victor said as he grabbed another wyvern egg.
Oh, Rosette nodded.
Lyra looked at him. He was right beside me.
Hi, Victor said. Wait.
Why the fuck are you here? She stood up, knocking the chair back. Why the fuck is he here? She turned to her mother and asked. Her face kept turning between the two of them. My mother-in-law invited me for dinner, he said proudly.
What?
You should call me brother-in-law, he added, as an adult would tell a child. Mom, it was as if something broke in Lyra's mind. She couldn't get what Victor meant. He was telling the truth that day. His name is Victor von Weiss, and he is your Aunt Ariana's great-nephew.
What?
And he just married your horny sister, Mirai said as she stuffed her mouth with a steak.
What?
And you are going to get your sorry but busted. Victor wanted to say, but he kept those words to himself. He was not going to give this bitch an early warning. Bad girl.
Spank. A-H. Spank. A-H. M-O-M. Please stop.
I didn't mean to.
A-H.
It is not my fault, he was so sus. Sus or not. You should have investigated him before sending him to the tournament. If he wasn't lucky enough, he would have died or turned into a zombie by your sister.
Spank. A-H.
I am sorry.
Spank.
That was what Earth heard when she opened her room's door a little after midnight. She seemed to have slept for a few hours and this really helped clear up her mind. She sighed as she slowly descended the stairs while ignoring the screaming. She could tell that it was his mother spanking Lyra like old days. That girl had always been a naughty and rebellious lass, which led to that young man scamming her back then. That accident was really her wake-up call as she began to act properly. However, the girl still had some things that needed fixing, like her habit of quickly judging people and her vengeful personality. Aerith reached the living room right when her mother, who had just finished delivering the punishment, walked out, leaving the naughty girl thrown on the carpet with her, but up like a broken doll. So you are awake? Rosette asked as she wiped her spanking rod with a handkerchief and put it in her storage ring.
Earth nodded.
She really needed that sleep to collect her thoughts. Did you calm down and figure things out?
Rosette asked. Kinda.
Let's talk in my office, Rosette said before turning to one of the maids. Drag Lyra to the infirmary and give her something for the inflation, nothing for the pain. Yes, mistress, the maid shivered then ran inside. Isn't that too much?
Aerith asked.
The girl has been acting a little too rash lately. I was feeling sorry for what happened to her with that guy before, so I didn't intervene, but your Aunt Ariana was right. The girl needed a spanking or she might really cause a catastrophe someday. Rosette sighed as they walked. The mother and daughter soon reached a dim office where Arthur closed the door and then followed her mother to sit on one of the two couches in the middle.
What happened? Rosette asked.
Just as Victor said. I was a little overconfident and lost the bet. Earth blushed a bit as she looked down. Him being a pervert in heat really puts me off my guard. My dear child, you have read the same reports I did. Victor is not what he appears to be. How can Theodore's son be a complete idiot?
Rosette said.
Ever since Lyra captured him, you two were playing in his palm. In the end, you ended up falling.
Ah. What do you mean?
He might even have manipulated me. I think so. He is using the pervert act to hide his actions. I can even bet that the talisman he used on you was not the only one he was given, or he wouldn't have made a bet using it. He must have used one on himself to remove the system-disabling curse before, that's why he knew it would work. That's how he survived the competition, he could use artifacts.
Aerith exclaimed. Yes.
Aerith opened her mouth. She was not a stupid girl by any means, but Victor's image of a depraved pervert was just so strong. Destiny really works in strange ways. You kept refusing the proposals of all those princes and dignitaries to end up falling to this guy's tricks in the end, she said as she relaxed in her seat, clearly teasing her daughter. Aerith bit her lip. Can you cancel it? It is a system marriage, right? I am not sure, but probably no. I heard it requires the two parties to agree, and even then it would be too troublesome.
Rosette sighed.
I don't think it is a bad thing. You two guys seem to be having a good time when we walked in on you, she said with a smirk.
Ah. Don't tease me.
I don't even know why I acted like that.
Aerith bushed.
I just can't resist him at all. My mind gets all fogged up when he is close by. That's why I had to escape in the afternoon, she whispered. Could he have used some aphrodisiac on me?
Oh.
Probably not. I and your aunt could have easily smelled it in your blood, Rosette frowned. It might have something to do with his bloodline, she pondered. His bloodline? He has something demonic in him. I will tell you about it once we investigate it completely. Rosette said, pondering on something. How is your soul?
The curse is gone.
I can feel that it is stable. It will probably heal if I eat all those guys who have a contract with me, she said.
Don't do that.
It is not good for your soul to be too heterogeneous. We wouldn't have gone that route in the first place if it was not the only option.
Rosette said.
Now that we have enough time, I will find you some soul-healing herbs and see how things would work.
Aerith nodded.
Do you think Victor's master can heal her lordship?
I don't know.
But your curse was something even her lordship could not fathom, and a single dispelling talisman was all that is needed to it. Maybe he can, but from the way Victor described him, I think he has some big secret.
Really? Aerith frowned. Yes.
Victor hinted his master might have a hidden agenda. The answer is whether he is on our side or not. And what price he would want for healing the Lord.
Oh boy.
Let's leave those questions until we meet him.
Rosette said.
If you don't have anything else you can leave. I bet you are starving, you slept without a dinner, and after all that action. Aerith blushed as she stood up and turned to leave.
All right.
What does the number 11 next to the marriage indicator in the system status mean? She turned and asked.
11, Rosette Fornwed.
I don't know, system marriage is as rare in this world as it was in ours. I will have to ask. Axel sighed as he sat alone in his old, hastily renovated prison cell.
Damn, that was close.
After the police chief threw him into a cell that was filled with criminals who ran a gay prostitution ring. He really had a hard time seducing them as they were really interested in him. Since this cell was a part of the old building, it was situated on the far side of the police station where the few guards were told to ignore any screaming voices. So it took until the next morning for him to finally get to speak to the chief again and explain that he was not interested in men.
Damn it.
He felt disgusted even hitting those guys. The noises they made as he smacked them were not that of pain.
Damn it.
What kind of depraved scumbags were those? Why did he have to endure an entire night with them? Apparently, the fake one seemed to have come to this prison before where he demanded to be put with a sissy guy where they hit it off, creating this entire misunderstanding. How can a person be so depraved for sex, going for it even while spending a couple of days in prison? Anyway, hopefully, the family would be able to sort the situation today. He was really getting bored here and... The holding cell door opened. I said I don't want any. Axel began to speak until he noticed that the newcomer was not a cop but a boy with short crew-cut hair. He looked about 13 years old, dressed in a stylish black military dress. You are a friend, the boy said as he stepped into the cell and closed the door. Call me Malcolm. Malcolm. Axel frowned. watching the boy lean on the closed door arrogantly, crossing his hands. Yes. Destiny really works in strange ways, you know. When I was assigned to come here by his lordship, I would have never guessed that you were the one who was behind it all. Behind what? Axel didn't get what the boy meant. Killing my older brothers, destroying our den, then making me go through that hellish training to be a slave assassin working for you. The boy said as from behind his back he took a very long and sharp blade and rested it on his shoulder. Did he think that he looked cool with that? I don't remember that, Axel said. What the fuck did the fake do? You are here to kill me, he frowned and asked as she began to inspect the cell for a way out or something to use as a weapon. Maybe. You seem more calm than I expected you to be. Aren't you going to scream for the guards? Malcolm asked. You should have dealt with them before coming here, Axel said. Why was this guy acting like this? If he came to kill him, he should have attacked straight away. Ha-ah. Right. Malcolm said arrogantly. They didn't stand a chance. It is their fault for putting you in this secluded place. If you were in the main building, it would have been a little troublesome, he spat. But I guess you needed a place to practice your hobbies away from prying eyes, right? Axel cursed at the fake for the 11th time. Now, you are thinking whether you would be able to take me by yourself or not, Malcolm said, putting his finger on the cell's cast iron table that was welded to one of the walls. His finger sank right through it as if it was made out of butter. Then he smacked it with his fist, making it bend and deform. Axel gasped. What was this kid's level? Scared yet? Malcolm smirked, the way a kid with a gun would. Enough with the chit-chat, Alex said. Since you are not attacking, you must want something from me. What? 3 things. First, sign this. Malcolm threw a stack of papers on the now deformed table. This is the rights for Crimson Pearl's work. Sign it. How do I know that you will not kill me after signing? You don't. But if I were to kill you, my master would be the first suspect when he releases the movie, so I won't do it. Aren't you and your master afraid of my family? Axel asked as he eyed the contract. The other side's name was not filled in. They will not dare make trouble for a mere daddy. Now sign it or lose a hand. Come on now, I don't have all day. Oh. I don't have a pen, Axel said. Use your filthy blood. Malcolm said, probably quoting from some movie. Do you want me to cut a vein or two for you? Axel glared at Malcolm for a moment, then without taking his eyes off him, he bit his finger then signed the papers using the signature he learned from Olaf. Damn it. He would make sure to find this guy as soon as he was out. Good. Malcolm said, grabbing the contract as soon as it was signed, and putting it in a storage ring that was on his finger. Now for the second thing. Tell me. You have a maid named Lily, right? Where is she? Lily. Axel frowned. Olaf did mention that she was Victor's personal maid, but he didn't see her at the mansion. Why do you want her? I want her to be my maid, of course. Malcolm said with clear desire in his eyes. Now. Where is she? I don't know. I sent her to assassinate that guy Caspian who stole my bride. She hasn't returned since. Axel quickly made an excuse using all the info he knew. Are you an idiot? Malcolm gasped. Damn it. No wonder Celestia couldn't find her. You know something? Not your business. Hopefully she is fine. Malcolm said as he glared at Axel as if he was his mortal enemy. Yeah. Now for the last thing. Malcolm said. Die. He attacked with his blade directly. It was one smooth movement an assassin would make. Axel was ready. He grabbed the bunk bed and in a split second flung it between himself and Malcolm, but it didn't do a thing as the sharp blade cut through it as if it was made of paper. Ah, Axel, who was about to die, screamed like a little girl. Bang. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The brick wall behind Axel exploded, and the sound of gunfire rang, forcing Malcolm to dodge at the last moment to the side, saving his sorry life. Who are you and why are you trying to kill him? The newcomer who walked through the rebel asked. It was none other than Alice, who had a large machine gun in her hand. Damn it. Alice von Weiss, Malcolm muttered. Obliviate, he yelled as he threw something on the ground. Shit. Alice yelled, yanking Axel to her side, and then activating a protection talisman. Boom. An explosion rocked the police station, yet for some strange reason, nothing was destroyed. When Axel opened his eyes, he just found himself standing in his cell next to Alice. Ah. When did you come here? Why did you destroy that wall? He asked in surprise. What do you mean? I just saved your sorry life. Alice said. What? Why? Axel paused and looked at the damage in his cell. What? How? Didn't he just wake up? Why was his cell so wrecked up? You don't remember? Alice asked with a very grave voice, grabbing a strange-looking pendant that she hung on her neck and looking at it. It was shining with a dim blue color.
Remember who? He frowned. Wait.
He woke up, brushed his teeth, and
AH.
suddenly his head began to hurt like crazy, and the memories of the last 15 minutes that he just lost returned to him. What the hell just happened? He asked in bewilderment. How did I just forget that I was almost killed? Let's leave for now. We will speak later, Alice said as she grabbed him and dragged him out of the building. I need to call my master, she murmured under her breath. After eating a late dinner, Aerith, who didn't know what to think, slowly left the dining room and walked in a certain direction. The guest bedroom where Victor stayed. She was not going there to sleep with him.
Not at all.
She was not that kind of a horny girl. That's what she kept saying to herself. She just wanted to make things clear with him.
Yes, that's it. Nothing else.
When she finally reached the guest room on the 3rd floor, she paused right in front of the door, her hand that was about to touch the door frozen in place. She didn't have the courage to knock. Would he really think she was that desperate? Why would he? She was not here for that.
Damn it.
Mistress, is there a problem? A maid who was making a nightly patrol suddenly asked from behind, startling her.
No. Go to your business,
Aerith coldly commanded as she looked at the door again. When the fuck did she become a coward? Taking a deep breath, she knocked on it.
Knock, knock.
There was no answer.
Knock, knock. Again. No answer. She frowned. Could he be asleep? Yes. No.
She needed some answers. She had to wake him up.
Knock, 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 knock. No answer, she frowned.
Is this Victor's room? She asked the maid who, hearing the knocking, came back. Yes, mistress, the maid nodded. Aerith frowned and tried to see if there was anyone behind the door.
There was no one.
She grabbed the doorknob and pushed the door and pushed it. The door didn't budge. She used all her force and pushed it open. Bam! The door was flung open, making Aerith almost fall to the ground if not caught by some steady hands.
Aerith. Wife?
Why are you here?
Is there a problem?
It was Victor who caught her and asked.
What? Bam!
Before she could speak, the door was closed behind her. The one who did it was an old man dressed in a black cloak that hid his face. For some strange reason, she couldn't feel his existence at all, as if he didn't exist. How high was his level? Danger. That was what every cell in her body screamed. You. Aerith instinctively jumped out from Victor's grasp, took her sword from her storage ring, and prepared to defend herself. It was her military training in action.
Down.
Demon, the old man said, pointing with his pointy hand and forming a strange pentagram shape with his fingers, making her feel as if a huge mountain suddenly fell down on top of her, bringing her to the ground where she felt as if a strange force was imprisoning her. She couldn't move at all. She could barely even speak. Die, the old man said, taking a strange-looking sword and aiming it at her head. She could feel it. Death.
Master. Please stop.
Victor shouted as he stood between them with his hands stretched to protect her.
She is my wife. Your wife? You pervert piece of shit.
She is a fucking demon kin, the old man shouted angrily.
A what? Victor frowned.
You are a demon, he turned to Aerith and asked with a frown.
She couldn't answer.
She is like the one you saw that demon fight at the Elven domain. She is a half-demon, don't you see that fucking horn on her head? The old man said.
Victor frowned for a moment. But still.
No matter what, she is my wife now. Being horny is not a crime.
Please spare her. Victor shouted.
For the first time in her life, Aerith didn't feel angry for someone calling her horny. The old man glared at Victor, allowing Aerith to take a glimpse at his wrinkles underneath the black robe.
Demons should all be killed.
Weren't you the one who begged me for 9 days to make you in as a disciple and teach you my way? Weren't you the one who begged me to teach you how to kill that nutcracker demon who is after you? The old man asked. And now you want to spare a demon just because she fucked you?
Regardless.
She is a good person, a good girl.
Victor said.
We have a system marriage.
She can't harm me.
A system marriage? The old man was clearly surprised as he put down the hatchet in his hand. Really?
Yeah, Victor nodded. She lost a bet.
The master sighed, making the crushing pressure on Aerith lessen a bit. Still, she couldn't move. If I knew that I would be discovered here, I wouldn't have gone through all that effort, he added as he threw a paper at Victor. I placed your sister and her elven slave in a mansion near here. Send someone to get them, he said as he turned to leave. Master, Victor wanted to stop him. Don't worry, I will come see you later. I can't stay here for long. I have many things to do. My mother-in-law wants to meet you. Victor interrupted. I know. It is about the Lord's curse, he said, making Aerith almost gasp.
He knew? The Lord's curse? Victor asked.
Yes, the Storm Lord has some very nasty curse, that's why we came here in the first place, he said. I discovered this conspiracy when I infiltrated the Elven lands. They are the ones behind it, cooperating with demons, the old man added.
What?
Victor gasped, and so did Erti. Despite my hate for the lords, a balance must be kept to avoid the world's collapse. That's why I sent you here with 2 0-rank talismans. Use one of them to try and heal her to earn her favor. I don't want any karma to connect me to saving a lord, he explained, giving Aerith a look. She was not stupid as she finally understood that he didn't want to be discovered here. He wanted Victor to take the credit.
What? But...
I already used those talismans, Victor said in a low voice. You what? The master asked in a very cold voice. Didn't I tell you to keep them for emergencies?
I had to.
They cursed me not to use the system and had to use the first one to dispel it and save my life in that contest. The other one was used on Aerith.
Her to win the bet and marry her. Victor quickly explained.
Didn't you say you can make them whenever you want? Victor asked, making Aerith look at him with pity. She didn't know what 0-rank talismans were, but they were definitely not easy to come by.
Damn it.
It was all Lyra's fault. One of the talismans would have been used on the Lord. With that though, Aerith no longer felt sorry for her young sister. Their mother should have spanked her more. Surprisingly, the master only sighed hearing Victor. I should have warned you. It is destiny, I guess. I can make more. But the base materials are very rare.
What? He can?
Aerith almost gasped.
Really? Victor asked.
I will need to make a visit to the demon lands to collect some materials. We'll be back in a week or so, the master said. But since I will be working overtime, I will need compensation, he said as he walked to a side table, took a piece of paper, and began writing on it using a charcoal pen. Finishing, he folded it and put it in an envelope, then gave it to Victor.
This is...
It is the bill, the old man said dismissively, and with those words the old man began to disappear.
All right.
I left Amira with your sister. Take care of her for me for a while. And be wary of that elf. I scammed him into thinking that it was the Sun Lord's will, that he should came here, he said as he completely vanished in a cloud of black smoke. Moments later, Aerith could feel the pressure on her disappear. Master, Victor, who seemed to want to ask something, yelled, but no answer came.
Are
you okay, wife? He turned to Aerith and quickly helped her to her feet.
I am fine.
Was that really your master? She asked as she stood up and dusted her robes.
Let's talk about that later,
Victor said, giving Aerith the 2 papers in his hand. I think you should give those to your mother now. Aerith said, grabbing them both, then turning to the door and opening it.
Thanks.
Husband, she said in a low voice right before leaving with a blush. Demon Girl was successfully captured. Do you want to give her a nickname? The nickname, Horny Girl, was registered successfully. After Aerith left the room, Victor slowly watched from his window as a convey left hurriedly from the palace.
He sighed.
Thankfully, he got back into the room just in time before Aerith broke in. Yup, he was out all night, exploring the city and setting things up. He found an abandoned mansion nearby and there he transformed into his fictional demon slayer master, entered the cauldron, and told Meryl and Massel that they had reached the city. He got them out with Amira, and then told them to wait in the mansion until Victor sent someone to get them. This was all meant to make sure that Rosette's attention would be focused on the mysterious master, allowing him to move freely. He didn't plan to scam Aerith earlier, but when she came barging in, it was too good of a chance to miss. She wouldn't suspect him if she were the one who witnessed his master's strength. Now that the family was reunited, it was time to start planning to take them home back to Trialria. All kinds of shit were going on there, and he really needed to be back by the time to attend the tournament. Many schemes depended on that.
The problem was the how.
The obvious answer was to use the mysterious master who would create a gate for him for a very steep price. In fact, this was Victor's main goal of making that persona. Still, there were a few things he needed to sort out first. First of all, Rosette would definitely be reluctant to leave without healing her lord. Victor also wanted to heal that woman. That son bastard was really getting on his nerves, and he really believed that the Storm Lord's condition was connected to him, but he still didn't know how yet. What he told Aerith about that guy having some kind of a deal with the demons was only his speculation for now, but Victor was about 90% sure of it. If it were not a deal, then the Sun Lord was definitely being scammed. Secondly, Victor really wanted to know more about the lords. The available info was just too scarce. Healing the Storm Lord might provide some precious info. Third, Victor wanted to create a base for himself in this world. Although he was not sure yet, once he established that gate using his skill, bidirectional travel might be possible. So he really wanted to keep it and exploit it. But the said gate must be built in a secure place, That's why he made his master leave for now, to give himself some time to find a suitable place. Fourth was the supposed fate treasure, and also that strange book the cannibals talked about. He couldn't just leave treasures lying around unattended. The fifth point was that he wanted to investigate the box he found in the Sun Temple. Maybe he should try again. With a thought, Victor disappeared from his room and appeared inside his cauldron, not in one of the populated areas, but in a desolate zone where the mountain of corpses was kept. There, he looked at the box plastered with all kinds of talismans. Just being near it made his demonic blood boil. The strange thing is that no one else seemed to feel anything about it, not even the half-demons he captured and were now locked away to use as spares in case he needed to fake his death again.
Why just him? He had no idea. Ziffer's box, SSS.
Cannot be opened without owner permission. Can't be stored in storage artifacts. Indestructible, SSS. Location beacon, SSS. Owner, Zifr the Great. He didn't open the box, he just laid his hand through it using his shadow shift skill and grabbed something from inside of it. Taking his hand out, in it there was a strange glass bead with something flickering inside. It was very similar to the one he found with Sebastian.
A spark.
Yet this one had a different description. Faded minor spark, demon. Looking at it, he could feel the deep resonance that his blood was displaying. It was as if this thing should be a part of him, but wasn't. Once again, he had the desire to eat it, but he stepped himself. He already tried that, and it was useless. Also, getting it back was not an enjoyable process at all. He tried using the same technique Alpha used when she bound Eternal Spark.
Again. Nothing happened.
He had many questions about this.
What was it?
Why was it kept in the basement of that temple under demon corpses?
What was Ziffer's plan? What can it be used for?
He had many questions, but the most important one was that if he were to really forcibly change ownership and open the box, would that Ziffer guy come running? Victor was pretty sure that the demon didn't even realize that his box was taken, probably confident in the box's skills. He would have never imagined that Victor would use something like Cauldron, which was not technically a storage artifact, to take it away. No matter what. This was another trump card.
Why did you come?
Axel asked as he left the police station with Alice. Strangely enough, none of the cops on their way stopped them. It was as if they were in a trance or something. I came here wanting to talk to you. That's when I noticed how those guys were under some kind of a spell and hurried toward your cell using a tracing talisman.
Alice said. Oh.
Axel nodded as they reached Alice's car, which was a grand white-colored SUV. Get in, she said as she hurried to the driver's seat.
Yes.
Axel said, opening the door and then jumping in.
He was startled.
On the back, there were 4 huge bald tan burly men crammed together and barely fitting in. They were mostly naked, only dressed in latex shorts. Those are? He asked Alice, who also got into her seat. My men, ignore them, she spat as she pressed the pedal and the car moved into the highway.
Ah. Okay.
Axel nodded. His family was really full of weirdos. Where are we going? To meet father, Alice said, pondering on something. Did that guy say why he wanted to kill you? She asked.
Ah.
He made me sign some papers about the rights for some novels, he said, deciding not to say anything about that Lily thing until he met her. He also said something about me killing his pals or something. Sadly, I don't remember doing.
Drop the act. Alice spat.
We know that you are not the real Victor, she said, not even caring to look at him.
Oh. What? Axel paused. I don't know what you mean.
I am the real Victor, he said nervously. I thought you lost your memories.
Alice smirked. She got him.
That's not what I meant. He paused as a hand extended from the back. It was one of the burly men handing him a folder.
Read it. Alice spat.
Axel frowned and grabbed the folder. Inside of it, he could see some reports.
Those are
DNA tests. The first one is against the father, proving you are his son. The second against the mother, proving that you are not related to her in any way. The third against me, proving that you are my half-brother. You are Victor though, she said, keeping her eyes on the road. The last report is one comparing your DNA to a sample that we took from Victor's own bed. It also states that you are his half-brother. Where should there be some kind of mistake? Axel began to mumble as he flipped through the folder. It took him a few moments to get what she said.
She didn't reply.
Axel's frown grew deeper. He took a deep breath and began to read the folder. It looked genuine. It stated that he was really Theodore's son, but not Victor. That's not what Olaf said, but truth be told, he never fully trusted that sketchy guy to begin with. As someone who came back in time, he was far wiser than anyone expected. Yes, Axel was a regressor. And the moment he returned was that day when Olaf came to get him, something that never happened in his past life. In his past life, that Olaf guy never came to meet him in the sect that he was raised in. In that timeline, he was just a simple guy who came down from the sect when he became 20 years old and entered society. He worked as a bodyguard for a few months, before managing to make his employer's cold daughter fall for him. He married her and created a happy family. Everything was perfect, he even had 2 slutty concubines whom he took care of. Then the reckoning came. The world was all destroyed. His family all died in the first wave when the demons broke into their secure bunker, trapping them inside. He survived by chance as he was buried in an air pocket under the rubble when the gate broke. By the time he dug his way up, it was already over and the demons were gone. After a few days of struggling and coming to terms with what happened, he hurried back to the sect to check on his old pals. His master was there. So did most of the disciples, all safe and sound. It was just that they were no longer human. That night, the girl Tiara, who was possessed by a demon, tried to seduce him and almost succeeded if he didn't have a life-saving artifact that activated just in time. He hurried to escape, but sadly, after a gruesome battle, he was captured by that hateful demon who used to be his master. There, as he was being tortured, she told him some facts to break him. First, she was a demon from the beginning, from way before the reckoning, and the fact that he was a descendant from a big family who was kept as a pawn if ever needed. After that, he was tortured day and night as they tried to break his soul and let another demon possess him, but he resisted to the end. He lost consciousness and has no idea what happened after that. And then killed. When he was born back here, he didn't know what was happening. He decided to play along as he first thought it was an illusion created by the demons, but as time progressed, he finally came to believe that he had really regressed. And considering that what Olaf said really fit with what that bitch said in the other timeline, he somehow believed him. Yet, now Alice was claiming that the facts that Olaf told him were only half the truth. Could it be that he, as a pawn, was useful in this timeline? Or was it that Alice was the one lying? I don't know what this all means. He decided to play dumb. Who knew if Alice was also an agent for the traitors? Stop with the act. It is getting lame. Alice spat. I bet they told you that you are the real Victor, right? He swallowed, as he slowly considered his options. Father already knows. Alice ignored what he said. Oh. If his father knew the truth, then Olaf would be the one who was lying. You are being used, she interrupted. It is truly all father's fault. He has a tendency to go and impregnate women randomly, leaving the rest for the family agents to take care of. Recently there was a huge coup attempt in the family, and we discovered many agents working for others, and we believe there are many more. I still don't get. Now, I want you to write what you want from me on this paper here and keep it hidden. It will be revealed after you win, she said as she pushed an empty piece of paper, an ink bottle, and a feather toward him. Remember, it can be anything. I want you to be my wife. He said directly as he began writing with some difficulty. He was not used to using those primitive things. No need to tell me, she smirked as she wrote something. Victor's soul. Once she got his soul, she would take half of it to replenish her own, then use the other half to control him into being a decent man. Oh, okay, Victor nodded as he finished writing and then folded the paper. Just hold it with your hand, she said dismissively. Ah, okay, he said as he began to lick his lips, acting as a pervert to keep his act. Where is the curse I need to dispel? He said with a confident smirk as he began to look around. 1 minute, she said, then looked outside the gazebo. Clear the serene garden, no one shall enter before I allow it. She ordered the maids, those who were on standby, and those who were clearing the leaves. The one who finished the burial process too. Yes, milady, they all said as they retreated quickly. 5 minutes later, the garden was empty. Now, raise the paper in your hand as I do and repeat after me, she said, raising the paper she wrote her wish on. I accept the game, she yelled. I accept the game, Victor said casually. Bam. Shh. Hey. The papers burst into blue flames and disintegrated in a split second. Warning. An X-ranked artifact, the Blind Devil's Arbiter, is trying to make you enter into a bet. Do you agree? Victor pressed yes, then watched the new entry in the artifact get added. First _ side. Secret wish. Second _ side. Secret wish. Game. Victor. Aerith join my harem and becomes my wife. Aerith. Victor's soul. Victor to dispel a curse specified by Aerith within 60 minutes. Let's go. Dispel my curse, she told him directly. You have 60 minutes. Your curse, he asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, she said, wanting to finish this farce quickly. What kind of curse is it? You don't need to know. Ah. Well. Fine, he said as he began to take off his armor. 1 moment. Squeak. 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 What are you doing? She asked with a frown. You will see, he said as he struggled with the armor.
Squeak. Squeak. Squeak.
Watching him, Aerith began to sweat as her expression turned from a frown to panic. Just now she thought of a loophole that she didn't consider earlier.
Could it be? No. She was fooled.
This bastard had played her, making her think he was an idiot.
He played them all.
If this pervert's method to dispel the curse was to sleep with her,
she wouldn't be able to stop him.
If she tried to do so, that would be considered interfering with the bet and she would lose.
No. How can that be?
She even gave him an entire hour.
Damn it. Shit. He was going to.
Her racing thoughts suddenly paused as she watched Victor take a talisman from his purple underpants, then quickly put the squeaky armor back on. That is, she asked in a low voice. A curse-dispelling talisman that my master gave me. He said it was a super talisman that would dispel any curse and that I should only use it in emergencies. Victor said proudly. Aerith just stood there, looking at him like she was looking at an insect. She felt sorry that for the tiniest moment there, she feared him and thought he had a brain. This guy was an idiot. This talisman was clearly a normal one. No, it was beyond that, it was the cheapest kind. The only difference between it and the one she could buy from any store was the crappy smiley face drawn on it.
She sighed.
Let's finish with this farce, she finally said. She was really getting tired.
Okay.
Victor said, pasting the talisman directly on her forehead.
Bam.
Aerith opened her eyes wide as she watched the talisman that Victor stuck on her head burn in a blue flame, and then she felt some kind of darkness leave her body.
What?
What just happened? She asked as she looked around.
Oh.
It was really a curse.
Victor, who watched with interest, said. What?
She was in shock looking at her familiar yet new refreshed status screen. A certain curse that had always been there was no longer visible. How could that be? Was it some kind of a trick?
Don't worry, now it should be all gone, he said.
And I win the bet, right? He added with a large victorious grin.
Wait.
I need to make sure what happened. She began making random excuses as she really needed some time to figure out what just happened. I am telling you I won. Now you are mine, horny girl, he insisted with a smile.
Ah.
Did this bastard just call her a horny girl? Yeah, she had a damn horn, but this was the first time someone dared to say that to her. You bastard. When are we going to hold our wedding? He interrupted.
Ah, what? Wait, wedding?
Are you going to renege on the bet? He frowned.
Ah, right. The bet.
She almost forgot. Before she could say anything, she saw a flash of light, then in her vision, she had a new notification.
Bet lost.
Victor's secret wish. Aerith joined my harem and becomes my wife. Please fulfill the wish or perish trying.
Thanks for playing. Ah. What?
The screen that she was used to see declaring her victory was now declaring her defeat. Impossible, how could she lose? How can the curse that even Her Highness, the Storm Lord, couldn't remove dispel this easily?
Aerith was shocked.
She still couldn't believe it. But the notification didn't leave anything for doubt. The curse was really removed, and now she had to marry this guy?
No, wait.
Not just marry, but enter this damn pervert's harem.
Impossible.
She was not going to. Before she could fully come to terms with what happened, she felt his lips cover hers.
He kissed her.
She wanted to struggle, but she stopped as she felt as if her entire bloodline began to boil, stopping her from even trying to push him away. On the contrary, something within her was calling for him, wanting her to grab him harder.
She couldn't understand.
What the hell was that longing feeling that was slowly growing stronger inside of her, especially as he let go and stepped back from her? The atmosphere around him was no longer that of a dandy young master, but that of a higher race, especially the deep darkness inside his eyes, something that she had to worship. Slowly, she felt something primal within her unwrap. Totally unaware that Victor was secretly activating his demonic bloodline and testing his effect on her. Sorry about that, but I couldn't hold myself when I saw your pretty pouting face. He sighed as he extended his hand and brushed away a strand of hair that fell to her cheek. We can take it slow if you want. I don't really like to force anyone, he began to speak, but he didn't continue as the girl who. We're here. Alice told Axel as soon as she parked her car next to the grand modern mansion and descended. You guys can go to the guard's room and get some rest. As usual, don't let my mother see you, she turned to her men and said. Yes, mistress. They replied in a unified voice that sent shivers down Axel's spine. Why was their sound too high-pitched? Deciding not to think about that, he turned to look at the grand mansion. This place was huge. It was built on top of a mountain that was bigger than the one Victor owned. It took them a full 15 minutes to reach the main building from the gate below. Was there some sort of father-son competition here? Let's go, Alice, who finished instructing her men, said and began walking toward the front door. Axel hesitated for a moment, then hastily followed. The door opened as soon as Alice locked. It was as if the butler was waiting behind the gate.
Miss Alice.
George, who was dressed in his butler tuxedo, said. Young master.
Welcome.
The master is waiting for you, he said, pausing at Axel's name as he gestured with one hand, inviting them inside. He clearly knew that he was a fake.
Come on,
Alice said, noticing Axel's anxiety, then turned and walked inside. Axel took a deep breath, then followed, carefully inspecting the mansion on his way. This place was definitely more luxurious than the other mansion, he could easily tell that. The only thing it lacked in comparison was the lowly maids, but he didn't believe that his father was shameless enough for that.
Young lady. I got it.
A little girl in a cute maid's uniform ran from one of the corridors to one of the side rooms while carrying a bottle of juice. She almost stumbled into Axel. Sorry, she paused, then sniffed a little. She scowled at him, then continued her path in hastened steps, keeping her eyes on him as she went away. What was that about? You also hire little girls here? Axel couldn't help asking. Oh, that is little Eleanor. She is Lady Lara's private maid, George was the one who replied. A nice girl if you ask me, just a little rough around the edges, but has the material of a great maid. She was hired directly by young Master Victor, he added.
Oh. Axel nodded. Damn, fake or not.
That Victor guy was definitely a pervert of the lowest kind. With that thought, Axel stopped as they reached a big wooden door.
Ready? Alice asked. Axel sighed.
Let's go, she said, knocking on the door twice, then pushing it and walking in.
Axel hesitated.
Just be yourself, tell the truth, and everything will be fine. George, who stood behind him, whispered, encouraging him. He is also your father after all. Axel nodded and then stepped in. George was right. As someone who was a father once, he knew that no father would really hate his son. In the office, there were 3 people. The first was of course the magnificent Theodore, who sat behind a grand mahogany desk, clearly waiting for him. On the lavish white couches in front of him, 2 people sat opposite to each other. The first was a muscular young man with strong facial features and dashing purple hair. Axel identified him as Mike, the eldest brother. The other was none other than that slut Margaret. Dressed in a sexy jumpsuit, she was sitting with crossed legs with puffed cheeks. She was clearly in a bad mood, not wanting to be there. They probably made her tell them everything she knew. You are here at last.
Sit, Theodore said.
Axel hesitated, then sat on a side couch, next to Michael. He didn't want to sit next to Margaret, as he really felt that he wanted to kick her ass for tricking him with that tranny. Alice naturally sat next to Margaret. What's your real name? Theodore asked directly. Axel hesitated, but since his father already knew, it was clear now that Alice was telling the truth. There was no point in arguing.
Axel, Theodore sighed.
Do you know who your mother is?
They told me she is Elena, Axel replied. She is clearly not,
Theodore said, taking a file from the table and then throwing it at Axel.
She is here.
Sadly, she died giving birth to you. It took us a while to track her without using the family resources.
Oh.
Axel, who grabbed the folder and opened it, was surprised as he saw the photo of a nice-looking woman on the first page. She was definitely his mother. He could tell as one of his kids looked like her. He couldn't help but start flipping through the folder, noticing his mother's birth date. He closed the folder and glared at his father. So that's why Victor was obsessed with little girls. This was in the damn family. She lied to me, okay. She had a fake ID. Theodore, who clearly read his son's thoughts, replied quickly as any pedophile would. Mike and George both had the same reaction earlier. I don't care, Axel answered, feeling a little relieved by his father's flustered reaction. At least now he had an answer. What do you need to know? He asked directly.
Who?
Theodore nodded, then simply asked.
A butler. Olaf.
Axel replied directly. He was a decisive guy. Like how he accepted Olaf's proposition quickly before, he decided to trust Theodore for now. If he really wanted to take revenge and stop the tragedies of the past from happening again, he really needed his family's power. And for that, he was ready to take some risks.
Olaf? Theodore sighed. I knew it.
That guy was always so sus, he said in a low voice. Shit, Michel also cursed in a low voice as he took a $100 bill from his pocket and put it on his father's desk. Those guys probably had a bet about that butler. Now, I want you to tell me everything you know. Can you do that?
Theodore asked. Yes. Axel nodded.
then stranded to tell Theodore everything from his earliest memories as an orphan until he was found by the family. He hid some things, of course, like the fact that he was a regressor and the story of some pairs of underwear which found their way into his room in the sect. At the same time, in a world far, far away, another conversation was taking place. I almost forgot that you came from Earth, and there are many things you don't understand. So, what do you want to know first?
Rosette asked.
They were sitting in the living room, with Aerith, Meryl, Ariana, and Mirai.
What is a lord?
Victor asked directly. Is it a normal title for a very strong person or a system thing? He asked.
It is more than that, Rosette paused.
Think of it as a higher stage of players, she said after thinking about it for a moment.
Meaning?
Victor asked with a frown. I don't really get it myself, but I can describe to you what my master told me. Rosette paused for a moment. It is similar to how a system class can make a person who doesn't know how to fight a good warrior, she asked. Being a lord is a higher form of that. It is an embodiment of a concept.
A what of a what?
Victor acted stupid, but his mind was turning fast, connecting everything he knew. That world concept, wasn't that the same one he saw when Meryl awakened her bloodline?
Devil concept. An embodiment of a concept. Rosette repeated.
For example, my master is the Storm Lord, her concept is that of a storm. From that concept, she takes all her powers, and using it she can unleash it.
Sorry, I lost you there.
Can you use a less technical language? Victor asked with a frown. She eats storms and spits out storms. Mirai did the explanation, earning herself a glare from Ariana, Aerith, and Rosette. That's inappropriate, Ariana scolded. I am just explaining things, Mirai protested.
Rosette sighed.
It is kinda the way she said it. Her lordship the Storm Lord gains more power by being near storms, and her power is to induce storms.
Ah. But, Victor frowned. There was a paradox there.
Wouldn't she be able to become infinitely like that? Meryl, who was listening with interest, asked before Victor could.
Exactly. Victor nodded. No.
Rosette shook her head. The Lord needs the concept, not the manifestation itself. You lost me again there, Victor said. Think of it like studying.
Ariana intervened.
You can always reproduce what you learned, but to gain more knowledge, you need to read more books or conduct your own experiments.
Ah. So she studies storms? He asked.
She can extract their concept. I don't know how to explain it, but according to Master, it is a kind of the image the world has for the thing, Rosette clarified, but from her tone, it was clear she didn't fully get it either.
Oh. Victor frowned. Then that Sun Lord.
He gets his power by applying some tanning cream and laying in the sun.
Victor asked.
That could be some really interesting life, basking in the sun all day long.
I don't really know. Rosette sighed.
I did ask my master about it, and she just said that every lord usually keeps his specific concept harvesting method a secret.
Oh. Victor pondered.
So we know that he needs the sun, but not he get it.
Yeah.
Then how can one become a lord? He asked. Planning on becoming one? Mirai asked with a smirk. Who knows? He shrugged, looking at Rosette. I bet you also asked your master that.
I did, Rosette nodded.
There are 3 known ways, she said.
Oh. What?
Victor asked with interest. He didn't expect to get an answer for that. The first one is to completely integrate with a spark.
Rosette said. A spark. Victor played dumb. Didn't Alpha integrate a spark? She didn't change into a lord, or did she? A spark is a crystallization of a concept, the things lords need. Rosette explained.
According to my master, it is super rare as it is only born after a concept had been accumulated in one spot for millions and millions of years, and even then it is by coincidence.
Oh.
Victor's eyes sparkled. So they are like physical objects? No, according to my master, they appear more like a small flame. But they can attach to physical objects and such. Rosette was not sure. You don't have to think about those. Even if you manage to get one, you will need a suitable body and some kind of other crazy condition, or you would never be able to integrate it.
Suitable.
My master had a storm avatar class before she became a lord.
Rosette said.
According to her, my bloodline makes me suitable for that too, but I have no idea how.
Oh. Victor frowned.
Then if you found one of those sparks, what do you do?
Eat it? He asked.
You have to create a resonance and let it integrate with you.
Rosette replied.
In English, please? Victor asked, remembering how Alpha integrated that eternal spark. I have no idea. Rosette shrugged, making him sigh. It was never that easy to get a solution. And the second way, he asked. Clearly Rosette didn't have all the answers he needed, but she knew enough for now.
To become a lord's disciple, Rosette said. HSSSSS.
You mean you are a lord now?
Victor asked in shock.
Fake shock. He could see from her status that she was not anything close to that.
How could I? Rosette chuckled.
I need to slowly understand the concept of the storm first. This process might take years and years. Then I will need to discover the way to collect concepts or find my own spark, she shrugged. Apparently, I will get the method naturally once I understand the concept, she sighed. She was clearly not making any progress. And the third way?
Victor asked. Through the system.
According to the master, one can gain a lord status in the system itself, but she was not sure how, as she only heard about it by chance.
Rosette said. The system, Victor frowned.
He had never heard of anything like this before.
I see. Then that oath thing? He asked. It is simple.
Think of it like a pact or a contract. A player would give the lord something in exchange for great power.
Rosette said.
Something?
Merrill asked.
It depends on the oath.
Rosette said.
It can be your life, your services, and many other things. The simplest kind is where you agree to give the Lord all of your future authority points in exchange for a blessing, or for him to lend you enough points to level up momentarily.
An upfront payment, she said. Oh, Victor frowned.
So that's how lords get to have all that authority, they fucking collect it from their followers. What is a blessing? Think of it as the Lord lending you some of his power. For the Storm Lord, his blessing allowed me to get an entire new storm-related subclass, she said, deciding to keep her exact new class name a secret. Minor blessings grant skills and such.
I see, Victor paused.
Lord's power can affect classes and skills in the system. He asked, a crazy idea just crossed his mind.
No.
He still didn't have enough data for such a conclusion. Why wouldn't they? Rosette asked with a frown.
Oh. Sorry. Just a random thought, he nodded.
This new knowledge did fill some of the gaps he had, but it raised more questions. At least for now, he could tell why the supposed Fate Lord dealt with fate and why Zendo launched fireballs and had all kinds of fire attacks. But the question was how powerful those guys really were, and what were their weaknesses? How do they become lords? Was Alpha a lord now? What was the fated demon spark? He also had a very eerie feeling about something big. Why wasn't any of this knowledge known in his world? Why did no lords try to exercise any of their power in Trilaria, keeping to the shadows? What was he missing here? What if some of the things he knew as facts were wrong? He didn't like this feeling of ignorance at all.
So, do you want an oath?
I can give you a very favorable one. Rosette, who noticed his silence, asked. Victor acted as if he was thinking for a moment. No, he replied after a clear hesitation.
Why not? Aerith asked.
It wouldn't hurt, you know. And her lordship is very nice. I don't like women on top unless it is in the bedroom, he replied.
Ouch. Aerith pinched his arm. Damn.
Why do some of his girls go rabid as soon as they sleep with him?
Pervert, she spat.
I wanna be a little horny too, you know. It is my right as a man, he yelled.
Ouch.
He yelled again, but no one helped. Even Merrill, whose life he saved, looked at him with sympathy, doing nothing to stop the demoness who attacked him with both hands. You guys should really keep all that foreplay until you are alone. Mirai said after a while. There are some singles here, you know. Aerith quickly let go and looked away in embarrassment.
Damn it.
Why was she acting like that? I just believe that Victor just doesn't like to be controlled. All Von Weiss feels that to a degree. Ariana said after a brief silence.
She felt the same.
Victor nodded as he rubbed his pinched arm. Damn evil girls. At least this one didn't learn to bite yet. The last he heard from his other soul fragments, he was being treated as a chewing toy by a rabid girl. That was when she was not busy doing some other R-rated things to him, of course. It is your choice. You can always try to get an oath once you reach your limit.
Ariana sighed.
She clearly faced the same dilemma before. Yes. I will keep that offer open.
Rosette nodded.
Thanks, I guess. It is settled then, Victor sighed, scratching his head.
Now.
When can I go visit the library? He asked. You seem to be in a hurry.
Mirai asked.
Is there anything you want there? Yup, to tell the truth, I want to take a look at this world's porn, he said, then flinched back, dodging Aerith's hand. The library doesn't have porn, Aerith spat and pulled her hand back. She had no idea why she was acting like this. It was a very foreign feeling to her.
There is.
Mirai replied back, you just have to search hard enough.
She clearly did.
Aerti didn't know what to say.
Rosette sighed.
You can go in the morning. I will send Lyra to accompany you.
What? Why?
Victor and Aerith asked at the same time.
I can take him. Aerith added.
We are a family. I want you guys to get along. So you just. Rosette paused, then jumped up as if she remembered something.
What? Ariana asked. Shit.
I forgot that Lyra is still with that fat elf. She should have returned by now.
Damn it.
Hopefully, he is not dead, she said as she ran out of the room, Meryl following right after her. Rip Massel. So that's how it happened. Theodore nodded after Axel finished telling his story. Yes. I had no idea that I would be discovered right from the start. Axel turned and glared at Margaret hatefully. He was holding a grudge. What did you want me to do? Spread my legs and let you fuck me?
Margaret.
Watch it with the language. Theodore scolded, hitting his table. I am just saying, I needed to protect everyone.
Margaret pouted.
An hour ago Theodore grilled her about everything, and she told him that Victor already knew of his replacement plan. You must be grateful I didn't castrate you as I had originally planned to, she added in a low voice, making Axel feel a shiver run through his spine as he remembered her invite to take him upstairs and... Damn bitch.
Theodore sighed. She was right. Let's put this behind us, he said.
What do you think? He turned to Mike and asked. We have 3 problems.
Mike said.
The first is that the infiltration might be even deeper than we first suspected. I could never have believed that someone would manage to get access to the blood samples, let alone managing to switch them without anyone noticing.
Theodore nodded.
The blood samples taken to test all the heir's DNA after Aria's incident were kept in a very secure position. Only the Supreme Elders had access to those. He doesn't believe that Talon or the late Marcos was behind this, as they didn't need to, so it must be someone else. Olaf couldn't access them either, not alone. Second, is why did they choose Victor out of all other heirs? It could have been me or Max. Max might already be working for someone else, Theodore sighed. What? Both Mike and Alice asked in surprise.
As Axel frowned.
Just how infiltrated was his family? We are not 100% sure, but after learning about the ritual we were going to conduct here, he began snooping around like a horny cat looking for a mate. George here has been keeping an eye on him. Theodore, who was clearly a little disturbed, replied. Oh, Mike frowned and looked at George, who was standing to the side.
Are you sure?
Yes, young master. George said. My guts are never wrong. Mike raised one eyebrow. We will look into that later, as he might be under some hypnosis skill like Rex. Theodore said dismissively. As for those guys choosing Victor, I think they wanted someone close enough to the power, but not powerful himself, and Victor fitted the bill perfectly, especially with his lively personality. He said, choosing not to call his son a damn granny-loving pervert.
Makes sense, Mike nodded.
What's your third point?
Theodore asked.
It is about how Axel got his class. Those guys might be working for von Geldstadt.
I don't think so.
Margaret refuted him before he could continue. Elise would have known, and from what she told us, Harvey really thought highly of Victor.
Oh, Theodore frowned.
I think those guys might have infiltrated all the families, she said. Though I don't have a proof. Then we will keep this matter open, Theodore frowned. What did they order you to do? He turned to Axel and asked. As I told you. They told me that there were spies in the family, and they wanted me to help expose them. Axel scratched his head.
Nothing else. So no clue, Theodore sighed. There is one, Alice interrupted.
The timing of Axel's introduction was too perfect. It is as if those guys knew what happened in the mines before we even could. The only explanation would be that they knew of Marcus's plan beforehand and expected it to fail, she analyzed. This might not be true, Margaret said. As I told you, Victor had been suspecting that someone was after him since the wedding. The last I heard from him, he said that a few heirs had been trying to isolate him in the mines using a critical mission, but he managed to dodge them. That plan was set in action even before the incident.
Oh. Theodore frowned.
Why didn't you say something before? He asked her. I already told you. Victor told me to keep it a secret. You can ask him when he returns, she spat.
If he ever returned. Mike sighed.
Yeah. We only know that he is alive. Who knows, he might be suffering in some hellish place struggling to survive. Alice lamented as she bit her lip. She should have moved faster back then, or she could have saved him. Suffering. That guy is definitely having the time of his life.
Margaret spat.
Why are you saying that?
Theodore asked. You know something?
Yup,
Margaret spat.
You just didn't let me say a thing, scolding me as soon as I entered this place, she said. What do you know? Alice sighed and asked. Not a lot, Margaret said. You remember that we did all that ceremony at the wedding, right?
Yeah.
What does this have to do with it?
Theodore asked.
Our marriage with Victor is a system marriage. Right, there was that. Theodore quickly remembered. We are connected through the system, Margaret continued. You can contact him? Theodore interrupted in shock, making everyone look at Margaret.
As if,
We tried, but it failed. Margaret shook her head. It is just that there is an indicator on the system, signifying the number of system marriage wives.
it was 10 before, now it is 11.
Victor had just got married again, she shrugged.
Ah.
Everyone opened their mouths in shock, not sure what to say. Epically, Theodore felt a little defeated. His son was more of a hunk than him, managing to marry even in a dungeon.
Are you sure? Mike asked. Yup.
We are all here sitting worried about him and he is busy fucking someone, Margaret sighed. Victor was still in his quest to catch them all.
Theodore sighed.
At least that is some good news, he said.
Damn that pervert son. Yeah, tour, Mike nodded. Wait. Alice flared.
You said he had 10 before? Victor only had 8 wives at the wedding, she said, making both Theodore and Mike turn to look at Margaret again.
There was?
Margaret asked, playing dumb, choosing not to tell them about Lily and Alex. Everyone glared at her. Margaret shrugged and looked away.
Who knows?
Theodore sighed again, deciding not to ask her any further about his son's private life. This girl was as tight-lipped as an expensive hooker getting asked how much money she makes.
Still, he didn't hate her for that.
Axel, on the other hand, felt very strange. For a brief second, he really wished he was that Victor for real, getting laid left and right. Let me ask you this then, Theodore said. Did Victor learn anything when he eavesdropped on those guys at the wedding? He asked Margaret. I told you everything I know. He leaned nothing, Margaret said. Even those guys' invitation card was from the unnamed ones we sent to the family. That's why Victor chose not to say a thing to the family in the first place.
I understand.
Is that really everything you know? Theodore glared at her. Something was telling him that this slut was hiding something, but he couldn't tell what.
Yeah, Margaret nodded.
He just gave her another glare.
So,
what should I do now? Axel asked nervously. Shouldn't we just capture Olaf and interrogate him?
Mike proposed. No.
We don't want to startle the snake.
Alice said.
I think Axel should keep his cover and become a double agent. And at the same time, we keep an eye on Olaf. Alice said, then turned to her father. What do you think? Release the small fish to catch the bigger one later, Theodore pondered. I think this might work. But since we don't know their original goal, it might be dangerous. Those guys would never truly trust Axel after all, Theodore sighed. Their only lead right now was Olaf.
Yeah, he is a disposable pawn. Alice nodded.
No offense, she turned to Axel and said.
None taken, Axel sighed.
He was not a fool, hearing how his father phrased it, he was really getting used like a pawn. So we can only wait and watch?
Mike asked.
He didn't like this approach, usually preparing the direct route. Do we have any other choice?
Alice asked.
How about I act as bait? Margaret suggested.
You do what?
Theodore asked, frowning.
What do you mean? Simple.
I just need to accidentally discover that Axel is fake, and then threaten him to divorce me and give me a lot of money, she said. This way, he will contact Olaf and tell him about it, and those guys might really try and eliminate me, she said. Although this might work, Theodore sighed as he tapped on his desk. It would be too dangerous. Victor would never forgive me if anything were to happen to you, he said, looking at Margaret's stomach.
Yup, he got the news. But it is our best shot.
Don't worry, I can fend for myself. Margaret said. And this is really our best chance. Those guys wouldn't suspect a thing.
No. Means no.
Theodore interrupted and shook his head. I would never put the life of my grandson in danger.
Margaret pouted.
It is a granddaughter, she spat, looking away.
Wait.
What am I missing here? Alice, who had no idea, began looking between the two. You are going to be an aunt.
Mike shrugged.
Alice blinked as she looked at Margaret.
That was shocking. Master.
I think Lady Margaret's idea might be feasible, someone suddenly said. It was George who was standing in the back. Let's just use someone else. Someone who knew Victor before, and has a probable chance to discover Axel is a fake.
Oh.
The problem with this is that Victor had been a little timid and reclusive ever since he was young, Theodore sighed. He really has no close friends. Adding to that the amnesia factor, the bait must be really close to him to find a fault.
Mike added.
And he has to be someone weak and shameless enough to extort Axel, he added, glaring at Margaret. This slut was really the perfect candidate. Add to that, he should be in a high enough position to make disposing of him silently not an option. Otherwise, Olaf would just use the family forces or some cheap assassin to get rid of him. Alice, who finished glaring at Margaret, turned and said. We also need someone who is disposable or powerful enough to fend for himself in case things go south, and on top of that we should be certain of his loyalty. We need to be certain that he doesn't work for those guys in the first place.
Mike added. Theodore nodded.
With those conditions, the list was really short. He could really only think of Margaret. None of Victor's other wives would really fit the bill. I think we should think about this differently, someone suddenly asked. It was George who stood silently in the back, making everyone almost forget that he was there. Our main target is just to pull the snake from its lair, nothing else. We don't need the bait to know he is one.
Oh.
Do you have someone in mind?
Theodore asked. Yes. George sighed. Who?
Everyone looked at George. George sighed, then slowly approached Theodore, whispering one word in his ear.
Wait.
You want me to make him do that?
Theodore asked in shock.
Master, just think about it, he doesn't have to know he is a part of the plot. George said. Just let young Master Axel display a mistake in front of him, and then we might be able to eat more than one kind of meat over dinner. Theodore just glared at George.
He seemed hesitant.
I will need a few days to think about it, he said. George nodded. He could understand his master's hesitation. Theodore paused a little, then turned to face everyone. You can leave for now. Pretend that this conversation never happened, he said as he slowly stood up. Everyone nodded.
Ah.
There is something else I want to report,
Axel said. What? Theodore asked.
Someone just tried to assassinate me in prison. He thought I was Victor.
Axel said. What?
Everyone looked at him.
Who?
No idea. He said it is about the rights of Crimson Pearl movies. He made me sign them away.
Sign what? Margaret stood up.
A document giving all the rights to adapt the novels to an anonymous third party, Axel said. After talking to Alice, he suspected she might be behind this, trying to eliminate him, but he seemed to have been wrong.
Shit, Margaret cursed.
And you just signed those? I had no choice. He would have killed me if Alice didn't save me in time. What is this about? Theodore asked, looking at Margaret. Didn't you say that this Abe thing was just a coincidence?
Ah.
I really thought that. Margaret sweated a little. I think we need to investigate this.
We will, Theodore said.
Did you subdue the assailant?
Ah. No.
He used a weird talisman to run away. Alice was the one who replied. She winked to Axel to keep the fact that his memory was erased momentarily a secret for now.
He quickly got it. A player.
Mike frowned as he pondered about what he just heard.
Yeah, Alice nodded.
Didn't he say anything about who is behind him? Margaret asked with a frown.
Ah.
Not exactly, but he was pretty chill taking his time. Axel found it a little hard to remember. He did ask about a girl named Lily.
Lily? Theodore asked in shock. Right.
Where is that lass now? He asked Margaret. Victor sent her on a secret mission before leaving. No idea, she shrugged. Did he say anything else? Theodore turned to Axel again.
Ah. Right.
He said Victor killed his friends and he held a grudge.
And
his name is Malcolm. Axel said as he finally remembered. Margaret gasped.
She couldn't help it. What? Mike asked. Nothing.
I just don't know anyone who fits that description, she said as she sweated again. She really needed a bath after this.
No.
She needed to contact Lily first. Theodore glared at her.
She just tilted her head. Whatever.
Just be careful, he finally said after a sigh.
You can go.
Oh, and Axel, you will be staying here from now on. Go meet Elena, act as if you are Victor, and don't let her suspect a thing. Wouldn't staying here make Olaf suspect something?
Axel asked. No.
In the next few days, I plan to awaken all my offspring as players using a secret method. Theodore said, then waited to watch the shock on Axel's face, but there was none. Axel had no idea how hard it was to become a player in the first place. Anyways, I want you to help supervise this. It will also be a good chance for you to get to know the family. They are your half-siblings after all. Theodore continued.
Oh, Axel frowned and nodded.
He didn't mind that, and he didn't really dare to go back to that lowly filled mansion.
Also,
let Olaf know about the awakening and what I asked you to do,
Theodore said.
Let's see what that scumbag will do now, he smirked.
I understand. Axel nodded.
It was already noon when Victor woke up and stretched his arms and failed. A little girl was resting on one of them, sleeping peacefully. Amira seemed to have stayed with him last night after seeing how sad he was because Aerith refused his company and ran away.
Damn, it.
His acting fooled the wrong girl.
Whatever.
So you are awake, someone said, making him startle and look up. It was Aerith on a chair next to his bed, dressed in her night uniform and sitting with her perfect legs crossed.
Holy shit.
I thought you are some police officer, he exclaimed, keeping his voice low.
What are you doing here? He asked.
Just came to wake you up. But decided just to wait a little bit, she said, looking away. Yup, as a horny girl, she was so enchanted by her husband's handsome sleeping face that she decided to just watch for a little bit.
Oh.
Victor, who read her horny little mind, chuckled. As he slowly sat up, making sure not to wake the little girl.
She is quite attached to you, Aerith commented.
Yeah, a poor girl, Victor sighed as she slowly stood up, leaving Amira to continue her sleep. She reminded him of Lara somehow, so he really treated her like a young sister.
Come on then.
Go get yourself ready and go downstairs, we will have a late breakfast and then head out to the library. Aerith said as she also stood up and turned to leave. Wouldn't you accompany me to the bathroom and wash my back? He asked.
No, she spat.
If you keep acting like a pervert, careful. I do to you what Lyra did to that elf, she added a warning.
Ouch.
You would never do that. You are a horny girl. Victor said, remembering what Lyra did to Massel. Who knows what I would do, Aerith shrugged, deciding to ignore the way they addressed her.
And yup,
the Massel was castrated. Lyra was so angered by the way that the elf talked back to her like she was some lower kind of creature that she took action with her own hands. She totally ignored her mother's warning to take it easy on him as she seemed to really suffer from a young master trauma. Send her to interrogate Massel was really a bad idea. Rosette reached them just in time to stop the bleeding and then stop the fight that ensued between Lyra and Meryl. Those girls kept glaring at each other after that. Thankfully, according to Rosette, who was a doctor, hope was not all lost. This world had a cure for that, but growing it back would not be a good experience as it involved submerging the body in a tank of blood and insects for a few weeks. He didn't even want to imagine how it would feel.
Now hurry up.
Aerith, who watched him instinctively pinch his legs together, nodded with a smile then left.
Victor shook his head.
The girl had no idea. She thought she was really smart, managing to develop a strategy to combat his irresistible charm in just one day. It was to never stay alone with him for too long and that whenever she felt that her body began to be uncontrollable she would run away. Too bad she had no idea that she was a cooked duck, pointlessly squirming in a young master's dinner dish, just waiting to be eaten when he felt like it. The gate shimmered and in the next moment, everyone was ejected and thrown onto the hot desert sand.
Out at last.
Mina said as she stood up and she dusted her battle suit.
Yeah. Damn.
Those things were nasty. Mana, who was thrown a few feet away, said. Thankfully, that boss crystal golem was manageable since we already knew where his core was. If Lily didn't tell us, we would have really been in trouble.
Yeah, Mina nodded.
How is your hand? She turned and asked Mona, who was behind her. She was no longer dressed in a battle suit, but in a strange shimmering armor, and on her back, she carried a giant sword like the ones found in video games.
I am fine.
It's completely healed thanks to Ruby, Mona said as she moved her hand a little. No one would believe that it was completely broken an hour ago. All due to that nasty golem grabbing her.
Good.
I was honestly very impressed by how you managed to maneuver that large sword using only one hand to strike the golem's eye as it held you. As Victor said, you are a natural. Mina nodded, not forgetting to remind her sister about Victor.
Mona nodded.
She had never learned to use a sword before, let alone this stupidly giant thing she found by chance after her old one broke. She had no other choice as enemies began attacking and it was the only thing in sight hanging on the wall. She thought it would be a little useless, and she planned to use it as a shield, but the moment she touched it, she realized she could use it as if she had always known how to. It was so natural that it felt unreal. Probably all thanks to her Sword Saintess class. Remember to keep your class a secret. Mana reminded her, then turned to one side and looked at Donald and Opal. The same goes for you too.
We already know.
Donald said, feeling as if he was in a dream.
No. Wait.
The pain in his but proved that this was the real world. Damn those perverted eagles, why did they have to aim for his butt? Why not attack the girls? Were they gay? H. He screamed as someone slapped his butt. It was a girl dressed in black. He remembered her name was Nora. It is healing all right, she said with a smirk. It is all your fault.
Donald yelled.
Damn sadistic bitch, he added under his breath. This bitch and her other sadistic sisters drove him crazy in the dungeon, using him as bait to hunt the sand eagles that obstructed their path. Not to mention those slutty girls who seemed to purposely want him to die. It is your fault for getting the class bait in the first place. It is as if the world itself was telling us to use you.
Nora spat.
Be a man and stop whining. Someday I will show you how much of a man I am, he whispered, not daring to really talk loud. Those girls were crazy. Nora smirked looking at him, then turned to Opal. You did good too. Your class is nothing special, but it has a good window for growth. You have to keep practicing the technique I taught you. I understand, Opal nodded with complex eyes.
Donald sighed.
Another nice girl was getting corrupted by control freak bitches. Sister, someone suddenly ran. It was Theta, who headed quickly to a rock where a very depressed girl was sitting. Why didn't I see you in the dungeon? Did you get locked in like Margaret did or something? Theta asked as the slutty girls followed her toward the depressed girl and bowed respectfully. The depressed girl, aka Alpha, sighed.
What? Theta asked. I couldn't enter, she whispered. What?
Theta asked again. She couldn't hear her.
I couldn't damn enter. Alpha yelled.
She had been staying here waiting for the last 5 days. In this time she tried to enter the dungeon multiple times but was pushed away every single time.
Really?
Mana, who heard the conversation, asked. Do I look like I am lying? Alpha asked with clear annoyance. It was as if all her dreams to level up and get stronger than a certain young master had shattered. No, but you don't seem that tan.
Alpha just glared at her. Yes.
For some strange reason, her skin tone didn't change at all despite spending all this time under the sun. Could this have something to do with that eternal spark something? Didn't the same happen to you with the moon dungeon?
Mina asked.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Mana asked.
Do I look like I know fucking why?
Alpha yelled.
Could her situation be related to that spark?
Damn it.
It was all Victor's fault for giving it to her. No need to be angry, okay?
Mina interrupted.
I am sure Victor will find a solution to your problem. Alpha glared at her. She didn't want to meet that guy ever again, especially after she got her new family mission to court him.
Damn it.
Hopefully, that pervert would never return from whatever shithole world he was in. Now where should we go?
Mona asked.
Another dungeon, of course.
Mina said. Come on.
Can't we get some rest?
Donald asked. Yes.
I want to check on my mother.
Mona nodded.
No, we can do that later.
We have to hurry.
Lily contacted me yesterday. She will be at that dungeon and she wants to pass a few things to us. She said as they started getting onto the bus. Alpha sighed and followed right after. Hopefully what was happening was just bad luck, and she would be able to enter the next dungeon. The Royal Library was not close to Rosette's castle, but in the middle of the capital, so Victor, who was accompanied by Amira in addition to both Aerith and Lyra, had to take a carriage to get there. Do you mind stop staring at me like that? Victor asked, uncomfortable, as he glared back at Lyra, who was staring holes into him. I am really thin-skinned, you know.
Blah. Thin-skinned.
You bastard has the thickest skin I have seen in my life.
She spat.
They should make shields out of your damn skin.
Well.
No matter what, it is not as thick as your butt's skin apparently. I didn't expect you to walk after, he began to respond.
Shut the fuck up, you bastard.
Lyra flared and tried to jump Victor, but one look from Aerith was enough to rein in the mad girl.
Right?
You can't see your butt skin, Victor added in a soft voice, further enraging the mad girl. Bastard, she spat under her breath. She was warned not to make trouble with him. In fact, the only reason she agreed to accompany Victor here was because her mother only allowed her to take a pill for the pain if she did. They planned to go shopping after visiting the library.
Lyra. Come on.
You should really make up with Victor, he already forgave you. Aerith, who felt a little awkward, said. We are already family. Isn't that all your fault? Lyra spat and looked away.
Aerith sighed.
She didn't mean it like that. What she meant was that Victor was technically their mother's stepson. Not all young masters are bad, you know. Victor suddenly said after a brief awkward silence. Most of them are.
Lyra spat. Victor sighed. She had a point.
You can't judge a book from its cover.
He said.
And what about your cover? She turned and glared at him. You can ask your sister. Yesterday she peeled it off my delicate skin piece by piece.
Victor smirked.
Lyra glared at him and then turned to her sister, who was blushing a little. You were the one who sent him to me, Aerith finally said it, as she turned and glared at Victor. Lyra didn't know how to respond to that. What's with the little girl anyway? She, who quickly changed the subject, asked, pointing at Amira, who was dressed like a little princess and was busy sucking on a candy bar beside Victor. What's about her? Victor tilted his head. Can't a young master be accompanied by a little girl without making you think of something improper? Aerith nodded. She was the one who dressed Amira, and she seemed to have grown a little fond of her. Forget it, Lyra sighed. She was not going to go there. Arguing with this guy was as futile as speaking with a donkey. What are you going to do at the library anyway? Can you even read our language? She asked. The books I am after don't need reading, he replied like every wise man would. Are there books like that? Lyra turned to Aerith and asked. They didn't have such books in this world.
Aerith hesitated.
Adult books, let alone being very rare, were forbidden in the kingdom, so her little sister had no idea of their existence. The library has all kinds of books, she finally said, deciding to keep her silence. She came here to accompany Victor, fearing he might really get into a fight with Lyra, but now, she was regretting her decision.
I want to see those then.
Lyra said.
No.
Aerith responded directly. Why?
Lyra frowned.
They contain forbidden lore. Victor was the one who responded. Demonic magic?
Lyra frowned.
No comment. Victor looked away. How can esteemed mother agree to let him see those? Lyra asked, turning to Aerith for an answer. You can ask her when we return. Aerith also professionally dodged the question.
Lady Aerith.
We are here, the driver suddenly called from the front as the carriage slowed down after a few minutes.
Finally, Aerith sighed.
Let's go, she said as she took a wide hat that had a thin veil and put it on. Victor softly inspected her but said nothing. He could understand why she wanted to hide her beauty, and it was not a good thing for people to know how horny she was. Slowly the four descended from the carriage into the stone-paved plaza and looked at the high 6-story building in front of them. In this world, it was considered a pretty high rise. It is magnificent, right? Lyra asked proudly.
Victor sighed. What?
In my original world, we have buildings 10 times higher, he said. Can't you stop lying? Lyra spat. Victor shook his head. I am not lying, he said. He couldn't wait until they went back to Trilaria. If this girl were to return with them, she would be in for the shock of her life. Wait, he had a question. Would Lyra, who was originally from this world, go with him to Trilaria? What about Amira? Would the world destroy them or lock them in a dungeon? Probably not, but he better get some scapegoat to try on first. It is true. Mother did tell me about something like that. Erdi told Lyra as they walked into the library. Oh, Lyra frowned as she climbed the stairs leading to the library. Stop. Only nobles may. The fully armored guards who were going to stop them quickly stepped back and bowed down as soon as Erdi flashed a golden badge with a poop insignia and 3 strips above it.
No, wait.
That was a storm insignia. The girl was holding the badge upside down. They don't seem to recognize you, Victor commented. I use a different veil each time, and Lyra never comes here in the first place, Aerith said, making Lyra in the back puff her cheeks.
Oh, Victor nodded. Why change veils? He asked.
Pest control, she replied quickly.
Oh, Victor nodded.
The hormones do attract pests, he nodded, making her almost stumble. Thankfully they reached the reception desk just in time for her to grab onto it and turn back to glare at her husband.
He had a point, but she didn't like it.
Can't you drop that joke? She asked as she noticed Lyra's smug looks. Damn it, even this brat was now making fun of her.
What joke? He asked.
Nothing, she spat. She was not going to say it, not with the receptionist bowing to her. How can I help you, Lady Erdi? The receptionist asked. She was an old woman with a smiley face. A very scary old woman with a smiley face.
Germina Fallon. Level 399.
Class, Master Librarian. Aunt Germina, we need to access the forbidden section. Aerith directly said. Oh. Only the high disciples and their direct family can have access without a written permission from her lordship. Germina frowned. This is? She asked, looking at Victor. Aerith hesitated for a moment.
He is my husband, she whispered.
Unfortunately, the library was very quiet, so when the couple of employees in the reception hall looked at her with shock, it was clear that they had clearly heard her. So can we get in?
Ah. Yori.
Husband. The old woman who didn't expect that answer had to take a few moments to restart her brain.
Right?
Congratulations, Your Highness, she quickly said. Thanks, Aerith replied with a complex look. All of you want an entry? She asked, looking at Amira, whom she didn't know her identity.
Could she be their daughter?
No, just me and Victor. Aerith, who decided not to explain, said, then turned to Lyra. Take Amira, wait for us.
What?
What would you take me for a babysitter? Do you want to go inside and read with us then?
Aerith asked. Lyra frowned. She didn't want to read.
Libraries were boring. Then take care, we will go shopping as soon as we are finished here. Aerith said, taking Victor's hand and dragging him inside. He could only get dragged along as he secretly gave Amira instructions to be careful. She was pretty safe with Lyra. That girl was a little crazy, but this was exactly why no one would really dare to mess with her in the capital. You can find the books you want here, the old woman said with a stoic face as soon as they reached a certain portion of the library in the 7th basement below ground. Forbidden books can't be checked out, but you are free to use one of the private chambers there to read quietly. Remember to keep your silence and do not damage the books, she warned sternly. He was not the first one to come here to see those.
Oh, I understand,
Victor said as his eyes sparkled. See you later, he told Aerith as he ran toward one of the shelves and began to search through it for something to read. We need to leave in 2 hours, Aerith reminded him.
I know. He dismissed her.
She could only sigh. Wait for me. This place can be like a maze, so don't wander alone, she warned again. Aha, he nodded absent-mindedly as he seemed to have spotted a book he liked. Germana sighed watching them but said nothing.
All men were the same.
What can I do for you, princess? She asked. Do you have any books about demon hunters? Aerith, who was glaring at Victor with complex eyes, turned and asked in a low voice.
Demon hunters?
Like the ones used to roam the wilds in the old days, the old woman asked.
Yes.
Do you have anything with a list of known ones and their specialties?
Aerith asked.
I guess we can find something like that in the secret biographies section, the old woman nodded. This way please, she said as she watched Victor go into one of the reading rooms with 3 thick books in hand.
Yup. All men were the same.
As soon as Victor entered the reading room, he quickly inspected it. This place, contrary to the building, was newly added. Victor had noticed this ever since entering the library. While the upper floors were clearly new, the lower ones were much older, and from the way it was arranged it was clearly not meant to be a library when it was built, but more like a fortress. Making sure there were no monitoring devices, he placed the books at the reading table inside before sitting down. He opened one of them and started to casually leaf through it. Garbage. He sighed. Like those old books, would never be able to turn him on with their primitive. He paused as he eyed an illustration. That was a good technique.
Oh, that can be done too?
He quickly read through the entire page, flipping to the next without realizing it.
Ah.
Without knowing it, he finished the entire book. Very interesting.
Let's see. No. Shit.
He pushed the table away and stood up realizing what had just happened. Damn it. He wasted a full 30 minutes fully engrossed in this techniques manual. If his appraisal skill didn't show that the book was a totally normal one, he would have thought it had some attraction skill. It was just that good. But damn, he had no time for this. He sighed, taking a deep breath as he flipped another book open, then slowly applied his disguise skill, hiding his presence, and at the same time, he created an illusion of a man engrossed in reading appeared. The reason he requested to come to view the porn was for a very simple reason. Those things were usually kept in the forbidden zone, quite close to the real forbidden stuff. By getting down here with Aerith, he didn't have to go search by himself, and it alleviated a lot of the risk of having to bypass all kinds of crazy defense mechanisms that he spotted on the way. Other than getting that cookbook, the reason he came to the library was simple. It was to find out the truth about many things in this world, including the rumored fate artifact. As someone who worked as a librarian, he had long learned that all royal families have the bad habit of keeping books, and they were especially fond of those forbidden ones that should be destroyed, keeping them tightly sealed just in case they were needed. With that thought, he passed right through the reading chamber's thin wooden wall, then proceeded to head deep into the library. After searching the entire floor of the forbidden zone in the library for 30 minutes, Victor didn't find any books of interest. Most of the knowledge here was elaborations of things he already knew. Hell, some of the books here were ones he had read back then in Trilaria. Whoever came here to retrieve that said artifact must have come here too. There were also some demonic magic books placed behind iron doors, but they were nothing authentic, just copies of copies containing explanations and philosophical discussions about demons. Looking at them, he couldn't understand a thing, like many of the people who read them before him and wrote a lot of stupid commentaries on their margins. Why do demons attack worlds? Because they want to eat men? Don't they have men in their world? What would they do after all men are dead? Do they have a system? Where does their power come from? How can some of them survive without a solid body? Are demon girls hot? What are their ranks? Many unanswered questions. So other than giving them a flip to record them using his etiquette memory, he did nothing. Without much time to waste, he quickly headed to the floor below, passing through many guard checkpoints in the process. The floor below had 2 guards standing at its doors, indicating that it was an off-limit zone. This intrigued Victor a little, but with just one look at the title of the hall above the door, he lost all interest. Supreme Genealogy Hall. This was probably where they kept things about noble titles, lineages, and such boring things. In his past lifetime, the library also had such a hall, but due to the imperial family's brief history on the throne, it was only composed of a small room where no one went, and the librarians used it to make out. He could still remember the nights he spent there studying Elvish with that princess. Nothing beats studying between the bookshelves. Shaking his head, Victor turned around, headed to the stairway, and descended an additional floor to finally reach the bottom of the library where a large silvery gate stood with 4 level 200 guards standing in front of it.
Mithril alloy, SSS. Ah. Yup.
There was definitely something worth seeing inside. He didn't try to break through the gate, he could feel a strange energy reverberating through it. According to his knowledge, both old and new, which he got after fully digesting Demon Artificer's memories, Mirthel had the nasty ability to absorb magic, and this would not only make it change color and alert the guards, but it might also cause his shadow shift skill to break mid-execution, making him get stuck inside the gate. Thinking for a moment, he turned and returned to the previous floor. Although this area was off-limits, it was not that hard to walk past the guards and shadow shift through the door to find himself in a large hall where stacks upon stacks of genealogy documents were placed and some old men were busy checking them and making certificates. Victor ignored them as he began to walk, counting his steps until he reached a spot where he could feel that the floor was the thinnest. From the way the library was built, he could tell that the floors got smaller the further down they went, like a spiral. Using this, he could roughly guess the size of the floor below and was at the moment sure that he was at its center.
Harder.
A middle-aged librarian was making out with his secretary behind a large cabinet. Wait, wasn't that one of the techniques in that book?
No.
The man was using it wrong. If he continued to do it like that, it might really break.
Ah. What? It. Broke. Ah. What? Impossible. Ah. Don't move. But.
Victor sighed, reminding himself to do some more studying before trying this with Margaret. Then, ignoring the poor couples who were having trouble separating, he checked his surroundings again to make sure he was at the right spot. He took a wooden stick, and using the shadow shifting skill he pushed it down, then drew it back up. It was missing a part from its end.
Shit.
The walls and ceiling of the chamber below were plated with Mirthel too, it seemed. This made Victor's desire to break into it even more. Mirthel was very expensive, usually reserved for royal weapons and such. And if it were to be used in architecture, it usually only applied to the throne room, the imperial vault, and maybe a very secure prison cell. Using it here meant this place was important. But breaking in was a problem. Using shadow shifting to get in was no longer an option. Using his gate creation skill was also not feasible as it was still in cooldown after he used it to escape the Sun Lord.
He frowned.
Should he just brute force his way in?
Nah.
That was not his style. And this would create too much of a commotion and might hinder his future plans.
Then, he quickly got an idea.
First, he took a measuring tape and measured the stick that was cut, making note of its remaining height to know the floor's thickness. Turning around and making sure that the couple was no longer there, he took out his trusty fishing pole, he fixed it firmly to one of the shelves, making sure that it was very stable before measuring a part of its ethereal string and then wrapping it around his trusty treasure cauldron. This thing was an X-ranked artifact, so the mithril would not affect it. Using his shadow shift skill again, he dangled the cauldron down little by little. The moment it touches the mithril plate on the other side, it stops advancing. He stretched his hand and pushed it down harder. The more he pushed, the more difficult it became until he nearly used all of his strength to push it for an entire little more before he quickly pulled it back up and frowned. Although it was feasible, the energy consumption was too large. Nearly a third of his mana was consumed. He quickly took a mana potion as he weighed his options. Even if he were to force it, the excess mana might cause all the mithril inside to change color, including the gate. This would definitely alert the guards. Thinking for a moment, he stretched his hand into the cauldron and from it, he fished out a spear. Zil Spear of Pain, SS. Makes the victim experience the pain of being stabbed by 1,000,000 spears. Made of mithril, 100%. Thinking for a moment, he pricked his finger and began drawing a strange array on the spear shaft, finishing it in a moment before taking the fishing string that was already connected to the cauldron, wrapping it around the array, and tying it tightly. For the first time, he was using the artificer knowledge he got in a practical way. Making sure everything was secured and that his mana was filled back completely, he pushed the cauldron back down, this time pushing the spear right next to it. Since this spear was made as a weapon, the array inside of it allowed him to use his skill on it without it being interrupted. As the cauldron was pushed down, once again it stuck resistance, but this time he could see that spear in his hand slowly changing color from silvery cyan to deep blue as a portion of the energy that was being absorbed by the mithril planting was transferred to it. Then the blood array on it shone as it began to transfer the energy to the fishing pole. He could feel it as the energy drawn from him had lessened a bit, and this allowed him to push down even further and further until he should have been about an inch or so into the mithril. That's when the resistance no longer grew and he knew that the cauldron had passed through the entire plate. It was an entire damn inch. What the hell are they keeping down there? He knew that he would find out very quickly as he now had a serious problem. The cauldron at the moment was stuck in the shadow realm, constantly consuming his mana, and despite the rudimentary circuit he created alleviating a part of it, it was not efficient at all. If his energy were to run out and the cauldron were to materialize, the entire floor inside might break, so he had to act fast. First, he drank another mana potion, then used the shadow shift to pass through the flooring, and entered the cauldron through its top. The cauldron didn't have any set direction of entry after all, and could be used as long as one touched it. This was the same for the exit that the owner could specify at will. So, upon exiting the cauldron again from the other side, Victor found himself falling down. He quickly used his levitation skill and began to look around. It was a domed hall lit by bright shiny orbs that were arranged around in a geometric manner. Inside there were only 27 bookshelves arranged in a circle around a 5-sided central table that had 5 strange symbols engraved in gold around it. Victor slowly landed beside it. The table of 1 Ismeralia, SSS. Material, divine wood, SSS. Effect, people around it cannot lie, SSS. Made out of divine wood? He never read this material before. Though its effect was nice to have. He frowned and inspected the symbols on it. A storm, a sun, a dragon, a rose and a penis. No wait, that thing is a mushroom. Definitely a mushroom. It had spots on it after all.
No wait, what if it was a...
He shook his head at the disturbing idea. Can't they make those things clearer? Anyways, what did those mean? The storm was the same tornado shape he saw on the insignia Aerith used before. Could those be seating for the lords? He frowned and glanced at his mana meter.
Shit, already half gone. He didn't have much time.
Victor drank another potion as he looked around, hesitating for a moment as he looked at the bookcases full of old leather and metal-bound books. The system didn't tell him anything about them, so they were mostly normal books. The important stuff was definitely the info inside of them. Wait. He could feel some sinister demonic energy from one of the libraries that had its book cased in lead boxes. The problem was that he didn't have the time to check any of them, let alone all of them. Thinking for a moment, he ran toward the large door. He frowned for a moment, then used his Akashic Scholar skill. When was this door last opened? He asked. 99999 order points required. Shit. Did this have to do with it being made of Myrtle? Victor thought for a moment, then knelt to the floor next to it. As expected, he found scratch marks there, and carefully inspecting them he tried again. When was this area last scratched before today? 140 order points required. Still expensive, but he quickly paid for it. 17 years, 3 months, 2 days, 25 hours, 21 minutes, 11 seconds, 794 milliseconds ago. Damn, IT. He should have asked the system to only use years, he would have probably saved some order points. Never mind that. If this place hadn't been accessed for so long, then he could act freely without fearing being a suspect. Without thinking any further, he quickly used his disguise skill to make the illusion as if everything was in place, then began grabbing the entire shelves and throwing them up at the cauldron that had its bottom part sticking from the ceiling that was slowly turning bluish. It all took about a minute as Victor cleared it all, taking everything including the cleanly sliced part of the wooden stick he used before. A few things resisted entering the cauldron, but the moment he gave them another push using his authority, they went right in. Giving the chamber one last look to make sure he forgot nothing, he jumped up and entered the cauldron. Appearing on the other side, he almost immediately pulled everything out of the ground just as his mana was about to get completely dry out. Shit. That was close. He quickly took another mana potion and drank it whole, then turning around, he untied the fishing pole and the spear, putting them with the cauldron in his storage space before hurrying back up toward the reading room, which was exactly the way he left it. Thankfully, due to everyone thinking that they knew what he was doing in there, no one really dared to enter and check.
Prince Liza.
For the 100th time, stop calling my name casually, Aerith replied coldly.
Come on, Aerith.
Don't be this rigid. We have known each other for ages. If you give up your pride, we might even be able to be husband and wife, he said casually, but for a strange reason keeping his eyes on Victor. The hostility in them was well hidden, but the pale death fate thread was not. Is this your new servant? He asked casually. Victor raised one eyebrow. It was clear that this lizard guy had a crush on Aerith, and it was also clear that he knew that Victor was her husband. Probably some little rat told him. Rosette hesitated, not knowing what to say. Hi, I am Victor White. Noticing her hesitation, Victor directly stepped forward. I am both Aerith's stepbrother and husband, he said.
2 in 1.
Well, in that case.
Liza paused.
He wanted to say something that he had already prepared, but Victor's answer made him glitch a little. Wait. Stepbrother, he asked, looking at Victor and then at Aerith in shock. Did Lady Rosette marry? He quickly asked. This was big news. Not your damn business, Aerith replied coldly. The fact that they came from a different world was not a publicly known fact. Only the Storm Lord knew it. Damn stupid Victor, causing unnecessary trouble.
Liza frowned.
He needed to inform his father about this. Then it is my duty to congratulate you. Congratulations, he said with a forced smile. Thanks. Victor replied despite the fact that Liza was not speaking to him in the first place. I really appreciate it coming from you. I am sure we will get along a lot in the future. He nodded as if they were best friends.
Liza frowned.
Yesterday, he got the news that Aerith, whom he was trying hard to take as a wife, got married when someone won the bet against her. He was so enraged and intended to hurry and fix this guy by himself, but his father stopped him, explaining to him that this might be a trap set by Rosette to get rid of his frequent requests to marry her. Although Liza was not convinced, as further information about this said husband was collected, it was clear that this might be really just a scarecrow.
Name Victor. Origins, unknown. Description, a pervert.
An hour ago, one of his men came running to inform him that Aerith had shown up with her new husband at the Royal Library. Figuring out that this was his chance to check things out personally, he hurried here. His planned method was simple. It was to humiliate the said husband and see how Aerith would react. But to his disappointment, this guy had thicker skin than he expected. I am also looking forward to getting along with you, he told Victor after some thought. Where does your family come from? The White surname doesn't sound familiar, he asked casually.
Ah.
We come from our mother's wombs like everyone else. Victor explained in a serious tone.
Liza frowned.
This was not funny. I meant the location, he asked patiently.
Ah. Oh.
Victor hesitated, then lowering his voice he approached Liza. Not your damn business, he whispered in a loud hiss, making sure everyone in the hall could hear him. You, Liza barely contained his anger.
I am.
Young master. This is the book you requested, someone said from the back, diffusing the situation. And forcing Liza to take a step back, clearly fearing the new comment. It was Germana, who came from a side room with a tray that had a thin red leather-bound book on top of it. I need to remind you again not to damage the book. Even if Lady Rosette intervened, you would have to spend a few nights in the dark prison, she said as she presented the tray forward. Ah, okay, Victor said as he stretched his hand to grab the book, but someone beat him to it.
It was Liza. Liza.
Aerith wanted to scold him, but not wanting to create trouble here, she stopped. Relax. I am just having a look, Liza said casually as his men stood in front of Aerith, obstructing her way. Master Chef's cookbook of the old days? What kind of book is this? He asked casually as he turned around and began to flip through the book. Then, making sure that the book was hidden by his body, in a split second he created a wind blade at the tip of his finger and sliced along the spine of the book, just enough so that if it were to be handled with any degree of roughness, it would fall apart. Victor, who was, as usual, not where everyone perceived him but on the opposite side, saw everything perfectly. This bastard was definitely trying to frame him. Maybe he wanted to send him to prison and deal with him there. Thinking for a moment, Victor stepped forward and extended his leg in Liza's path, waiting for him to turn around and then stumble and fall, dropping the book. Really childish play, he was. Wait. Victor almost gasped as he looked at Liza's face. For a split second he seemed to lose his eye pupils before they reappeared again with a reddish hue that quickly faded. The name and fate entries of the appraisal screen changed simultaneously. Name, Liza Stormbringer, Tangerine the Great.
Fate. Fate's power S. Define fate, none.
Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. Victor quickly pressed the destiny list, spending 10 order points.
Destiny list.
Self-set, eat this world a. Self-set, eat what's beyond this world. Self-set, eat what's beyond this world. Victor opened his mouth wide. This bastard had definitely turned into a demon. He had seen this before with Poe. Damn, that demonic book had a demon inside of it. It was a trap all along. Ah. Nice book, Liza, who turned around again to look at Aerith and began to move his neck in a strange way, said. His accent was a little forced, but no one noticed.
I think I...
Sadly, the demon didn't get to enjoy his new body as Victor, who thought fast and acted faster, threw a well-practiced kick right into his crotch.
Demon or not,
no man can stay sane when his balls crack. Liza screamed like a bitch, dropping the book in his hand and causing its pages to scatter on the ground.
Prince Liza.
Germana gasped in shock, as did Aerith, but before they could realize what just happened, the pages on the ground all suddenly burned in a black flame, then turned almost immediately into a black smoke that drilled into the Liza's ears, nose and mouth. Liza, or rather Tangerine, who was experiencing inhuman pain, also saw this and was absolutely flabbergasted. What the fuck just drilled into him? Wasn't he the only one hiding in the book?
Boss.
Are you all right? One of the lackeys asked worriedly as he stepped back. Lizard didn't continue, as when he looked up the only thing he could see was Aerith, who held the tip of a giant lance right in front of his eyes. Germina to the side was busy activating a talisman to summon the guards. What's the meaning of this? Lizard asked as he looked around.
What the fuck just happened?
He realized that he might be screwed.
Prince Lizard.
I am not sure what just happened, but according to the protocol, I need to arrest you and test you for demon possession. Please cooperate, she said, ignoring Victor, who was looking fearfully from behind her back.
She hit.
I understand, he said in a low voice as he stood up with difficulty, being extremely wary. He was not sure what had just happened, as he just devoured this body's memories. Did this body suffer from the kind of illness that made his balls hurt like crazy?
Or was it someone's doing?
No matter what, he needed to get out of here, as he could feel the auras of a few warriors encircling the building. I appreciate your cooperation, Aerith began to speak, but in the next moment, she grabbed Victor, who was behind her, and ducked to the side. A huge explosion shook the library's main hall as Lizard activated a destruction talisman that he had, then before anyone could come back to his feet, jumped and quickly ran out of the library using a very strange skill. Everyone could tell that there was something wrong with him. Why would he run like a man who had just got his balls kicked otherwise? Call the knight. Aerith yelled at Germina, who seemed fine and just a little shaken despite being the closest to the explosion. Stay here, she commanded Victor as she jumped up and then dashed toward the door using a speed skill to hurry after the runaway Lizard. She was gone in a split second.
Okay. Be safe.
Victor yelled after her in a flustered manner as he dusted himself and began to arrange the pages of the cooking book he had just collected after they scattered on the ground. Yes. The entire thing with the flame and smoke was his doing. The book had never really burnt, it was all an illusion. The pages that could contain a demon's soul was not ordinary and would definitely have more secrets. That's why he decided to keep them for himself for now.
You did good,
Mike told Axel as soon as they left Elena and Luna. Try to be less tense in the future, we are a family. Axel sighed and shook his head, remembering how Mike was tense when his mother brought up his wives. Let's go see Iris then,
Alice said. Before you guys leave. Axel.
Can I have a word with you? Margaret, who walked right behind them, interrupted. Okay. Axel nodded to Mike and then walked toward Margaret, who obviously didn't plan to follow them. What? He asked with a frown. He didn't like this manipulative girl at all. She had played him like a fiddle before.
Take this.
Margaret pushed a folder into his hand. Those are your allowance, Margaret said. There is also some data about your business, a phone, an ID, and some private club's enrollment cards, she spat.
Oh.
Did father tell you to give me those? He raised an eyebrow.
Yeah.
Try not to ruin Victor's image too much. Don't worry, now that I know the truth, I will act properly.
Idiot.
That would definitely ruin his image.
Margaret scolded.
You have to act as a pervert. Axel frowned. What did this slut want him to do now?
Listen.
Victor has two main personas. In the family, you act as a confident good son and brother, like you did earlier. However, on the outside, you have to act as an arrogant pervert rich young master.
Margaret explained. Understood. No, he shook his head.
Think of it as being a guy with nothing to hide, she said.
He glared at her. She glared back.
Anything else? He finally sighed.
No.
Just keep to reputable brothels, she said, then began to leave, then hesitated, paused, and turned to face him. Did you read the novels by Crimson Pearl? She asked, squinting her eyes.
I just read one, he said.
At the sect he was only recently allowed to get phones, so he didn't have the time to indulge in these media yet. In fact, he already forgot most of what happened in that novel. They are mostly all the same.
Read a few others, she said.
The author didn't know how to use moderation, and ended up getting taken advantage of.
The author?
That guy who committed suicide?
What did she mean? Moderation?
Were the novels too perverted? Did they have some secret? Axel wanted to ask more, but Margaret quickly left, not caring to say another word. At the same time, in a strange place lit by eternally gloomy torches. I am very sorry for your lordship. Alice von Weiss just appeared out of nowhere and I couldn't complete the mission, Malcolm spoke as he bowed down, his head nearly reaching the ground. It is okay, let's drop the issue then. The one who replied was a person sitting on a comfortable white throne padded with all kinds of pillows. For some strange reason, despite this person not using any disguise, his shape was incomprehensible. Looking at him, no one could make out what he looked like, nor what his gender was. Damn, even his clothes were incomprehensible, as if one's eyes would keep forgetting what they saw as they looked at him. His voice was not that of a male, nor a female, but for a strange reason, everyone could guess that he was a he. "What do you mean, your lordship?" Clarissa, who stood to the side dressed in her military uniform, asked. "Shouldn't we get rid of Victor just in case? Even with the rights in our hands, he might try to do the movies anyway out of spite, then wait for us to sue him. The important thing was to fix the timeline. Since even our little rat couldn't kill that guy, this would mean that conformity is at play here. It is better to leave him alone," he sighed after he spoke slowly. "Conformity?" Clarissa asked with a frown. "Celestia, I already taught you about that," the Lord said. "Master, my name is Clarisia," she interrupted. "And you never taught me anything like that." "Ah, really?" He paused as he pondered for a moment. "Really," she sighed. "This almighty Lord really has a memory problem." He sighed. "Listen. Conformity is the concept that a timeline can't easily change. The fate of people, especially strong ones, would always make it follow a certain path," the Lord said. "It is like the inertia of the world stopping any large changes," he added. "Ah. Then what is the purpose of the existence of our organization?" Clarissa asked. "Sometimes, things happen making the change too big for the timeline to be able to cope with, like the effect of artifact demons or unforeseen circumstances like the case of your time travel," he said. "One of our organization's goals is to remove such disturbances or mitigate them as far as possible." "Oh. And since Victor miraculously survived, does this mean he has a large inertia?" "Yes, it is better not to mess with him for now, we just need to nudge him in the right direction, nothing more," the Lord said. "Ah. Okay," Clarisia nodded. "Master, I meant to ask you this. Were there any other time travelers before me?" she asked. "If not, then rebirth would have no reason to exist." "In a way, there was the Lord paused then frowned. "I forgot, damn it. I shouldn't tell you about that," he spat. "Never mind that. The critical phase is about to end soon anyway," he whispered to himself. "Ah," Clarisia asked. "What?" "Nothing, you will forget about it as soon as you leave this hall. And you will find out what I meant pretty soon," he said mysteriously. "Did you get any info about the Nutcracker?" he asked, changing the subject. "Ah. Not really, it is as if it appears out of thin air then disappears again," she said. "Even using all our artifacts we couldn't track him." "Oh," the Lord paused. "Keep following any info about him, but do not try to interfere, that guy might be the one." "The what?" "Ah. A very strange and strong demon who will ruin this world." "What?" both Malcolm and Clarisia asked. "You don't worry about it. Just keep an eye on him for now. We still have many junctures that we would be able to use to stop him," the Lord said casually. "Make sure the matter in Vane City gets wrapped up cleanly. And be on the lookout for any more time travelers." "Yes, sir." "What happened with the cruise incident?" he asked as if he just remembered. "The demons were all cleaned up. It was conducted by a guy named Rain and a girl named Tulip," Clarisia said. "They seem to belong to the Sunken Empire." "Oh. Tulip and Rain." He frowned as he was trying hard to remember. "Those two are very important for the future." "Don't approach them," the Lord said. "There seemed to be someone else there too. A little girl who could kill anyone by touching them. Rain seemed to know her, but we couldn't get any info." The Lord frowned. "She was killing the demons? According to the witnesses, she seems to hold a grudge against them." "Oh." "Try to find more info about her, tell Bianca or one of the others to approach Rain about it, but not to get too tangled with him." "Yes. And keep an eye on the cruise's survivors just in case," he said. "Even if one turned out to be a demon, just watch from afar, we will not interfere." "Ah. Okay." Clarissa nodded. "You two can leave now," he sighed. "We understand." Both Clarisia and Malcolm bowed, then turned and left the room, forgetting a few things in the process. Axel, who after finishing with Margaret, followed Mike, Alice and Lara across a windy path and soon reached a small isolated training ground surrounded by a small bamboo grove. There a purple-haired girl wearing an expensive purple training suit was leading a few young men and women in a sword training session. As soon as she saw them approaching, she stopped swinging and put down her sword. "Stop. Let's take some rest," she commanded and gave a signal, making a few maids who were waiting to the side hurry up to distribute towels. Everyone lowered their wooden swords and as they wiped their sweat turned to look at the newcomers. "Let me introduce you. Those are Mike, Alice and Victor. They are not only our stepbrothers but also elite heirs of the family," Iris said with a smile, not caring to introduce Lara who was a celebrity among her siblings. "Those 8 are Mary, Kara, Nima, Alikhan, Richard, Roy, Juju and Roxy." They quickly bowed and welcomed the family heirs in unison. After having to keep up with the arrogant Max and Rex for a few days, they didn't dare to relax at all.
Hi.
No need for formality, Mike said, waving his hand.
Nice to meet you, he said.
Nice to meet you too, they said as they relaxed a little. Are they your team? Mike asked as Axel carefully inspected them. Did his father really plan to awaken all of his offspring?
Yeah. Iris nodded.
Rex and Max also gathered a few around them.
Team? Axel asked. Ah yes.
Iris said. I forgot that you had that accident, let me explain. Iris said. According to esteemed father, since our brothers and sisters didn't have pure bloodline, we can't make them full family heirs, so he found a loophole in the family rules to make them disciples to work under one of the heirs.
She explained. Oh, Axel nodded.
If he was not kidnapped by that sect, maybe he would have been among those guys now. So I have to make my team too?
He asked. No, Mike shook his head.
Since we are elite heirs, we act as a kind of generals, we command a group of teams, but this will have to be decided later as father didn't really plan all of this yet.
He said. Oh, come on now.
No need for nervousness, let's take the time and get to know our siblings. Alice said, making Axel sigh and turn to his nervous brothers and sisters. Wait. Why was that girl giving him a flirtatious look? Wasn't she his sister? Axel frowned, noticing one of the girls winking at him. Her name was Juju. Really? The Von Weiss family was a group of weirdos. Unfortunately. You are not a demon, the female knight who finished scanning Victor with a strange pulsating amulet said with annoyance. Yup, she was the same female knight who was at the competition. Unfortunately. One of the soldiers to the side wondered in a low voice. Their lieutenant had been acting strange ever since she met this guy when they entered the library to check everyone for demonic possession. She wanted to imprison me and make me do all kinds of perverted stuff, Victor whispered to the soldier in a low voice that was not low at all. The soldier who heard him almost gasped as he turned and looked at his boss who was glaring daggers at him.
Damn it. He shouldn't have asked.
So, am I free to go now? Victor smirked and asked. Yeah. The princess sent a message that you must take care and return to the castle early. The female knight spat as she gestured to him to leave with her hand like he was some kind of a fly.
Cool.
Did she catch that demon?
He asked.
Classified information, she coldly spat. If he wasn't the princess's consort, she would have flattered that stupid face of his with her fist. Too bad she could only gnash her teeth.
I see. See you later then, he said.
Oh, and when you have the courage to face your twisted fetishes, you can always find me at Lady Rosette's castle, he added as he turned to leave, making the female knight almost throw the artifact in her hand at him. Damn that bastard. Ignoring her and the very nervous soldiers who were going to be punished for no reason later, Victor leisurely walked out of the library. Lyra was waiting for him at the street outside with Amira, who was busy eating some cotton candy which was invented by Rosette. The little girl ran to his side as soon as he stepped out, offering him some cotton candy. Thanks for taking care of her, Victor said as he rubbed the little girl's head. You are not the bad sprout I thought you were, he added unnecessarily. Blah. You are the fucking bad sprout. Lyra retorted back. I am just saying.
He shrugged.
He expected her to hurry and find that demon with Aerith, but she decided to stay with Amira, and this proved that she can still be redeemed. No, the spanking was still a must, but he would go easy on her. Let's go back to the castle. I need to hurry and see what happened with that demon, she spat as she turned and began heading toward the carriage that was waiting for them. She didn't want to hear a compliment from this baster. Did Aerith catch him? He asked as he quickly followed. Yeah. I don't know the details though, she said. Oh. As long as she is fine, Victor nodded. He was not worried about the demon, Aerith was powerful enough to apprehend him. He just had one thought at the moment, as he couldn't wait to reach his room and then begin checking his loot. So he held Amira's hand and climbed into the luxurious carriage that started moving as soon as he closed the door. He pondered if he should make some small talk with Lyra, who was sitting in front of him, but noticing that she turned her head to look out of the window on purpose to avoid him, he decided to spare her and to take the time to check on his blood slaves. Amira was by his side eating her cotton candy, so he didn't need to check on her.
Lynn was fine.
She was learning how to cook from Hilda. She could now fry an egg without turning it into a piece of charcoal.
Not bad.
Alex was as usual training with her spear like a young hero. Two girls were watching to the sides with stars in their eyes. Axel seemed to have used the old good excuse that he needed to awaken his bloodline before sleeping with them, so they were rooting for him.
Know her.
Danielle was at school hitting on two sisters who joined his class recently. That guy was good. Tom was having lunch with his father-in-law and Caspian. Not bad, the info this idiot was collecting would be vital for him once he returned. Mike was meeting with his brothers and sisters at his father's mansion.
Oh.
He met one of them long ago, that slut Juju. She was hitting on the fake guy. Victor sighed, shaking his head as he inspected the others then. HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS
touch. What?
Lyra asked nervously, reaching for her dagger as Amira looked at him.
Ah. Nothing.
Just a mosquito bit my butt, Victor said casually as he sat down quickly and closed his eyes. He was not in the mood to make an elaborate excuse as he looked again through Mike's eye, who was talking to one guy. This guy was definitely the one. The one who killed his family. The young Light Lord. Although his face's shape was slightly different, Victor would never forget this guy's eyes.
Impossible. Was he his brother?
His name was
Roy. Ah.
Mike, who was sitting around a table having a meal while getting introduced to his half-brothers and sisters, suddenly yelped as he felt something jolt inside of him.
What?
Alice turned and asked him.
Nothing.
Just some cramp, he said as he felt strange.
What just happened?
You are just too tense after Mother's scolding.
Alice spat. Yeah, probably.
Roy, who watched the brother and sister, felt strange. Rex and Max made him believe that all of the family's true heirs were snobbish bastards. But seeing how Mike and Alice acted, they felt like a normal family. So you are from Gravela City? Victor, who was speaking to him, asked with complex eyes. Yeah, I was raised there by my mother, but recently came here because one of my little sisters needed to go to the hospital.
Roy explained.
She is not our father's daughter, he quickly added to clear things up. Oh, Victor nodded, clearly understanding his problem.
How is she?
Alice, who heard their conversation, asked.
Your sister? Ah.
She is fine. Sister Iris did promise to help with some new experimental pills, but it seemed her help was not needed after all. My sister was just suddenly cured.
Roy shrugged.
I guess miracles do happen.
Ah. I see, that's good. Alice nodded.
You should bring them here someday. Since they are your family, they are ours, she said. Ah, maybe someday, he said, not expecting Alice to be this friendly. Big brother, someone suddenly asked Mike. It was one of their sisters called Alikhan. I wanted to ask. What kind of person father is? She asked nervously after feeling that this big brother was very approachable. Didn't you guys already meet him? Mike asked with a frown. No, we only gave him a customary greeting when he first arrived. Roy replied nervously. He didn't have the time to sit with us at all. In fact, unlike Juju and Roxy, who met Theodore before, for most of the others, yesterday was the first time they truly saw their father, and he was more imposing than what Iris and Roxy describe him to be.
I see, Mike sighed.
His father was really like that, not caring about how others felt. Don't let his imposing persona fool you. Alice, who could easily read her siblings' thoughts, replied. Father is a very kind person, he is far more mushier than he seems to be. Just don't tell him I said that about him, she chuckled.
Ah. Roy paused.
Did she describe her father as being mushy?
I see, he said.
I think he will meet you guys officially in a couple of days. Iris already told us that. We are just a little nervous about what this is all about. There is no reason to be nervous.
Mike said.
Even Lara will be there too, right? He turned to look at Lara, who was sitting to the side listening silently, enjoying the company of her family, and asked.
Yes.
Esteemed father said that I will be attending, she nodded. Elle will be there too, she said, making the little maid behind her nod seriously while keeping her wary eyes on Victor as if she was waiting for him to make one wrong move.
Oh.
See, since Lara and little Elle would be there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Mike said, calming his siblings. I keep telling them that. Iris sighed. It is all Max's fault for scaring them. Ever since suffering at the hands of Max, her siblings had been a little nervous. That's why she wanted them to meet Mike and the others. What did he tell you? Mike asked with a frown. He said that we will be tested, and if we fail, father will never help us ever again, the girl Alishan said, biting her lip and making Roy listen carefully. He knew that the said test had something to do with making them re-enter the family, but he had no idea what it entailed.
Don't believe him, Mike chuckled.
In fact, that guy doesn't even know what is going to happen, he added, hiding a deep vigilance in his eyes. You just need to keep up with the training you have been doing. They would definitely help you with your results.
Results? What do you mean?
Juju, who sat next to Victor, asked, wiggling her body a little and accidentally rubbing her brother's arm with her big breasts. Victor could only move his seat a little to the left to get away from her. You will know very soon, Mike, who acted as if he didn't notice what was happening, said. I can't explain things ahead of time and spoil father's favorite pastime hobby. Mike shook his head with a smile that only Alice and Iris knew what it meant. Their father seemed to enjoy the shocked look on his children's faces when he told them about the existence of players.
Oh.
Roy looked at Roxy, who was also curious, and sighed. This was the same answer they got from everyone, including George. Are all the ones who will participate in the ceremony already arrived? Mike suddenly turned to Iris and asked.
Ceremony?
Roy couldn't help but catch that word. No, there is still one batch who will arrive tomorrow.
Cousin Morris, John, and Luke will be among them, she said.
Lara, who heard her, sat straight. She clearly didn't know that and was beginning to feel nervous meeting Luke and John after all this time. Those two used to bully her a lot when they were on the family island. Morris that douchebag too? Alice asked with disgust. She remembered reading a report about that guy. A total douchebag who raped a princess and then used the family to help him run away from taking responsibility like a man. Grandma had to placate his grandfather to fix a few things in the family, so she offered him a position. Mike, who had been helping his grandma for the last few days, said.
Oh. Alice nodded.
He better not do anything funny. Don't worry, Father already dispatched a few men to keep an eye on him.
Mike sighed.
Victor, who watched the exchange between Roy and the others, thought Mike was having a real hard time containing his wrath. Thankfully, by the time the carriage arrived at Rosette's palace, he had already calmed down. Although his hate for Roy didn't subside at all, he could start to think rationally and feel that there might have been a deeper story to the things that happened back then. What he really needed was to return and really investigate this guy. Sadly, this was not an option yet, so he decided to find some time to sink his soul and send a message to Margaret through Lily to let her take care of things.
Damn it.
Did that demon scare you that much? Lyra asked as she stepped down from the carriage, clearly noticing the strange atmosphere around him. Something like that, he quickly replied, as he stepped down after her and then helped Irmira down before entering the palace. In the main living room, Mirai was sitting reading a romantic novel of some kind. This girl seemed to be the kind who didn't have to work at all, leeching over her master and Rosette. Back already? She looked up and asked as soon as they stepped in.
An accident happened.
Lyra said. A demon appeared in the library, so Big Sister told us to go back here. Did Aerith take care of it?
Yeah.
I don't know the details yet.
Lyra sighed.
Oh good, Mirai nodded and then returned to her book. Demons' appearances, although rare, were not that big of a deal. Did that elf display any strange behavior?
Lyra asked.
The reason she returned to the palace was because of that. No, he is in his healing barrel in the basement, Mirai said dismissively as she flipped the page. Meryl is with him holding his hand, you can ask her.
There is no need.
Lyra said with annoyance before turning to face Victor. I will need to go check in on my unit, don't leave the mansion before Aerith returns, she warned. Okay, Victor nodded and then watched her leave before turning to Amira. Stay with Aunt Mirai. I want to take a little nap to calm my nerves, he told her.
The little girl nodded.
It is going to be. Okay, she told him as if to reassure him. Like Lyra, she probably thought he was a little shaken from the demon. Don't worry, Victor rubbed her head with a smile then, nodding toward Mirai, he turned and headed to his room.
Feeling a little calmer.
As soon as he got in, he directly cast a few protection talismans, made an illusion of himself in bed, and then entered the cauldron heading to an isolated floor. There, sitting down, he began the painful process of syncing his soul with the one in the other world. It was past noon when Mike finally returned to the hotel suite that he was staying at. He was feeling a little strange after spending the day with his brother and taking Axel on a tour around town to induce him to a few reputable brothels. He never truly experienced anything like this before and it felt a little nice. Sighing as he opened the suite's door, he found his two twin wives waiting for him at the door, dressed in some very revealing bunny suits. What's the occasion? He asked in surprise as he closed the door and raised one eyebrow. Although he was not a stranger to cosplaying with his wives, he felt surprised watching them take the initiative. Margaret was here, Honey said as she began to help him take off his jacket.
Oh. Did she need anything? He frowned.
Did that girl tell his wives to dress like this?
A few things.
She told us that the movie was cancelled.
Yeah, Mike nodded. A few logistical problems.
She said that we should not worry and that she already found another good one, but we will need to wait a few weeks for the shooting.
Oh.
That was quick. Mike was a little surprised. As long as you want to, I don't mind, he said as he walked inside.
Both nodded as they followed him. What else?
She told us about what your esteemed mother talked about, Honey replied nervously.
Ah.
Mike sighed as he took a seat, shaking his head. That slut was really getting nosy. You don't need to worry about it, my mother is like that. And we still have time, in my family it is normal to only have a few children, he said. And you don't need to dress like that for us to have some fun. Not that I am complaining, he shrugged, changing the subject.
We need to, Bunny said.
Why? Mike raised one eyebrow. It is a ritual that Margaret told us about. She said that if we follow it we could have a high chance of giving birth to a child. A ritual, does it involve you wearing bunny suits? He asked as he raised one eyebrow.
Yes.
What is it about? Honey looked at Bunny as both of them blushed heavily.
What? He asked.
His wives were former prostitutes, so the things that made them blush like that could never be something common. You will have to experience it with your own body, they said as they threw themselves at him. Finishing with the synchronization, Victor, who was in pain, felt as if he could finally relax as he sat up on the grass in the endless forest inside the cauldron.
Now, he felt a little calmer.
All he had to do was to simply wait until the investigation his wives were going to do to finish. If Roy turned out to be a good guy, he would consider sparing his life.
Maybe. He sighed.
Seriously, who would have thought that it was his own brother? This explained many things, like how he came to him instead of Zoe or any of the other hidden Von Weiss survivors. Maybe it wasn't about the dragon bloodline after all, but about the demonic one that he didn't know anything about. This also answered the question of why his father, who was tasked to hunt down Roy before after he came after Morris, didn't do a thing. He must have known that it was his son and decided to secretly help him, not realizing the guy would come back with revenge in mind. For Victor, a few things that he couldn't answer before were slowly getting clearer, but still, there were a few questions left unanswered, like how that guy became the young Light Lord, and what was the real reason he destroyed the entire Von Weiss archipelago. It seemed really like his time travel had changed a lot of things. He sighed, deciding to turn his attention to something else for now. First, he decided to start with the appetizers.
The cooking book.
He waved his hand, making a chair and a desk appear in front of him. He slowly sat at it and took out the cookbook from his storage space, putting it in front of him. It was totally unbound thanks to that idiot demon throwing it to the ground, so Victor had to rearrange the pages first of all. It was not big of a deal at all, as the book was only composed of only 100 pages with illustrations taking half of those. So following the page number, he slowly restored it to its original order. He first gave it a quick look, leafing through the pages in a few minutes to check the content. It was a completely normal cooking book, with only the recipes being a little strange, requiring a lot of unidentified kinds of meat. Remembering the info he got from the old cannibal couple, he began to read the book's chapters in an alternating fashion using the sequence of strokes that were etched on the leather cover. The lines he read that way didn't make any sense, but he knew better than to stop as he had heard of such strange books before. It took him 30 minutes to finally reach the end as he needed to make sure that he would not make mistakes. The moment he finished, the pages of the book all shone with a strange black light and he felt something enter his body.
Warning.
Your body had been infected with cannibalistic animal curse, SSS. You will need to eat 1 pound of fresh human flesh every day to live.
Warning. The skill cannibal B had been added.
Warning. Skill concept already exist.
Skill deleted.
Upgrading existing skill instead. Devour X had been leveled up.
Warning. The skill meat shield D had been added. Warning.
The skill enhanced senses E had been added.
Warning.
The skill flesh identify B had been added.
Error.
Higher skill bloodline identity already exist.
Skill deleted. Warning.
The skill evil cook AAA had been added.
Warning.
The skill flesh seal AAA had been added. Warning. Skill concept already exist.
Skill deleted.
Upgrading existing skill instead. Master seal SS had been leveled up. Master seal is now SSS ranked. As Victor watched the series of notifications flash past his eyes, he quickly threw a dispelling talisman on himself and made sure the curse was gone before checking everything out. First, his devouring skill. It had evolved, and now he would be able to activate it once a week. Second, that meat shield skill. Its use was to make his body stronger like iron, being able to take on hits without getting injured. Sadly, he was not a masochist, so it was useless.
No, wait.
It might be usable when facing a certain rabbit girl and her infamous sword. Yes. There was no useless skill. Enhanced senses were nothing special, just enhancing his senses to taste the food better. Evil cook was a skill that allowed him to cook strange things and make them edible. Lastly, he looked at his master seal skill that became SSS ranked.
Oh.
The upgrade gave him a new kind of slaves to create.
Blood slaves, 7 out of 8. Mike, Alex, Amira, Tom, Lynn, Danielle, Rita.
Flesh slaves, 0/50. Flesh slaves, despite the name sounding stronger, were a nerfed version of blood slaves. By making the target willingly drink his blood or eat his flesh, the target would not be able to go against the master's wishes. The drawback was that, unlike the blood slave, he couldn't really communicate or use his skill through this connection. It was like a form of contract. He also had to wait 24 hours before the blood got integrated with the target's flesh and the seal became complete. Still, it was not bad. His profits from taking this book were plenty. Sadly, the demon already left with Lizzer, or he was sure it would have jumped his body the moment he finished the book. Since it could directly control that guy's body, it was definitely a high-ranking demon. Maybe a really strong one. Damn it. What a missed opportunity to have a nice meal. If he had known, he would have damaged the book himself. Victor sighed and shook his head. It's no use crying over spilled milk. Checking his body again to make sure nothing was wrong, he finally turned his head and looked at the main course. The bookcases that were at the moment in front of him, continuing knowledge that he long yearned for. Tip. This way, young master. The old woman in skimpy clothes guided Axel through the luxurious brothel's corridors. This place is very gaudy, he couldn't help but comment, noticing the expensive paintings on the walls. Of course. The Golden Brothel is the best in the city, the woman said proudly. Axel nodded. Thankfully Mike told him about his place, telling him it was perfect to keep Victor's image. If not, he would have had to do it solo tonight. We are finally here. The old woman reached a certain door. Young master, I hope the girl will be to your liking. As promised, we got you a new one, she said, opening the door and stepping back. Axel nodded as he stepped in, feeling nervous. Although he had lived 2 lives, to tell the truth, he had never attended such a place before and didn't know what to expect. That's why he requested a virgin, afraid that he might expose his ignorance in front of a more experienced girl. Welcome, young master. The girl inside, who was dressed in some very skimpy made clothes, shook a little as she bowed down as soon as he stepped in. He couldn't help but swallow, noticing her ample chest. No need to be nervous, he said, in truth talking to himself. You may raise. She stood up, revealing her beautiful face as she nervously bit her lip and then gasped as soon as she noticed his face. His reaction was the same. Gloria Flick? Victor fucking White? Impossible. He stepped back in shock. Wasn't this Gloria Flick? Although not a very famous journalist, she had a lot of fans in certain circles in his past life. She made thousands of people fall in love with her on TV, especially the way she exposed many of the dark secrets surrounding many of the world's elites thanks to her daring and innovative investigation methods. Most didn't watch her for that though. What are you doing here? He couldn't help but ask as his eyes automatically focused on her barely covered breasts. Could it be that Gloria Flick had some very dark history? No wonder she always went after the corrupt elites. Bastard. How dare you ask? Isn't it all because of you? She exploded, angrily pointing at him. Me? What did I do? He was taken aback before remembering that he was impersonating Victor. What did you do? Playing dumb now? Weren't you the one who issued a ban on me? Then made me lose my license and made not even porn websites dare to let me stream there? Forcing me to have to work here to pay my debts that you made me incur thanks to all the lawsuits you and your bitch Margaret filed against me. She replied, angrily shaking as she bit her lip. Ah. I did. He had no idea. That girl Margaret was really scary. If not for Alice saving his life, he might have ended up like this girl. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Basted. Can you stop making fun of me? She spat, her eyes tearing up. Ever since she got in contact with this guy, her life was in a downward spiral. He sighed. I see. Look, I am sorry, he said, realizing that he could say nothing else. Like hell, I will forgive you. She spat as she covered her chest with her hand. He sighed as his mind raced, remembering his father's command that he must avoid trouble and keep his cover. Well, I am telling the truth. I was just angry back then and didn't expect things to go this bad to you, he said after some thinking. How about this? As a form of apology, I will pay all your debts and help you remove your ban, he said. Gloria was one of his idols in the past, and he couldn't bear the idea of her working in such a place. You would really do that? She asked with a frown, feeling a little taken aback. The Victor she knew was a very arrogant guy, but he also felt a little whimsical. Yes, he said. What do you want in return? She asked directly. Nothing was free in this world. What do I want? Look, I am not that kind of a guy, I know, I surrender. She interrupted him, untying the ribbon that held her revealing maid dress together and letting it drop to the ground to reveal her voluptuous body. Let's fucking do it. Ah. Axel was taken aback. The girl completely misunderstood him. What? Do you want me to do all the work too? She spat. Okay. Let's do it, he finally said after he swallowed. He wouldn't really be a man if he were to refuse her. No, wait. He was going to be a real man tonight. Hooray. At the same time, in a very gloomy cauldron, Victor was having a problem. The bookcases looked very tempting, but unfortunately upon inspecting the books, Victor discovered a big problem. He couldn't read most of them. Each one of them was written in a totally different language that he couldn't tell anything about. It was like whoever collected those things knew how important they were, but couldn't understand them either. Finally, after reaching the 9th bookcase, Victor found a few documents and books that he could read. The first few were about the history of this world, containing a huge rolled-up map. In it, he could see 3 continents surrounded by a sea, completely different from the current one. How old was this? Grabbing a few documents, he set them on the desk and began to flip through them. Those papers were written long ago when a few foreign races entered this world after their own world was destroyed. Each of the races was led by their own lord who guided them to safety in a new world. The humans were guided by the Storm Lord, Nimra. The elves were guided by the Sun Lord, Tarosa. The Beastkin were guided by the Thorns Lord, Rosa. The Dragonkin were guided by the Dragon Lord, Orgicastricalmokos. The goblins and ogres were guided by the Poison Lord, Yazel. Victor paused at this. The Sun Lord he knew was called Zendo, not Tarosa? Wait. Where did he hear that name before? Right, it was when he used his Akashic skill on the slave of the Sun bloodline restriction that all Sun elves had. It was its creator's name. So, Zendo was not the original Sun Lord after all? This was very intriguing. Victor paused for a moment, then returned to reading the paper in hand. The 5 lords together seemed to have fought this world's original barbaric inhabitants who refused to let them settle here. Then after winning and liberating this world, they united, creating the world's King's Council. Could it be that of the original 5, only the Storm Lord remained? Was that why she had the table and the books? Victor pondered as he read the next few pages that contained the condition of the agreement between the lords. It was the standard stuff about not stepping into each other's areas and maintaining the peace. Nothing interesting, just dividing the cake. Victor slowly flipped to the next page, then involuntarily paused. His pupils contracted as he saw a painting of 5 people sitting around a familiar round table. He could easily recognize one of the people in it. A young man with deep dark eyes. Hiss, he gasped in shock. Wasn't that the same Poison Lord guy he saw through Rita's eyes on his family's island? The damn same guy. How could it be? That guy came from here? He quickly flipped to the map and began to follow the document to figure things out. The continent he was in now was divided between the Sun Lord and the Storm. The other 2, one was divided between the Beauty Lord Rosa and the Poison Lord, while the other was ruled solely by the Dragon Lord. Whatever happened back then must have led to a complete reshuffle with all the races migrating to the Central Kingdom. And that Poison Lord must have somehow found a way out to Trilaria. Unfortunately, Victor, who began to flip through the rest of the papers in his hand, couldn't find anything of interest regarding that. They must have been very old. Taking a look at the rest of the bookcase, he found the same kind of things. All treaties between the lords on how to split this world, so after a quick flip through them, Victor switched to the 10th bookcase. There he found a few readable books, the ones he was really looking for. The first one was an old book bound in a golden metal-plated cover and written in an old Dragonish that he could barely read. Thankfully, this language barely changes from one world to another. Dragons were some very traditional creatures. Despite the name of the book being Meditations on the System and Concepts. Inside it, there was only an old tattered collection of papers of someone who was clearly studying some older books and taking notes. Some of them were severely damaged, but thankfully some of them were in good condition. After an entire hour of being totally engrossed in translating it, Victor laid back and looked aimlessly at the cloudless cauldron sky. His eyes were totally unfocused, as if he had just smoked some kind of supreme weed, having his mind fucked a few times in the process. So that's how it is, he said in a lost voice. He really knew nothing despite having all the clues. Although the book didn't explain in depth, the data in it was enough to make him realize many things. No wonder, he said. So it was all about the concepts. At first, he couldn't wrap his mind around this, but after reading this book he finally got it, some of the missing segments of knowledge that connect everything together. As Rosette told him before, concepts were really just a manifestation of certain ideas or phenomena taking physical form. Like the collection of information needed to make the phenomena appear. Sparks by themselves were like highly concentrated concepts, making them take a physical form. They usually had the tendency to radiate the concept they had to the world around them, slowly changing it. It really sounded crazy, a concept taking a physical form, but apparently, that's the way it was. The thing Rosette didn't know was that the usage of concepts was not something that only lords could do. Everyone could use a concept if he had the right tool, as they could be implemented into magical tools and weapons. What really struck Victor hard was the fact that he had been using those all this time. The moment he became a player he gained that ability. Yes, The system skills themselves were just a bunch of concepts, being managed by the system. A skill is an image of a concept, he said to himself as he flicked his hand, making a fireball appear before he inspected it. He always wondered how it was possible for a player to create fireballs and use magic despite it being impossible according to the world rules. The answer according to the book was that the system itself was some kind of supreme autonomous higher being that collected concepts and sparks to manage them. When one became a player, the system would have access to all of his knowledge and skills as concepts. By collecting millions upon millions of the said concept, the system would no longer be limited to the understanding of one person of a certain subject, but it would own the amalgamation of all the images and concepts that all the players had about it. And an amalgamation of concepts was what was called a spark. Yes, the system was using the players to collectively create the sparks and then to use those to empower the said players back by giving them shared access to those powers as classes and skills. For example, the concept of the fireball must have been something that was born in a different world where magic was a thing. And by making a connection with the system and acquiring the skill book that was in a way a key to the connection, Victor was able to gain access to this skill, to this concept. Thinking about this made Victor finally understand many crucial things, like why someone who knew how to play piano would get a piano playing skill. It was all the system, harvesting his concept and giving it back to him in the form of a skill after combining it with the knowledge of other piano players. This also explained why people who had a certain nature or experience tended to have a class that corresponded to it. According to the book, the system would usually thrive to enhance the concepts he had, so he would give people the skills and classes that had the highest probability of growing up with them. All of those were a great revelation to him, allowing him to finally understand a part of how the system worked. He had also figured out why he didn't get that skill to get girls to cry on his chest. It was most likely the system didn't have the concept of that yet. The book also had a page discussing the origin of the system itself, arguing that it might be a very high concept by itself or some image of a collection of sparks. But in the end, the author didn't seem to have any evidence. What caught Victor's attention was one sentence handwritten in cursive Elvish at the end of the book. The system seems to seek control, and this is evident by its agents. If you want to seek more info, proceed with caution. Those guys are a pain in the dragon's ass. Taking a deep breath after digesting what he had just read, Victor frowned. The system, as far as he knew, was not sentient.
Did it have a sentient agent?
What did that even mean? He had never even come close to such knowledge before, and it made him feel a little agitated. He tried to search the papers again for any explanations of the system, but he could find nothing. Sighing, he decided to look at another book that caught his attention. Its title was The Royal Elves' Guide to Be a Lord. This was what he probably needed. Feeling intrigued, Victor began to read through it immediately. The language was a little archaic, but thanks to a certain elven princess, he could also read this. The first few pages were dedicated to praising the elf superiority over the other races, like all elven books. The next page after that was a warning that only elves should read it or else.
He flipped the page. Warning.
You were cursed by the elven death, SSS. You and your entire offspring will die in
60 seconds.
He quickly dispelled the curse using a talisman that he already had in hand before flipping the page to finally reach the juicy stuff describing what lords were. It was mostly very similar to what Rosette told him. Lords were higher sentient creatures that could utilize the images and concepts to display supernatural powers. The more the said lord understood this concept, the more powerful he or she would become. The rest was completely different from the shallow knowledge that Rosette knew. The book had a deeper explanation of many things. First was how one could become a lord. This got Victor very interested. There were simply 3 known methods. The first was to become an embodiment of a concept. Just become the spark itself. The book's example was of a man sleeping all the time, making himself slowly become the concept of sleeping itself, then growing to be a spark before finally becoming the Lord of Sleep. This method was 100% theoretical, as no one ever managed to do it according to the author. The second method was to naturally integrate a spark into his own body. According to the book, this was a very dangerous thing, as the one who was to integrate the spark had to be at least 50% compatible with it or have a way to allow it to change his body to be compatible using a suitable technique. If one were to force it, it would lead to either the destruction of the spark or to the death of the attempt. According to the author, only 4 people in the entire elven history managed to do this, as it had many drawbacks, including being affected by the bad aspects of the concept and becoming a target to other lords.
Victor frowned, not sure what that meant.
The last method was to use supernatural power as a medium to force the integration with a spark. This was what 99% of the people who became lords used. And according to all known records, all of them were using the same supernatural power called the system. By offering the spark to the system would naturally grant the player a lord designation, allowing him to virtually be a lord while handling the containment of the said spark. This method also had the benefit of allowing the lord to quantify his status and level using the system interface. Else it was a very hard progress that depended on the lord's understanding of himself. Victor squinted his eyes. This was a little different from what that storm lord told Rosette. Maybe that woman was not a good thing after all. Thinking back to what he knew, Victor also remembered the eternal spark that integrated with Alpha. It was not a system thing as the system displayed nothing, so his guess was that it must have been the second method. So the reason it didn't work on him and only responded to Alpha was this compatibility thing? Wait, now that he remembered, the spark itself was hidden in Alpha's heart. To begin with, maybe throughout the years it changed Alpha's body, allowing it to be more compatible with it somehow. Maybe it's something else.
He frowned.
At least this gave him an idea why Alpha had no system indication about the said spark.
He quickly flipped the page. Lord's growth.
Lords grew stronger by collecting sparks and then connecting them through their understanding. The sparks should contain compatible images of the same concept or build up to a grand image called an affinity. For example, a Sun Lord would be able to collect additional sparks of light and heat to empower himself instead of collecting other sun sparks that are usually very rare. The book also warned us to be extremely careful of collecting conflicting sparks, it might cause an explosion. Wow, that example was very specific. Victor raised one eyebrow. Could this sun thing be a thing common to the elves?
Maybe.
After that was sparks types. Total sparks, major sparks, minor sparks, partial sparks. Sparks naturally grow from partial sparks to total sparks the more perfect their concepts and images become. There was also an explanation of another type called a faded spark that caught Victor's attention. He had that demon faded spark after all. According to the book, this faded spark was a spark that had its concept extracted by some method or technique, leaving it only a shell that needed to be filled in and fixed by making it collect its concepts. Fixing a faded spark was far easier than creating a spark from scratch as it would do most of the work and it was only needed to leave it in a suitable environment for a long time.
So,
that's why that guy left it to be buried by demons, Victor said. He finally realized that the faded spark he got from the Sun Temple was left there to be filled in. He slowly flipped the page. Next was Lord's ranks. A lord with one or more disjointed sparks is called a singularity lord. They are very weak, barely able to display the concept he has, and mostly using his powers like system skills. Many of them might not even realize their own powers. A lord with at least 2 connected sparks is called a true lord. At this level the lord is in the level of a very high system class holder, being able to utilize his concept using many different skills and connect them to create more powerful versions. A lord with at least 3 connected sparks is called a triangle lord. They are very powerful and comparable to legendary creatures. They are able to display their concept to create a domain that traps others with it. They can also allow their concept to engulf and weaken other concepts. A lord with at least 4 connected spark connected is called a sovereign. They can rule an entire world using their power alone. A lord with at least 5 connected sparks is called an emperor. They can control multiple worlds with ease. Victor felt his mouth go dry as he read this. All the lords he encountered until now were triangle lords. 3rd rank. If Alpha was really a lord, she would be a singularity lord, the weakest kind.
He flipped the page. Attaining sparks.
Find a place where a concept is concentrated. There is a tiny chance a spark might be born. Kill people who hold a specific concept. If they have a system, search for those who have an avatar, descendant, or disciple. You will need about 10 to 20 of them to collect one spark. Depends on compatibility. Kill a natural lord, he would drop all of his sparks. This will not work on system lords as their spark are virtual. The collection method: find a few disciples, give them a part of your power, and make them meditate to grow it up thinking that they might become lords someday, then sacrifice them all to the system that will return part of the concepts to you as you are their master. The benefit of this method is that you would be using your own spark as a seed for the new spark, allowing maximum compatibility.
HSSS.
Victor gasped reading this. Rosette was in danger. That bitch Storm Lord was only using her. This changed everything about what he planned to do. It seemed like he needed to make a new backup plan to smuggle his family out of this place. What's wrong with her? Victor asked Rosette, looking at Amira who was lying sick in bed. After leaving the cauldron yesterday, he was shocked by Amira getting sick all of a sudden and had to spend the last few hours with her as she held his hand and fought the fever. The strange thing was that the effect of all the healing pills he was giving her was only temporary, and dispelling talismans was not effective at all. Too bad that he couldn't see her status screen, and could only make guesses and try to help her to his best effort by sharing his regeneration skills with her. She was also his blood slave after all. It was not until an hour ago that she began to get better after Rosette returned home and gave her some kind of strange medicine. It is as if her body is getting assaulted by all kinds of pathogens at once, Rosette said. Do you know her origin? No idea, Victor shook his head as he understood something. Oh. Well, thankfully, she already crossed the most dangerous stage. With the stuff I gave her, she will be okay, she said as she put away her medical tools. I recently invented vaccines here, so I might as well try them on her. Yes. Thanks, Victor nodded, then watched her leave. She seemed to have something on her mind wanting to tell him something, but in the end, she didn't say it. Victor decided to ignore that for now as he looked at Amira and sighed. He most likely knew the reason behind her sudden sickness. She lived most of her life in the death gorge, never getting sick and having a chance to build her immune system. No wonder that after one trip around the city, she immediately got sick and it was really dangerous and she might have really died if Victor wasn't here with his super regeneration. Ah. Amira began to speak in her sleep. She had done that a lot earlier, but it was all incomprehensible.
No. Bad lord. Mommy. Curse you, Nimera. Curse you. Nimera?
Wasn't that the Storm Lord's name? Mona frowned as she looked out of the hotel window. In her entire life, she would have never imagined that she would come here, to one of the most depraved and desolate cities in the world. Drymalia City, the capital of the liberal democratic People's Republic of Dryma, could be described by only one word.
A shithole.
Literally, due to all the corruption here, they didn't have a functioning sewer system and shit filled the streets. Why are we here again? She turned to her twin sisters and asked. They had to take 2 boat rides to get here incognito.
Don't ask us, Mana sighed.
According to Lily, the dungeon here is very good for experiencing farming, and it would be a waste not to get to it.
Oh, Mona sighed. How does Lily know all that?
Ask her later. Mina replied, let's just get ready to have some sleep, we have a lot of work tomorrow. Oh, and make sure not to drink the water here or eat any food from here and only use the things we brought.
I know, Mona sighed.
Couldn't we just get a better hotel? This is the best one in town. Someone replied, making the 3 girls look at the room's entrance where Alpha walked in with a device in her hand making a quick scan. Even this country's president brings his concubines here. She added as she made sure there were no listening devices in the room. Really? Mona asked in shock. How do you know that? Oh. He was there in the other presidential suite when we came in. What? Mina and Mana asked in shock. Don't worry, he is already a corpse, Alpha said. Dead? Mona asked in horror. Yup. Along with his mistress. Grabbing one candy from a stand near the door, then just as she was about to put it in her mouth remembered that she should not eat anything there and threw it away. All things here have a faint trace of narcotics that were meant to control the population. You're kidding, right? Mona asked with a shallow smile. Who would kill the president? I did, Alpha said. She was 100% serious. Wow.
Alpha shook her head. Not at all.
Girl, you must remember. Players rule this world, and humans are livestock. She stated the view all the oligarch family share.
Mona frowned.
She didn't like this. Wouldn't this create a lot of trouble? Mina asked, not caring about one dead dictator. Their minds had already been tampered with after a few months of staying with Victor and the castration maniac Lily.
No. On the contrary, Alpha said.
The nice thing about totalitarian regimes like this one is that once you control the top of the pyramid, everything goes on smoothly.
Alpha replied. But you killed him, Mana commented.
Yup, let me tell you, this guy is a total douchebag, involved in all kinds of crimes, Alpha sighed. Even Ruby, who is working to make him a cursed puppet, couldn't help but throw up when she touched his soul.
What? A cursed puppet? Mona frowned again. Yes.
The guy would think he is alive and act accordingly. The only difference between him and a human being is that he will completely follow Ruby's commands and will run away quite rapidly after a week. She can do that? Mina asked in shock. What an overpowered skill. It felt a little scary. Yes, she got that skill book with Theta. That skill required someone with an Eldritch class or something and she fit the bill. Damn, that girl got lucky. Alpha said. Anyway, with this, no one would realize a thing for the next 3 days. What will happen to him after we leave? Mana asked. She had the strange image of a formal party when the president would suddenly open his mouth to make a toast and then run away in front of the horrified guests.
No idea.
It doesn't matter, he will be assassinated in 2 days.
Alpha stated.
His body will be blown to smithereens.
Oh. Blown up.
Mona, who couldn't believe what she was hearing, asked. Weren't they talking about clearing a dungeon earlier? Why were they discussing terrorism now?
Yes.
And it will also be on live TV.
Alpha explained.
It is all a part of Lily's plan, she added. She had a lot of free time recently, so she came up with a plan about this place with Lily.
Oh. The twins looked at each other. Then,
Lily is already here. They frowned. What was that girl planning? Yeah, but she can't appear publicly as she needs to put on a show later.
Alpha said.
She already met Lily and promised to handle her fat girls after the dungeon ended.
A show for what? Mana asked.
What is your plan exactly?
Mina added.
The opening of the dungeon, Alpha explained, pointing out of the window to the grand square where a bronze statue of the late democratically elected president stood proudly.
It is there.
In the center of the city.
Ah.
What does it have to do with the president? Mona asked. The dungeon gate is 10 feet below ground level. We are going to blow it up while he is giving a speech to his gathered supporters on live TV. We will also be hiding in the security trucks to that side, she said, pointing to one side of the square out of the window. You want to make thousands of people into players? Mona asked as her twin sisters also looked at Alpha as if realizing something. The dungeon would suck all of those people around once it opened. Don't worry, other than the troublesome boss, the dungeon here is supposed to be very easy. Most of the monsters are rats, so people should be able to manage.
Alpha said. That's not the point. True, but
there is no better way to blow up a 1,000-year-old secret. Alpha said with a shrug. Victor had long told them that they should tell the world about the existence of players to lay the ground for the grim future. Though it would be mostly covered up, but still. It is worth it. Is this really what this is about? Mana asked, feeling that Alpha was not telling the whole truth.
I am not sure, Alpha said.
You can ask Lily when you meet her.
So,
when are we going to escape? Nova looked at the girl in front of her and asked. Very soon. I almost figured out the guards' patterns, Nightshade replied. You said that 2 weeks ago. Jane Armstrong, who sat on the other side of the dark humid dungeon, spat.
Look.
It is not my fault their pattern completely changed then.
Just give me 1 more week, Nightshade said.
We only have 1 copy of the keys. If we were to be caught, it would be the end of us.
Nova signed.
We have all the time in the world. Yeah, Jane sighed too. The only thing I am wondering about is why they are keeping us here alive. For me, it is to blackmail my boss, Nightshade quickly said. And for you, it is probably that they plan to use you later.
Yeah. What about you, Nova? Jane asked.
During the last month, the girls really bonded. At first I didn't know, but after knowing what happened at the wedding and overhearing the guards and knowing that they are from the Von Zwei, everything became clear. They must have wanted to use some agent to infiltrate the heavenly sect using my identity. If I were to die, that would trigger all kinds of alarms in the family after all. She bit her lip as a tear fell from her eyes. She needed to get out of this place ASAP and warn Caspian.
Oh, Jane frowned and nodded.
Really evil. Yeah, Nightshade nodded as she looked out toward the moon that appeared through the tiny hall in the cell ceiling. How long are they going to keep her here? Wasn't the operation supposed to end last week? What the fuck was happening outside? On top of a great mountain, at the top of an endless ancient staircase leading to the grand gate of the heavenly sect, a girl stood stating her case. Harper, the hunchbacked old man who was sweeping the stairs using an old brush, asked.
Yes. Harper nodded. Just Harper. Like a prostitute, huh? The old man nodded. No.
I just don't want my family to know what I am doing here, she quickly explained. Why did all men have to make that connection? Even Victor had the same reaction back then. Exactly like a prostitute. No, damn it, Harper struck the ground with her leg.
Haha.
Don't mind me, we old men like to tease pretty girls like you. The old man waved his hand and said. Harper glared at him. Victor was not an old man.
So,
why are you here? He asked, shaking his head. Why else would I be here after crossing that dangerous mountain range? I want to join the sect here, she directly stated in an annoyed voice. She spent the last month walking tirelessly through the rugged terrain to reach this place out of nowhere. Like anyone would be just allowed to join. One of the armored guards at the door smirked as he adjusted his long metal spear in his hand as if readying himself to stab Harper if she tried to force her way in. The old man frowned, then raised one hand to stop the guard. How often do I clean the stairs? He asked. I don't know, aren't you the janitor here?
Harper asked.
I am not talking to you. And no, I am not the janitor, he spat, then turned to look at one of the guards. Answer, he commanded. Elder Crane, you clean the stairs of the sect all the time, the guard answered awkwardly. How about this particular set of stairs?
Elder Crane spat. The guard looked at his colleague.
This is the first time I saw you here.
Correct.
The last time I cleaned this set of stairs was 2,349 days ago. It is not good for my back, you see. The steps here are a little too high, he nodded, hunching a bit and rubbing his back.
Ah.
Yeah, the guard didn't know how to respond to that. And how long would it take me to clean such stairs?
Ah.
The guard paused, looking at the endless stairs that went down the mountain.
A few years.
Idiot, I mean that last flight only, like hell I am going to do it from the bottom.
Ah. Right. Then, 10 minutes.
5 would be enough, the old man said. And what is the chance of a girl appearing to join the sect, right when I was about to finish, he said, looking at Harper. She frowned, not following the old man's logic. How did you learn about our sect? He asked. A guy who saved my life told me he is from here. And I needed to escape my family, so it was my best choice, she said, deciding not to say anything about Victor and telling her to come here. Another one of those, the other guard sighed, but everyone ignored him. Who is the guy? Elder Crane raised one eyebrow and asked. His name is Iliad. Not sure about his last name though. The old man frowned as if realizing something. Harper didn't know what to say. After saying that last line, she felt that she really sounded a little stupid, like a girl searching for her lover.
Follow me.
Let's see what you are made of, Elder Crane finally said, turning and heading to the door. Elder, this is against the...
Ah?
The guard fell to the ground, clutching his balls. The old man just hit him with the broom. Don't question your elders, Elder Crane said as he walked right in. The other guard didn't dare to stop Harper, who followed right after.
Bam. Smack.
The whip struck Liam's body without mercy. Now get to work, the muscular woman who held the whip screamed.
Bitch. Bam.
The whip hit again, leaving a thin red trace on Liam's tough skin. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you are a masochist or something, the woman said, feeling annoyed by the guy's defense. But you don't have that capacity. She quickly resorted to a psychological attack.
Damn it. He screamed.
She was even making fun of him for getting his little brother cut away by those Von Weiss bastards. Now get to work. If I catch you loitering again, I will punish you for real, and if you don't mine enough black copper by evening, you will have no dinner, the woman said before turning to torture another miner. Liam's thick skin took all the fun out of whipping him. Watching her leave through the dark mine, Liam stood up as he checked his wounds. Bitch, he repeated, throwing a punch at the wall. That he was fuming with anger, not only toward the Von Weiss family who locked him here but also toward his stupid father who sold him away as soon as that old man came knocking on the door.
Damn it.
He hit the wall again, remembering that girl who scammed him. It was definitely her, the one who framed him.
Damn it. Bam.
The cave wall cracked.
Liam paused.
There, in a cavity in the wall, there was a wooden box. Liam frowned, then looking around to make sure no one was watching him, he quickly grabbed it and ducked into one of the mine's side tunnels. Finding a private space, he opened it and from inside, he found a green jade key.
This is...
What you have in your hand there, boy? Someone called from behind him, making Liam almost jump in fright.
Shit.
He slowly turned around to see 7 men dressed in rags and looking at him with suspicious eyes.
Damn it. Why now?
Those guys were part of the most notorious gang in the mines, always bullying others. And all of them were players.
It is this box.
The manager gave it to me and ordered me to fill it for her with dirt from the lowest shaft. He quickly made up a lie, presenting the box he found, while carefully pushing the key into his underwear. He didn't know what it was, but if those 2 guys noticed it, they would take it away.
Oh.
One short man grabbed the box.
He looked at his friends. Bam.
Liam was kicked by one of them. He couldn't even tell who due to the vast level of defiance. He could only feel his insides turn as he hit the cave wall behind him. You really make good lies, the short man said.
Strip him. No.
Of course, the men didn't care about his protests as they quickly and civilly undressed him. Nothing, boss, one of the men said after searching Liam and the rags he used to call clothes.
Check his butt.
I saw him slip something there earlier. The short man looked away in disgust, remembering that the man in front of them was a eunuch.
No. Again, no one cared. Nothing.
Really? Yeah, one of the men said as he used Liam's clothes to wipe his hand.
Damn it.
And I thought you had something when we saw you running like that, he said, throwing the box to the side.
Another damn masochist, he cursed. Let's go.
Liam, who was thrown to the ground, could only slowly stand up after 30 minutes to make sure everyone really left. He didn't care about what just happened, as it was not the same time he was bullied and his skin was really thick. What he was thinking about was one thing.
The key.
He felt it break when he hit the wall earlier. He quickly looked around, but there was nothing.
He touched his butt.
On it, there was a scar that he could feel. Its shape was that of a key.
What the?
It wasn't until the next day's dawn that Amira's fever was finally gone, and she slowly woke up. Morning, Victor, who stayed by her all night, said.
Good.
Morning, Amira said as she sat up quickly.
He pushed her down.
Relax for now, although you are feeling lively, you should rest a bit. You remembered everything last night, right? Amira was startled like a cat caught stealing food. She looked away, biting her lip.
Victor brushed her head. Tell me. It will be okay.
Don't you trust me?
I do. Then.
They came, and took us, then threw us in the gorge. The men of the Bad Lord, she said with tears in her eyes.
All died.
But me, she directly began talking after pausing a moment, probably deciding to trust Victor completely.
Victor brushed her hair again. Bad Lord? He asked.
He wanted to delve deeper into what happened, but fearing that it would be too harsh for the girl now, he decided to leave it for later. That is what Mommy called him. Amira spoke with difficulty. He was that man who attacked us. You cut his hand.
Zendo. She bit her little lip.
Victor was surprised. The girl knew his first name. Your mother told you his name? She said, he killed his master. Betrayed the elves.
Bad elf.
Stupid elf.
Oh.
Victor figured things out. Zendo was not the original lord after all, but he managed to take the sparks out of his master becoming one. That's why he threw you in the death gorge, he asked.
Don't. No.
Why did you call Nimra's name? Do you know about her?
No, Amira was startled.
When we fell into the gorge, everyone began yelling, curse Nimra, including me. It was as if my mouth was moving on its own, she said as she squeezed hard on Victor's other hand, the one she hadn't let go of all night.
Oh. Oh, hi.
Victor finally figured it out, connecting different lines together. So his guess was right.
Knock knock.
After a knock, Lyra slowly opened the door and peered in. Is Amira awake? She asked in a worried voice. Yes, thanks to your mother.
Victor said.
Of course, Lyra said as she looked at Amira making sure she was all fine. Do you need anything? Victor asked, noticing her hesitation.
In an hour.
You will need to come with me to see her lordship.
What? Why?
This was too soon, he was not ready yet. Lord Stormbringer, Lizer's father, issued a complaint. He is accusing Aerith of causing his son to become a demon, so the Lord will look into it and issued a summon to all the involving parties.
Oh, Victor frowned. Is Aerith okay? He asked.
Is that why he didn't see her for the last day? She is fine, but she will not be able to leave the Lord's keep until this is all over.
Oh, okay.
Should I be dressed formally, or business casual? Business what?
Casual. Lyra paused. Just be decent enough. No. Wait.
I can't trust your perverted fashion. Wear a suit.
Okay, Victor smiled.
As his mind began to turn, after getting all that knowledge from the library, he still needed to sort a lot of things out.
Shit.
Right this way. Falcon said as he guided Zoe and Kuu down a narrow path in the primal forest until they reached a clearing where they saw an old-looking wooden cottage, built right in front of a cave's entrance, seemingly blocking it.
Falcon stopped.
After going in, there will be no going back. Are you sure? He turned to look at the two girls.
I am sure. Zoe said.
Me too, Kuu nodded as she clenched her fist. After going through what happened in the Von Weiss archipelago, she realized that this world was really all about strength. So when Zoe gave her the choice between going back to see Victor or catching a rare chance to get stronger with her first, she chose the latter. She had already learned from everyone on the island that her young master had all kinds of strong and pretty girls around him, so although she longed to see him again and feel his embrace, she wanted to be strong enough to stand by his side. She didn't want him to leave her again because she would be a burden. Good, Falcon nodded, then knocked on the door. 5 knocks, 3 strong and 2 weak ones. The door opened immediately, revealing a young woman with only one eye that she used to inspect the newcomers.
The 3 of you? She asked.
No, just the 2 of them. I will just spend some time drinking tea with the old man, Falcon said, showing a metallic badge.
The young woman nodded.
Grandpa is lazing around the lounge. You can see him there.
You 2 follow me to be debriefed.
You arrived just in time, she said as she moved to the side, allowing them to enter. Kuu followed right behind Zoe into the wooden cottage that was seemingly only a cover. The space inside was huge and seemed to extend inside the cave, forming a huge hall with many doors. Take care, Falcon said, then turned and headed through one of the doors to the side, seemingly familiar with this place. This way, the young woman said after she closed the front door, then began walking in one direction. The 2 girls followed, crossing one door and one corridor to reach what looked like a huge living room with wooden furniture and a large hearth in its center. 20 young men and women were sitting and standing around, some in groups of 2, some alone. Some of them were clearly young masters, others were regular adventurers, and others were clearly bodyguards. The last to arrive are here, so let's begin, the young woman said. For those who don't know me, my name is Arva. I will be the leader of this expedition, she said proudly. What will we be exploring exactly? One guy, a blond young man, asked. Most of the people looked at him with disdain, shaking their heads.
Arva sighed.
Seriously? My brother only told me that this place will make me a real man, the young man said with a slight blush, making some people let out a chuckle. This guy probably thought he was going to some brothel.
It will make you a man.
A dead one if not careful. Arva sighed, not even caring to make fun of the young man. This place here is a ruin, and for the next month, we will be mapping a portion of it, she said. A ruin, the young man asked, making Kuu look at Arva for answers. She only had rudimentary knowledge about this from Uncle Falcon's explanation on the road. Think of it as a dungeon that never closes. You can quit any time you want by using the exit, Arva replied. Our family had been exploring it for decades with the help of volunteers like you. She said, the rules inside are simple. Every man for himself. You can either follow me or go on your own. I will not stop you. Just remember that we are not responsible for your life and that half of your loot will be taken by us when you exit. You understand that, right?
Everyone nodded.
Good, you guys can take the afternoon to get to know each other and get your things ready. We will be entering right when the ruins barrier is at its weakest, at midnight.
Wait.
Aren't you going to tell us what it is like inside, what kind of monster or traps we will be facing? One arrogant young woman asked. You can check the booklets by the door, and if you have any questions, come ask me. Talking about those things is useless. You will have to see them by yourselves to really know their horrors, she said before turning around and heading to one of the side rooms.
Anu-es.
Kuu sighed, feeling a little nervous.
It will be okay, Zoe said. We are strong enough. Kuu nodded.
Zoe really understood her best. If she was not already committed to serving young Master Victor her entire life, she would have really liked to serve her. Hello there, someone suddenly called next to them, making Zhu and Kuu look to the side. It was a noble-looking young man in leather armor with dashing red hair and crimson red eyes. Hi, Zoe said as she couldn't help but notice how good-looking the young man was. Kuu frowned but said nothing. She had seen Victor's true looks in bed and this man was nothing.
Nothing.
My name is Iliad, Iliad Queen, he said, completely ignoring Kuu after a quick glance. We might be going to work together for the foreseeable future, so I think it's not bad to get to know each other, he said with a dashing smile that was aimed directly at Zoe. What is this? Lyra, who was waiting outside the mansion by the dragon-pulled cartridge, asked in shock as she watched Victor walk out through the front door, dressed in what seemed to be a tiger suit. A suit? I bought it with me from my original world. Why does it seem like something only a dandy would wear? She asked, not sure about the fashion in the other world. Pimps wear it too.
What?
And you plan to wear it to meet Her Highness?
Lyra was appalled. Yup.
It highlights my features. He didn't deny her. Take it OFF, she yelled, making the few guards who stood near the gate shoot her a troubled look. Lass, it is not good to hit on your brother-in-law in public, Victor said.
Let's leave it until...
Say one more word and you are dead, she hissed. Now go change to something better. This is the best one I have.
Fine. Whatever.
If her lordship decides to kill you it will be your fault, she spat then climbed to sit with the driver, ashamed to share the carriage with the pervert. Her experience has already warned her that arguing with this bastard was futile. Victor just chuckled and climbed into the carriage. The moment the door closed, his smiling face became serious again. He needed to play this by ear and was extra nervous before, but with Amira's last piece of info, he might really be able to pull it off. Tyr fell on her knees beneath the great throne. She had mixed feelings. Some were the final joy of meeting her great bloodlord, father for the first time, and the other was the fear of him punishing her. Around her, many young men and women in decorative armors stood watching her with disdain. They were supposed to be her brothers and sisters, and some were her father's disciples, but none of them were friendly to her. All because her mother refused to follow her father and live deep in this ruin. Still, the journey was worth it. Who could have believed that deep in that abandoned place, there was an otherworldly path that ended up in this magnificent castle? You may stand, the Bloodlord said after inspecting her for a moment.
Did you bring the stuff? He asked her.
Yeah. Here are the rings I couldn't open, and here are the cushions, she said, taking a few boxes from her storage ring.
Ahem.
The Bloodlord coughed slightly as a few maids hurried to bring the cushions away. No one in the hall dared to laugh.
Good.
You did fine getting here by yourself, he said with a confident smile. Now, hand me the ring. He said, making his pretty assistant fetch the ring from Tyr's hand and give it to her lord. Let's see what you are hiding. Everyone in the hall watched as the Bloodlord who held the ring, gave it a quick inspection and... His face fell and his eyes contracted as he read the lines the system threw at him. Interesting, he swallowed hard and said as he put the ring in his pocket. His hand was shaking. I need to check a few things. You may leave, he said as he stood up with difficulty, then left the hall from the back door without waiting for his assistant to declare the end of today's hearing. It was as if he was running to the bathroom. Victor had to confess that the Imperial Palace was really something to behold. It surpassed everything he had seen in his previous life, and even the grand palace that the Von Krone built back then would look like a pauper's hatchet if declared to this palace. Built atop a grand mountain, the palace spanned a few miles, all decorated with golden statues, featuring many different buildings and sections, all of which were floored and yielded with all kinds of colored marbles and neatly arranged gardens. Some of those sections were normal, and others were floating in midair, with levitating golden stairs reaching into them, like a huge garden that Victor could only get a glimpse of from below. Above all, this entire palace was built in the eye of a huge storm that slowly revolved in the distance and flashed with thunder every now and then. Just how many courtyards does this palace have? Victor asked as he popped his head out of the window and looked around frantically like a hillbilly. 7922, Lyra replied solemnly. What are all of those houses? Some for the guards, others for esteemed guests. Some for parties, others are for the Lord's harem. Forget that last sentence. Males or females? The answer would make my sister a widow. She whispered. Oh, both it is. He nodded as he pulled his head back into the carriage, just as a sword swiftly descended where it was a second ago. Bam! A pair of elegant feet stepped onto the carriage's roof as 10 guards surrounded the carriage drawing their swords. Lyra. Niga. Who is the fool in the carriage? Niga asked. My brother-in-law. Her lordship called for him. She quickly explained. That doesn't mean he can say whatever he wants though. Niga. Let it pass this time, he doesn't know the rules, and he needs to testify in front of the Lord. Lyra, who was now standing beside the driver, said, while keeping to her polite behavior. He will need to be punished. Stay out of this. Niga said, then vanished. She appeared sitting right opposite Victor, who was listening to what was happening outside, her eyes inspecting him from head to toe as if he was a human-sized dildo in the used section of the adult store. She seemed to have been wanting to say something, but the striped tiger suit took her by surprise. She couldn't get that someone would come to meet her lord dressed like this. Victor, be careful. This bitch is Aretha's nemesis. Watch your tongue and try not to make trouble, Lyra said in a faint voice that only he could hear. She is responsible for the palace's security. And she can make your life miserable. Hearing her, Victor just smiled as he looked at the woman in a revealing dress and sexy sandals sitting in front of him, carefully inspecting her from head to toe, mirroring what she was doing. Name, Nega Truewind, Stormbringer. Level, 189. Class, Storm Holy Knight, SS. Abnormal status. Storm Lord's Major Blessing. SSS. Authority, 18+2. Health, 6,732. Stamina, 7,183. Mana, 7,910. Strength, 673. Agility, 718. Intelligence, 791. Luck 5. Charm, 50. Order, 1,244. Skills. Storm Command, SS. Storm Ride, S. Wind Blade, S. Rain Shadow, S. Sword Arts, S. Soft Wind Step, S. Howling Steps, A. Wind Casting, A. Dragon Riding, A. Lance Arts, A. Sword Arts, A. Charm, A. Archery, A. Pole Arts, B. Martial Arts, B. Pain Tolerance, B. Cold Resistance, B. Stun Resistance, B. Magic Resistance, C. Poison Resistance, B. Shield Arts, C. Fishing, F. Moon Dancing, F. Music Arts, F. Bloodline. Moon Elf, 25%. Fate. Fate's Power, A. Define Fate. Be burned to death by the Sun Lord. Destiny list less than 10 order points to unveil. What? Am I more beautiful than your little wife? She finally asked as she noticed Victor's eyes crawl all over her body. It made her feel a little amused rather than angry. After castrating a few men a few years ago, no one ever dared to do that to her ever again. She had no idea that Aerith felt the same before she fell into Victor's honey-laid trap. About the same in that regard, Victor told the truth. She was pretty good-looking. But you are not horny enough for my taste, he quickly added, pointing to his head, to the point where Aerith had her single horn protruding from. Oh, that answer took her by surprise. Ha 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 ha.
You are really funny, she said.
You know that your world earlier would warrant capital punishment, right? She said as she moved her sword to point at different parts of his body. Let's see if you can keep your attitude after losing a few limbs. Would depend on the limbs, he said calmly as he flicked his finger casually. Some can be regrown. Now really, she asked in clear disdain. Yes. What if I were the little thing hiding in here, she asked. You mean this? Wah. How can it be this huge? Others call theirs their little brother, I call it my big brother, he said proudly. Wanna touch it?
Bastard you. Wait. Damn. Careful. Bastard. Let go. No.
You were the one who provoked it first.
No. It wants you. No. Go easier.
Hearing that last scream of hers, the guards outside wanted to break right in, but hearing the last words, they stopped and looked at Lyra with confused expressions, as if asking her whether what was happening inside was real. She could only open her mouth like an idiot as she heard the voice of her sister's nemesis scream in ecstasy.
What the?
Everyone was in shock, but no one dared to trouble the two lovers inside. Of course, none of what the guards and Lyra heard outside was true. Victor was no longer the kind of lowly pervert who would sleep with any girl he could find. He had high standards nowadays, or his harem would expand to fill the entire female population. The moment that Niga pointed her sword at him, Victor saw the death fate thread cut him in half. This bitch was here to kill him. So he quickly used anesthesia to make her go to sleep. He had been sitting beside her all this time after all. Looking at her name, he could tell that she might be that guy's Lizer's cousin or sister. She might be hiding this fact though for some reason. No matter what, it was clear that the Stormbringer family wanted to retaliate against Aerith by killing him. They might really think that Lizer's possession was a ploy by her. Well, this girl's reason might be something else though. The hate he felt for her was very genuine. As if she was Lizer's lover.
Oh.
That would be some interesting family drama. But not his business. He simply took Niga's ring, and after giving it a quick glance he threw it in his storage space and then got right into business, making sure that the unconscious girl had just gone into the wildest ride of her life. After making sure she looked natural, he disheveled his hair and opened his pants zipper, then kicked the carriage door open.
Come here and take her, he commanded. What?
Everyone outside looked to see the sorry-looking girl.
What happens?
One guard asked after some hesitation and making sure his mistress was breathing. Don't ask if you don't want to lose more than one part of your body. Victor said coldly. Too bad she could only last one round. Very inferior to Aerith. The guards didn't know how to react to hearing that very unnecessary piece of info.
Just take her.
And make sure not to mention any of this when she wakes up, he said. I am sure she would be dying in shame remembering her defeat under my big brother. The guards' faces fell, all of them imagining what his big brother might look like, especially one girl whose face was beet red, Lyra. Victor considered teasing her, but feeling that she was still too young for such jokes, he held his tongue. Her actions earlier really proved that she was not bad at all.
Go on then.
The guards slowly held their mistress's body, making sure not to look at her exposed skin and the red kiss marks that filled her body. Victor just watched them go away with a smirk. He was sure that the Storm Lord was watching this entire fiasco. He could tell from the array around the palace. It was a more complex version of the one he built on his mansion. That's why he made it seem as if he was using a stun talisman and a disguise talisman. He wanted the Lord to really believe that his master was a talisman master. This was also why he didn't dare to use the soul wine to interrogate Naga. The girl had no idea she was being used. The Lord must have known everything about her, and just let it play to test him. That woman was an old fox, someone he would have to be extra careful against. So, are we just gonna wait here? He turned to Lyra and asked.
Go.
Lyra turned and told the driver, making sure not to let Victor see her face. She was in utter shock. No wonder her sister fell for this pervert. Even the man-killer Niga fell for him. Just what kind of brother did he have? Despite her willingness, she couldn't take that question off her mind for the entire trip, nor could the poor driver who for the first time in his life, felt ashamed of being a man. The carriage slowly made its way through the mountain, finally approaching a giant crystal palace that was in the very center of the huge storm that surrounded the entire city. As soon as the carriage stopped, Victor stepped down, sighing, and looked up at the amazing palace with its high crystal walls and spiraling glass-like towers. It had a strange Gothic-like architecture but with a hint of elvish influence.
What? Impressed?
Lyra jumped down from her seat and said. She was trying hard to forget the thoughts that she had earlier about what had happened with Niga. Yeah. It is just that my life is going a lot into the fantasy genre lately. Fantasy porn to be exact, he said shaking his head. Hopefully, he would manage to pull this scam perfectly and return safely to his world.
Lyra didn't understand what he meant. Hey!
You are that guy, someone suddenly exclaimed, making him look back and notice a youthful, pretty, energetic girl walking from the side in a night suit.
Do I know you? He asked with a frown.
No, but I saw you in the competition the other day. I thought you died because you were not in the award ceremony, she said as she inspected him and his flashy golden tiger suit. You are that guy who oiled the suit of armor, right? She said. Victor frowned. He finally remembered when he saw her. She seemed to have been the star of that competition, or something. He noticed her checking him out when he was oiling that armor but never met her inside because he was guided into the bad boy's pathway at some point while she had probably been led into a safer path. He squinted his eyes as he appraised her. She was not bad at all, but not amazing. The class was Wind Knight and the level was 40. Above the standard for a freshly appointed knight. The only strange thing was that she didn't have a predefined fate.
Strange. Oh. Yes.
Hi, he said after some thoughts, flashing a smile similar to those he had seen Tom use. He might need to keep an eye on this one. Pin, what are you doing here? Lyra yelled violently for some reason, startling the poor girl who was about to fall for her pervert brother-in-law.
It's you, Lady Lyra.
I am sorry, I didn't recognize you. Pin quickly bowed down. She overlooked Lyra before because she was not wearing her armor but was wearing a simple sundress with her hair down. Apparently, today was her vacation. I am here with my master, he told me to wait outside, she clarified nervously.
Your master?
Lyra asked. Pin was one of the best knights she trained. After completing the ceremony she should have been chosen by one of the top brass to be his or her disciple. Still Lyra, who had to leave for an emergency mission, didn't know who took her in.
Yes, Duke Stormbringer, she nodded.
We were just returning from the Wind Cave and he was going to introduce me to Prince Lizar, but for some reason, he got a letter then hurried here and I had been waiting for 7 hours, she said quickly in a respectful voice. This girl was clearly the talkative type. Hearing her, Victor froze. She was meant to meet Lizar. Wait. She was cute enough to make any guy other than Victor, who was immune thanks to Lily, want to court her, and from the way she talked and seemed impressed by his tiger suit, she was clearly a lower caste commoner. Adding those two facts together, the result can be easily figured out.
A disaster.
Victor could tell from his brief meeting with Lizar that the guy was a snake.
Then,
could it be that by framing Lizar as a demon, he might have changed her fate? Victor squinted his eyes. But why didn't fate change to death by demons like the others? How did this work? Remembering everyone he knew, he couldn't really tell. Those close to him seemed to have had their fate obscured due to his class, and this was the first time he really observed someone whom his actions might have affected but was not close enough to him. Looking at her, he felt that he was about to understand something there. Hey! Why are you spacing out? Quick, follow me. Lyra, who felt something was wrong watching Victor keeping his eyes on Pin, yelled, grabbing him and then dragging him inside. No idea why she was angry. He was her perverted brother-in-law, after all. Yes. She didn't want him to betray her sister, after all. Yes. This is definitely it. You are already a married guy, damn it, she whispered angrily, remembering what happened with Niga.
Damn pervert. And?
A man can marry more than one wife.
Shut up. She interrupted him.
Try not to get killed inside, she said as she guided him through the palace's heavily guarded gate. Those guards didn't dare to stop her. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt it. Warning. Conditional edicts apply. Level restrict to level 1. Instant death skills are forbidden. Space skills are forbidden. Appraisal skills are forbidden. Illusion and disguise skills are forbidden. Demons disintegrate, S. Sex is forbidden. Do you want to allow this edict to affect you?
Yes, no.
He pressed no but quickly disguised his status to match its effect as his mind raced. That sex is forbidden effect was really thoughtful. He had heard so many scandals in the Von Krone Palace back then that he knew that it was the right thing to do. The question he had was whether it would stop it from going in, or would it stop the job from being completed. He was tempted to try it with Aerith for scientific reasons.
Nah. Too risky.
But on the other hand, it might make it more interesting.
But
he promised himself to be careful. But yet again, Aerith might like the thrill.
You noticed it, right?
How you became weak. Lyra said with a smirk, interrupting his perverted thoughts. This is the Lord's power, she said proudly. Shard Setter Nimera Storm Lord does not have enough authority.
Edict effect failed. X7.
Ah. Yeah, Victor said as he squinted his eyes and looked at the notification. There was an edict shard here. Could it be like the ones he got? He remembered something about them being special to each world before. Lyra nodded proudly, then slowly guided Victor past the knights and the maids throughout the palace. She seemed to know this place well. Finally, after 10 minutes of climbing different crystal stairs, they reached a grand mirror-like blue polished door guarded by 2 fully armored giants who held a long sword each, resting its tip on the ground underneath them. If not for the slight movement in their chests as they breathed, Vicar would have thought they were statues. Not really, he could have praised them after all. Azaleria Mygar Defna.
Class, Knight.
Abnormal status. Greater Storm Lord Blessing, SS.
Storm Slave, SS.
Level, 1041. Authority, 50+55. Bloodline, Storm Giant 100%.
Fate Power B.
Predefined fate, get raped then die at the of Ziffer the Great. Wait, get raped? That Ziffer guy has some interesting fetishes.
Those 2 giants.
No, giantesses were each 25 feet tall. Could it be that little Ziffer was so big no one could take it? How big did he have to be?
What a disturbing thought.
I brought Victor von Weiss as requested for the audience. Lyra said as she reported in a solemn voice, bowing slightly with her hand on her chest in a knight's salute. He may enter. You will wait, one of the 2 guards said as she pushed the giant door slightly ajar to reveal a strange bluish mist that seemed to hide everything inside.
Lyra nodded.
Be careful, she squeezed her little fist and whispered as she watched Victor walk in. Sure, he said as he walked past the door and diapered into the shimmering blue mist before the door was closed again. This is a glorious day for all of us, for today, I will unveil my 5th, 5-year plan that will change the course of history. I will, the president said addressing the army of soldiers and dignitaries standing beneath the stage. In addition to the cameras that surrounded the stage. Are you sure this will work? Mona asked nervously as she looked at Alpha, not paying any attention to the stupid speech that she watched Alpha write the previous day with the twins' help. No one will be hurt. They were hiding in a press van to the side of the large square.
For the 10th fucking time. Don't worry.
Alpha said angrily. Pay attention to the camera. Lily began moving, she told the girl to her side, making Mona look to the side in a hurry. There on the far side of the square, a man was running while dressed in drags. Lily, who was wearing a veil, was running after him with a sword after jumping out of a window from a nearby hotel. Make sure to capture it. Alpha said. Focus on the guy's face. Roger that, the slutty girl operating the camera said as she professionally pointed the camera at the young man who was screaming for help. Stop, some soldiers yelled as they noticed Lily. Hey! Stop or we will open fire, one shouted as a group of guards surrounded them.
Then. Be ready.
Alpha said as she pressed a button. Bang. All of a sudden, the stage under the president exploded, turning the guy into minced meat. Everyone was sent to the ground then. A large crimson vortex exploded from under the explosion, wooing the entire square. Then it shrank back, leaving the square intact but empty as all the people there have disappeared, except for a certain miserable girl that is. What? I even fucking opened the gate myself. Alpha couldn't help but yell before finally noticing the notification above her head.
Dungeon opened.
Congratulations, you are the one who discovered and opened this dungeon. Dungeon discovering reward.
1. Dungeon map. 2. 10 free allocate.
Granting reward error, not in the dungeon.
Error log.
044464899840000000000000004451.
Reason.
Singularity Lord, Eternal Lord was affected by Edict Shard Effect. Lords cannot enter the boundary zone. Lords. Alpha was flabbergasted. Stepping out of the fog, Victor found himself in a large imperial court that was built out of marble in the same Gothic elvish style of the palace below, with huge lanterns floating in midair shooting strange lightning streaks into the sky. It gave the entire hall a bluish tint. And yes, the hall didn't have any walls or ceilings despite the large Gothic arcs extending across the sky above, being supported by long decorated columns that were scattered in a seemingly random pattern around the hall. It was as if this entire court was suspended in midair in the middle of a huge storm, yet for some strange reason he couldn't feel a breeze, as if he was inside. In the center of the court, a stairway extended up for about steps, and on top of it was a throne where a woman that was veiled by blue mist sat.
The Storm Lord. Name, Nimera.
Level, 310,430. Class, Storm Lord U.
Subclass, Magician, AA. Affinity, Storm.
Affinity rank, Triangle, 100% +2. Abnormal status. The Eldar Death Curse, SSS. Your life will slowly dwindle until you die. The Last Thread Effect, Death Resilient, X. You can never die due to the effect of only one type of attack or curse.
Status.
Authority, 32,277. Strength, 826,884. Agility, 828,173. Intelligence, 828,413.
Luck, 49. Charm, 69.
Order points, 50841112.
Skills.
Error retrieving data, Lord, database field connection is severed.
Fate.
Error retrieving data, Lord, field unavailable.
Bloodline.
Ice Leviathan, SS, awakened.
Equipment.
Last thread, X. Storm armor, SSS. Eye of the Storm, SSS.
Blowwood staff, SSS. Reflection tiara, SSS.
Hyper defense talisman, SSS. Appraiser eyeglass, A. Healing earrings, A. Oh, this woman was twice as strong as that Sun Lord. And he was right about the curse. And that thread, it must have been why she is still alive, literally hanging by a thread. It was like those artifacts in video games that left you with 1 health point after a deadly attack.
He wanted it.
Too bad he had no way of taking it from the Storm Lord. He didn't dare to look any longer, so he slowly moved his eyes down to observe the 9 people standing respectfully below the throne. The first 3 were people he knew. The first was Aerith, who shot him an apologetic look for embroidering him into this. The second was Rosette, who was threatening him with her eyes to act properly. The third was the old librarian, Germana. Next were the 4 young men who were with Liza that day acting as his lackeys. They were shaking out of fear as they stood to the side. The last 2 whom he didn't know were a strange man who seemed to be Lizer's father and a strange woman who stood to the side silently with a smirk on her face as if she found the entire situation amusing. Name, Lazarus Stormbringer.
Level, 640.
Class, Storm Archwizard, SSS.
Subclass, Chef D.
Abnormal status. Storm Lord's Disciple, 2nd. Authority, 80+20.
Bloodline. Moon Elf, AA. Fate. Fate's power, S. Scion.
Defined fate, Eroscions has no defined fate's world rule. Destiny list, less than 10 order points to unveil.
Next. Name, Atma Stormborn.
Level, 1471. Class, Storm Avatar, SSS. Abnormal status. Storm Lord's Disciple, 1st. Authority, 150+20.
Bloodline. Hail Peacock, SS.
Fate's power, S. Scion. Defined fate, Eroscions has no defined fate's world rule. Destiny list, less than 10 order points to unveil. The Lord's Disciples. Victor inspected everyone casually as he walked toward the throne, finally noticing a glass coffin in front of it. In it is the corpse of the late Lizer, naked with only his private parts covered by a white piece of silk. His body seemed to have been cut into 5 pieces and sewn back together. Keeping his eyes on it, Victor sighed as he reached a spot near Aerith, then bowed down according to the protocol Lyra taught him along the way here. Victor White, greats the Storm Lord, he said respectfully. He could hear Aerith beside him sigh in relief after seeing that he was keeping his manners. He should never speak unless he was spoken to. The Storm Lord inspected him for an entire minute before speaking.
You may raise, she said.
Her voice, although authoritative, was somehow weak. Victor, whose vision was being filled with warnings about someone appraising him, didn't act suspiciously as he stood up. He just made sure that his disguise was working just fine. Now that everyone who was at the scene is here, you may present your case, the Storm Lord said. Your Lordship, Lazarus was the one who spoke. Let me say it in simple words. My son was definitely a victim of a vicious plot, he said passionately. It must have all been Rosette's plan to get rid of my son.
Lies.
Rosette defended herself. All the witnesses have already explained what happened there. Your son was a victim of demonic possession. It is out of pity that Aerith didn't cut him into 1,000,000 pieces when he tried to self-destruct. Then why did the demon possess my son out of everyone else there? Lazarus asked. Your son took the book on his own accord there. Everyone would testify to that. Rosette defended, making Germana, the librarian, nod. Liza dropped the book and caused it to be damaged. This might have been the condition for the possession, she added. Good, then why would my son scream and drop the book in the first place? Lazarus snapped. No one had a reply for that. This was one of the points no one could answer. Maybe it was the book testing him to see if he was fit to be possessed, Rosette suggested, but it was clear from her tone that she was unconvinced. It could be, but it could also be a plot. Lazarus said, walking toward the glass coffin and gesturing to his son. Lady Rosette, if I may ask, other than attacking my son with a sword, did your daughter deal any other damage to him?
No, Rosette replied.
He was using his storm steps perfectly to escape all my attacks. As soon as Aretha's team arrived and we cornered him, he tried to self-destruct to jump to another body, so she had to use my strongest attack to kill him, she replied, looking at her daughter, who was ordered to remain silent. This is all according to protocol. I know, Lazarus said, grabbing the cloth covering his son's private parts and pulling it away. Can you explain this then? He asked, making everyone look and almost gasp. The core's private parts were swollen 3 times the normal size. Your son is a real hunk, Atma, the Lord's first disciple, couldn't help but chuckle. Lazarus just shot her a glare before he looked back at the Lord. My son must have suffered some kind of attack on his private parts. You see, he always had this medical condition that caused any bruises he suffered to immediately inflame.
Oh, the Lord was interested.
Hearing him, Victor began to sweat a little. Damn scions and their luck, even his son's medical condition worked in his favor.
Shit.
He should have been more careful. This might be the cause of his yell at the library. The reason why he dropped the book. Lazarus explained as he let everyone inspect the corpse. It could also be the effect of the demon's possession. Bodily modification, although rare, is not unheard of. Rosette interjected. Body modifications wouldn't cause his, reproductive organs break. Lazarus snapped, making everyone look at the corpse's private parts again where Lazarus was pointing. It was clearly broken. Victor sweated more, but he disguised it away quickly. He should have kicked him a little softer, but he was not sure about the demon's pain tolerance. Why was this not in the autopsy report? Rosette asked with a frown. I asked them to withhold it temporarily until the end of the investigation, Lazarus snapped, clearly showing that he had suspected Rosette from the beginning as he took a few papers from his storage ring and presented them to his lord. I didn't want anyone to try and tamper with the evidence, he added, hinting at something. You, Rosette wanted to curse, but she held her words. The Storm Lord, who said nothing, waved her hand, making the papers levitate on their own, then head straight toward her where they spread in midair in front of her, allowing her to read them.
It is true, she finally said.
This changes nothing. Rosette interjected. Madame Germana was there, and so were your son's lackeys. Aerith didn't attack your son before he became a demon.
Aerith didn't.
But someone did, Lazarus said, pointing at Victor.
Me? Victor asked in shock.
He figured that this guy was suspecting him from the moment he mentioned the injury. The question was why. You are the prime suspect, Lazarus said. Elaborate, the Storm Lord said. First of all, let me set things straight. This young man named Victor White is supposed to be from a minor noble family, but this is all a lie, right? Lazarus asked. He is a distant relative of Lady Ariana, Rosette explained. I used to date his father, she hid nothing. The Storm Lord nodded behind her veil. Rosette must have told her everything about Victor beforehand. What does all of this have to do with your son? Rosette asked everything. Lazarus spat. You might have thought you had fooled me by that report of Lyra arresting him and then removing his powers before throwing him into the competition. But look, I have acquired the reports of what happened there, he said, taking another stack of documents. Victor clearly had all his powers in there. Many witnesses would testify to how he always seemed to be somewhere else when anything attacked him. He was clearly using some disguise or illusion skill. This might be what he used against my son, he said.
It was all your plot.
Victor froze. Although Lazarus got things wrong, he was right about a few things.
Shit.
This time the Lord didn't grab the documents. She already knew that thanks to Rosette informing her about the. According to all of this, I believe he was the one who attacked him at the library and caused him to drop the book. Lazarus spat.
Everyone paused.
Victor did have his powers during the competition. But this is unimportant now, Rosette finally said. Everything else you said is just speculation on your side. He doesn't even have a disguise skill.
It could be an artifact.
Lazarus spat.
Still. You have no evidence, she said.
Who said I don't? He spat, taking out a strange little crystal hammer from his storage ring. Dharmatic crystal hammer, A.X., system locked. Every action has an equal and an opposite reaction. Effect, force karmic retribution.
Conditions.
You need to have 10 times the authority of the target. The payback percentage depends on the energy expended when activating the hammer.
Locked state.
All payments are imaginary. Only works for bodily injuries. Can only be used 3 times every year.
What the?
Inspecting the hammer, Victor had a bad premonition. Shit. It didn't take him a lot to realize what this was about. He immediately started thinking of a way to escape. Your lordship, might I get permission to use this artifact here? He turned to the Storm Lord and asked. Granted, the Lord, who clearly knew what this was, said.
This is? Rosette asked.
It is an old artifact. Simply put, it has the ability to force the settlement of a debt. Lazarus said. For example, if someone punched you, you could hit yourself with it, and that person would get his punch back, he said, and before his words settled in, he swiftly took the hammer and hit his son's chest before anyone could realize what he meant.
Ah!
Aerith screamed in pain as she fell to her knees, touching her body as if she was about to die. On her, 5 ethereal blue sword marks appeared mirroring those on Lizer's corpse.
Aerith!
Rosette screamed as she wanted to grab her weapon. Relax, the effect is imaginary, the Storm Lord said.
Ah! What?
Rosette gasped as she inspected Aeritha's body. As the ethereal marks disappeared, there were no signs of injury, but the girl was hurting, grasping her chest and abdomen in pain as if they were real.
Yes.
It is all imaginary, but the pain is real. This was Ertia's debt to my son, Lazarus said with a smug voice.
Now.
I wonder who would be next, he said as he grabbed the hammer again and hit Lizer's body again. No, Aerith yelled for some reason, but no one cared as they looked at Victor.
Bam.
The hammer connected.
Pam.
The ethereal mark didn't appear on Victor, but on Lazarus's face, it was as if he was slapped by an invisible hand.
What the? No.
Ignoring the pain on his face, Lazarus screamed again and hit his son's corpse.
Pam.
This time a kick on Lazarus's ass, sending him rolling to the ground.
Little Laz.
You really like to beat your son's face, don't you? Atma was the one who said it as she smirked. Some of Lizer's lackeys who stood to the other side were about to laugh, but they didn't dare to.
Ah.
Lazarus, who quickly stood up angrily, was left speechless.
What did this mean?
It meant that from the time he beat up his son to the time Aerith killed him, he was not attacked at all.
How could that be?
That was the question everyone had, and the only answer was, it was really all just a coincidence. Well, it was not that simple. Moments earlier when Victor saw the hammer, he activated all his senses earlier to find a loophole. He saw what happened with Aerith. The moment the hammer struck, a red thread appeared between Aerith and Lizer's corpse, then the thread burned up rapidly, and as if it was a rubber band that was let loose, it left Lizer and struck back at Aerith, making 5 imaginary sword marks appear on her body before she screamed in pain.
He knew that thread. It was a fate thread. The hammer.
Maybe it was the fate artifact he was after. But other than worrying about it for now, he had to worry about himself. He quickly used his disguise to hide what he was doing as he squinted his eyes and activated his Eyes of Destiny skill, looking at Lizer, and making sure not to glance at the Storm Lord just in case. He could see it, between the myriad of fading threads the corpse had, a red thread connecting both of them. He instinctively knew that the moment Lazarus hit his son's corpse again, this thread would snap and hit him in the balls. Although he might be able to disguise it, if nothing happened it would raise many questions. And he was not 100% sure he would be able to fool the Lord. Watching Lazarus prepare to strike the hammer again, he knew he had to act fast. He needed to sever that thread. The question was how. He had no such skill. Unless. Without thinking about it, he used his Devour skill to target the thread. The thread flashed once and then turned into dust that was sucked by Victor.
Devour activated.
Target Fate Thread, 8979846545432445 AF 488 EX 125885565-1288.
Devoured.
2 experience points gained. At the same time the notification appeared, Victor could feel his connection to Lizer grow weaker as if they were complete strangers. No wait, they were strangers to begin with. It was as if the memory of what happened earlier was something Victor watched on TV and not something he did.
Boom.
The hammer struck a moment later, and without Victor's thread, the one that activated was the next one, chronologically. The one of Lazarus slapping his son that morning. After Lazarus failed to prove his point, the Storm Lord's court was engulfed in an eerie silence. Lazarus, is that all you have? The Storm Lord finally said after a few moments.
My lord.
Please give me one more chance to. Enough, your son's death was a coincidence, she interrupted. But there must be something else. What about his broken? He began to speak, barely containing his anger. You have already shown that it didn't have a karmic relation, so it was his own doing, the Lord spat.
You may leave.
Take your son's corpse and give him a proper burial, she said, clearly indicating the end of this matter. Yes, your lordship. Lazarus bowed down as he clenched his fist around his hammer. He was clearly not resigned to give up.
Go.
Yes, he said, collecting the hammer in his storage ring, and then collecting the coffin before bowing and leaving the court. In the entire process, he never looked at Rosette or Aerith again. It was as if he was barely controlling himself. Naturally, he had no idea that at a certain moment, Victor had marked the hammer with a fate tracking thread. Yes, Victor wanted this hammer really badly. Although he had no idea if he could remove its lock, he had more than one idea on how he could utilize it. The bad thing was that he couldn't just ask for it, it would be very awkward. Especially if his request was refused. He would be the first suspect if it were to get stolen later. Lazarus left just like that. Let this be the end of this matter. Atma, make sure not to bully him for the next few days, the Lord sighed. Warning her first disciple.
I understand,
Atma said, chuckling a little. For some reason, Victor felt that this woman was the kind a man must not trifle with. Then all of you can leave, the Lord said.
Victor, you stay, she said. Me?
Victor asked, surprised.
Yes.
Atma frowned, giving Rosette and then Victor a curious look before bowing and leaving. Rosette, Germana, and Lizer's lackeys all bowed down and left right behind her. Be careful, Erti, who knew why the Lord wanted to talk to Victor, whispered in his ear as she walked out. She was the last to leave. Moments later, the court was silent with only the Storm Lord and Victor facing each other. The Storm Lord sighed and flicked her finger.
Boom.
The entire hall grew dim around Victor.
Warning.
You are being affected by the Truth Arena, SSS, AOE. 1. You will say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. 2. You will never consider lying an option. 3. You will forget what happened here after you leave.
Warning.
The activator doesn't have 10 times your authority. Do you want to let the Truth Arena affect you?
Yes, no. Shit.
Lords were really troublesome. It seemed like he couldn't relax at all. Victor took a moment to think about it. Since this was an AoE thing, he could easily dodge it without being discovered, so he pressed NO as he looked around fanatically. Is Victor White your real name? An ethereal voice asked in the darkness.
Kinda.
My full name is Victor von Weiss. I use Victor White for the public. He quickly told the truth. The Lord must already know that.
Good.
How old are you? Usually 18. Usually. When I get caught with a minor, I report it as 17. The Lord was speechless. This guy was a pervert. How did you fool Lazarus? She decided to get to the main point.
The bitch.
She must have been still suspecting him. Victor considered playing dumb, but on the other hand, he smirked inwardly. I am not sure. Oh, so you did fool him. Did you act against Lizer in the library?
Yes.
I secretly used a talisman that my master gave me on Lizer back then. It should have intensified his feelings and caused him to make trouble in the library, but for some reason, it only made him have an erection. He must have been a little horny seeing Aerith. It was so sudden that his penis must have gotten broken inside his pants. The Lord who didn't expect that answer, but thinking about it.
It made sense.
The armor Lizer was wearing was very tough, if his little thing were to grow big all of a sudden.
Bam.
It was a self-inflicted injury. The Lord shook her head to try and erase that disturbing image from her mind. Did you know about the demon in the book? She asked.
No.
I just knew that the book had some very strong skill hidden in it.
Oh. What skill?
How did you know that?
Not sure what skill.
I met a couple of cannibals on the way. When I interrogated them, they told me all about it having something very strong. They were on the way to the capital to get it.
Oh, the Lord frowned.
Something about 2 cannibals was mentioned in the file that Aerith presented the previous day.
This made sense.
It must have all been some plot by a demon. Why did you act against Liza then? She asked. He was looking at my wife in a lascivious way. Victor spat angrily. Only I can do that.
Oh, she nodded, typical male reaction.
Was the story you told Rosette about how you entered this world the truth?
Yes.
I only hid the matter that I was not the only one here.
Oh.
Elaborate. One of my cousins came along, but I threw him in front of me as I escaped the demons.
He died, Victor sighed. Oh, she smirked.
Typical young master action, she was not surprised.
You don't seem sad.
I never liked that guy. He threatened my big brother's position as the future patriarch.
She sighed.
This was usual in noble families. What about your master, did you lie about meeting him? She asked.
Yes.
My master is interested in men. He took me in because he liked me, he answered absent-mindedly. Although such an excuse was extremely stupid, it was very effective.
The Lord froze.
She suspected this point when Rosette told her about Victor. How could a mysterious master take in some random guy just like that? Now the question was answered. You are also gay? She asked. I don't discriminate, he stated proudly. She looked at him with disgust. Did your master do anything sexual to you?
No.
But I know that he is taking his time. Did he tell you that he took you in because he liked you? She interrupted him. No, but I can see it in his eyes. I know that look. He licked his lips. She grimaced in disgust. This guy is a real pervert. It was not an act after all. What did your master tell you about the Storm Lord? She finally decided to stop asking random things. She really worried that the mental damage he was giving her might lead to her early death. It was just that his words had made it clear that he was just a pawn. Not much. He said that she was an old triangle lord. Whatever that meant. He also said that she was on the verge of advancing, but that the fake Sun Lord managed to stop her by using a curse. Does he know the nature of this curse? She asked. He said that the Sun Lord had set up a ritual in the Death Valley where he sacrificed elves while telling them to curse at her as they fell down. The Storm Lord gasped. She always suspected that Zendo was the one behind her curse. You told Aerith that a demon was behind it. My master is not sure. But he suspects as such, especially with the Sun Temple being infested with demons taking top positions.
Victor shrugged. Oh, she didn't know that.
Did he say why he wants to help me?
I meant, help the Storm Lord.
Yes, he said that he had many reasons. The first was that he didn't want the balance of this world to break, and he also wanted to ask her for 3 favors.
Oh.
Do you know what those favors are? Yes, he told me to ask the Storm Lord when I meet her to make a deal.
I see.
So, what are those favors? The first is that the Storm Lord must allow me, Rosette, and all of her group to return safely to our original world, saying that you would no longer need her after you are cured and that their departure had damaged my world significantly. Victor made a totally random reason.
Oh. A good point, she nodded.
Can your master send you back? She asked. He said he could, and I don't have a reason to doubt him. I bet he plans to sleep with me that very night. He is originally from your world? She interrupted him with disgust. She couldn't wait for this interrogation to end. This guy was creeping her to the extreme. Yeah, he said he was researching something and ended up here.
Something?
A poisonous guy named Yazel. He wanted me to ask the Storm Lord for all the info the Storm Lord has on him, and how did he manage to leave this world? Yazel is alive, she gasped.
No idea.
Master only said that the guy caused some big incident in my world and ran away. He said he tracked his origins to here. Oh, the Storm Lord was lost in thoughts for a moment there. What is the third thing? He wants to establish a demon hunting sect, and wants the Storm Lord's help doing that. Victor said he needed a base in this world. Doing it incognito would definitely be better, but since that was unrealistic in such a short time, he planned to ask the Lord directly.
Oh, she paused.
She didn't mind that. It would allow her to uncover many of this mysterious master's secrets. Can he really help me? When he said it, he was very sure. Do you still have any of his talismans? Yes. Victor reached for his underwear and took out a tattered talisman. It was one he found in the lowest layer of the Death Gorge. He made sure to use a Sharpie to draw random symbols on it. Wind Miracle Talisman, SSS. Create a wide area tornado.
A wind miracle, the Lord gasped. Not sure about that.
Yes. He said that it was its name.
Victor nodded.
I see. She was really tempted to grab this talisman to study it, but remembering where Victor pulled it from, she decided it was not worth it. She would ask for it later as a part
of their contract. See what? Victor asked. Nothing.
Do you love Aerith? She decided to ask one last thing.
How could I not love a horny girl, he said.
It is one of my fetishes. Just imagine a 69 with her using that well-lubricated horn of hers tooth.
You may leave, she spat as she clenched her heart.
The image was too depraved for an old traditional woman like her.
Boom.
Moments later he found himself lying on his back outside the courtroom. What happened? He asked as he looked around as if he was lost. Wasn't I just? Your meeting with her lordship is over, one of the 2 giantesses guarding the door said. Her lordship will meet you once you get the promised talisman, the second one said. The contract will be ready by then. How did you know about that? He asked as if he totally forgot what happened earlier. We always do. You may leave, the first giantess interrupted.
Oh.
Victor smirked inwardly. Thankfully this went as planned. The only thing he was going to be worried about was what the Storm Lord's next step would be and how he should prepare. He really didn't want to kill her. What he told her moments earlier was the truth. If she were to die, he was 99% sure this world would be completely lost to the demons.
Master,
a pretty female assistant ran into her master's living room where he was busy educating another female assistant. What? He asked as he fixed his clothes, gesturing to the kneeling assistant below the desk that she could leave. It is about the gate that opened in Dryma, the first assistant said as her colleague left quickly. The elders had already briefed me about it. Eric spat. Although it is near, we can't do a thing about it. The council's men would be swarming it in no time with the news about it being broadcasted live.
It is a mess.
It is not that, the assistant said as she presented her master with a tablet. The intelligence department just finished analyzing the video and found something.
What?
Eric asked as he looked at the table where a video that he had seen an hour earlier was playing. Look at the background, the assistant said, pressing a button to the side. Here, he added as the video zoomed to a corner behind the late president who was giving his speech. Some person was chasing another and the guards seemed to have stopped them just before the explosion. Those are, Eric gasped as the video zoomed in.
Julian, he gasped.
Yes, and the intelligence department thinks that the veiled person behind him is Lily.
Shit.
Did any of the elders see this? He asked. As he stood up, the tablet in his hand, he glared at Julian's scared face.
Yes.
I couldn't stop them as I got the report at the same time they did, she replied nervously.
Shit.
Send the assassins, he spat.
But what if?
As long as they can do it inside the dungeon, it will not be a problem. Just make sure to send another team to kill them after they finish their job, he spat. Julian and that slut must die.
Understood.